Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the evening session on SEN of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. A heap on offer tonight, a ton of Aussies in action and a lot to sink our teeth into on a day where Australia has struck gold not once but twice, and we will get through all of that in just a moment. But before we do, let's get an odds update for tonight, thanks to Top Sport.
An odds update for Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Good evening, it's Tristan Merlehan here from Top Sport. The rivalry between Titmus and Ledecky continues tonight when the 800-metre heat takes place between 8 p.m, where Ledecky is a $4.35 favourite and the Ariane Titmus has been heavily supported to win the gold, being back from $4 into $2.80. One of our customers has had $10,000 on her at the $4 quote. Kaylee McEwen swims the 200-metre backstroke heat from 9 p.m, where she is $1.34 to claim another gold for the Aussies and continue her winning ways. We have a couple of traditional rivalries taking place in the team side of things, where the Matildas go in big underdogs against the United Kingdom in the football weather, $4.60 to win in normal time. The Brits are $1.83 and the draw is $3.35. Another traditional rivalry takes place at 10 p.m, where the Hockey Roos take on the Black Sticks, where the Aussies are favourite to keep their unbeaten run going. And if you're having a punt, please do so responsibly.
Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Download the Top Sport app today. Gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858.
Thank you very much to Top Sport. Well, let's recap the massive stories of the day, and we will start with what just transpired only half an hour ago. And I remember saying on Saturday when we started our Olympics coverage that I reckon there was three hearts and minds moments. There was three hopes of the nation moments in this Olympics that I nominated. And I remember thinking that Ariane Titmus was one, the Boomers are number two, and Jess Fox was the third. We have been waiting for this since 2012 in London, where a silver, Rio a bronze in the K1, a bronze earlier on in the Olympics in the K1 here, and then finally the moment that we've all been waiting for, and she has been waiting for since the first time she got herself in a canoe back in 2005. Her first world competition was in 2010, so 11 years in the making at world events. Jess Fox finally claims gold, and it is in her pet event, the C1, where she's won 4 world championships, and this is how it unfolded.
Onto the crossbarrel, now the finish, get across and drive in high.
Into the final upstream gate, the climb is looking strong for Jessica Fox. One gate to come. Fox is flying towards the line. Is this the moment she's dreamt of her entire career? She hits the line. She's got it. Jess shines like gold to become the Olympic champion. She is a wonder woman on the water. What a performance.
So just incredible commentary and the play-by-play, but then her father, Richard Fox, sitting right there, who's been commentating the highs and the lows. He held it together when she was a bronze medalist, and we'd heard from her at the time how was proud to be a bronze medalist but really wanted much, much more than that. And then finally she was able to get it, and her dad was in the commentary position, a world champion in his own right. And Richard Fox spoke about just how it felt after Jess got that gold.
Oh, look, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's the C1 event. It's the first time in the Games. It's the race she had to win for, like, so many reasons. And the pressure, you know, we talk about pressure, but I think, you know, what happened in the K1 final, you know, shattered her. And to come back from that to recompose herself, she wasn't at her best in the heats. And, yeah, that was so good.
He spoke to Channel 7 a little later, just before she was getting presented her medal as well.
That's beautiful. that was wild. Look, she nearly fell away from that, and that would have been devastating. Held it. No, the semi today did her a lot of good because she was down. Like that kayak final rocked her. It rocked me. When you hit the last gate or the last upstream, she made sure this time, make sure you don't hit it with your hair. Oh my God. This made me. I said, choose, make your choices, own your choices with confidence and control. And she did. She made good choices, find the flow, feel it, and focus. And the focus was so strong. She kept breathing, and she held it. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Sense of elation, Richard, joy, relief, pride, all of those things.
All of those things. It's relief, and it's like, yeah. You know, she's such a good paddler, such a good person.
Relief. It was the overwhelming feeling, wasn't it, when you looked at Jess in the water, if you're able to see it. And if you haven't been able to watch it yet, make sure you do when you get home. There was a overwhelming and resounding cheer that erupted around the office here for all the people that were still in the office to be able to witness that. And we look at sporting events on a daily basis. That's what we do at SEN. But this one, again, as I mentioned before, when we had the conversation and your nominations that came through about what were going to be the sort of hopes of the nation moments, what were going to be the hearts and minds moments, this was one that so many people, I think, were just hanging out for to see whether finally the journey would culminate in a gold medal. And that was the relief on her face. And the thing that stands out as she was competing was the control. It seemed like she was joined, and obviously you are joined with a canoe, but was it one with the canoe? So the control, the angles, the strength, the balance, and then when she finally got over the line, that relief, jumping up and down on the podium, the tears flowed. She started rowing on the Nepean River, or started canoeing on the Nepean River in 2005. Her first national team in 2009. Her first medal was a bronze at the World Championships in 2010, and that smile would light up a room, and it's been a smile that we've been waiting to see, with gold around the neck and even signalling under her mask that she was smiling because we could only see her eyes and could only see the tears. This is one of the moments of the game. And there are some cynics that are texting through saying we're making too much of this, and Pete thinks I was making it about me, and I'm certainly not doing that. But I think if you were like me, and hopefully you were, and the text that we've been receiving all through this coverage, was that this was one of the moments that everyone who loves the Olympics and who's been hanging out for the Olympics, this was one of the events and the moments that we were hoping to see, and she certainly delivered in spades. The pressure that she would have been feeling after the bronze and the disappointment around that. 3 Olympics it's taken, 3 medals. She's got the full set now, 2 bronze, a silver and a gold. This was just a great day for Australia, and congratulations to Jess Fox, to her whole family. This will be long remembered, and what a star she is. The other gold medal today, of course, and have your say on that, 1300 736 736. Greg's in Blackburn, who's been ringing up, who wants to jump on. Greg in Blackburn, hello to you, mate.
You summed everything up I wanted to say.
So just start again there, Greg. We just didn't get you at the start there.
Sorry. You mirrored everything I wanted to say, mate. The unbridled joy of her jumping up and down, incredible.
Yeah, it's a special moment.
I'm actually emotional. It was incredible. Thanks.
That's beautiful, Greg. You're not Robinson Crusoe there. I think there's plenty of people that are feeling exactly the same way. And if you wanted to express how you felt watching that or hearing that, 1300 736 736. I can't wait till we're able to hear from Jess herself as well. But I think this would be a moment that she will be rightly just basking in, because it's been such a long time in the making, and we're getting some fantastic texts that are coming through. The fantastic Jess Fox is coming through as well. I think fans of the Phantom comic would remember the line "smart like a fox." it was just an extraordinary moment. The other gold medal moment for today that we'll relive is Zach Stubblety-Cook, who a lot of people have been trying to come up with a nickname for. If you were listening to Melbourne's coverage of the day session today, Gerard Whateley has gone with the Prickly Chef as a nickname for Zach Stubblety-Cook. But when we spoke to Rob Woodhouse last night, Rob was really bullish on his gold medal chances, Zach Stubblety-Cook, and he absolutely delivered. This was the culmination of his race in the 200-metre men's breaststroke.
Zach Stubblety-Cook made a huge move. Look at the increase in his stroke rate here. He's really up on the shoulder of Arno Kaminga. He's made a huge move. He's just got to get onto the wall, increase his stroke rate, right on the world record line.
Good position for the Australian. He's moved up into the silver medal position. He goes up alongside Kaminga. Is it another gold medal for these Australians at these games? Yes, it is. The Aussie does it. Gets the Olympic record. Zach Stubblety-Cook. Remember that name.
You are the man, Zach Stubblety-Cook. We rode that race with you.
Certainly did, and a Olympic record to boot. Sensational effort. This was Zach Stubblety-Cook after winning gold today.
Unbelievable stuff, Zach. You've just watched your mum and your girlfriend there. Your mum actually said she was just happy for you to make the semis, but you've gone a lot better than that. How much of a buzz is that?
Oh, unbelievable. I'm lost for words, really. Without their support, I couldn't be here. But, it's been a tough 5 years, and I'm lost for words, to be honest.
The way you swim that race just shows how much belief you've got. You do let them get away from you a little bit, and then you come home like a train. That must be pretty nerve-wracking for us. What's it like for you? You're so confident, and you just had such belief in yourself.
Yeah, it made it entertaining, right? But, that's the way I train, and that's the way I've worked, and the way I race all the time. So, at these games, I'm not going to try and change anything, not going to try and change my strength. So, it's too late for that. I'm definitely just happy that the process pulled off.
We'll let you go and take a breath and let it sink in for a minute. We'll chat to you again after you go get that gold medal.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Gold for Zach Stubblety-Cook, so 2 golds today. We got a silver, Kyle Chalmers in the 100-metre freestyle. We'll relive that a little bit later. And the women's 4x200-metre freestyle relay, the bronze for Australia. It was a different team to the one that they qualified fastest for. So the team of Molly O'Callaghan, Meg Harris and Bree Throssell and Tasman Cook qualified fastest for the final, but the coaches made the choice to change the whole team out and put in Ariane Titmus, Emma McKeon, Maddie Wilson and Leah Neal. They ended up getting a world record time for that bronze, but China finishing first, America second. And there's been conversations all day about whether the tactics were right and whether the selection was right. And you can have your say on that too if you'd like. Drew and Dave, stay right there. We'll take a quick break and come back. There's a lot of people wanting to have a chat about Jess Fox today. Off the text, I'm crying on the train home. Amazing, 36 guy from Werribee. Got to see Jess Fox after I got home. Amazing performance. Traffic is bad in Melbourne, which sucks. Great words, thank you. Proud to be alive and Australian. SEN, love your coverage. Cheers from Lex. And if you haven't got a tear in your eye today, Sammy, you either have a heart of stone or you need to hand back your passport. Go Aussie, I like that. That's a nice one to get when we've got a couple of cynics sending some text messages through as well. But we'll keep in the positive and celebrate what was a phenomenal performance from Jess Fox. 1300 736 736. Chloe Dalton is with me, who knows Jess Fox and met her at the 2016 Olympics, has had her on her podcast, so a connection there. And we've got the women's rugby sevens tonight, of which she won a gold medal in the first ever rugby sevens at the Rio Olympics. So there's a heap on the cards tonight. Love to get your call. The night session for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We'll be back after this.
Good evening. We've got a breakdown on the Westgate Freeway heading outbound before Millers Road. The right-hand lane is blocked and speeds are back at 40. A crash in South Yarra as well on Chapel Street at Malvern Road. Trams are currently affected due to that one. And pretty slow going as well on the Western Freeway outbound from Robinsons Road on the Deer Park bypass to Leaks Road at Rockbank. Maya Knox closes this Sunday. Stock is reduced to clear. Show up, shop now and save across women's, men's and kids' clothing, homewares and more. Hurry into Maya Knox while stocks last. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic. break.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer.
One classic lager, one standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Keep toasty and warm while the weather outside is freezing this winter. Jumbo Ugg boots are made from genuine A-grade Australian sheepskin right here in Melbourne, Australia. That means they're made for our winter. There are options for wearing indoors or out, and Jumbo Ugg boots are handcrafted to the highest quality. Keep toasty and warm this winter with the world-famous Jumbo Ugg. Australian-made, Australian-owned. Check out the factory outlet at 304 Chesterville Road, Moorabbin.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Wonderful to have your company. 1300 736 736. Women's Rugby 7 starting shortly. Chloe Dalton's going to preview that for us, and she'll be with us all throughout the coverage, the 2016 Rio gold medalist in the Rugby Sevens. But Drew from Laverton wants to talk Jess Fox gold today in the C1 canoe. Drew, come on in, mate.
Sammy, yeah, mate, I'm really enjoying what you're throwing out to us, and I don't think you're overstating it all. You know, there's some moments in sport that transcend sport, and they become a part of I guess the tapestry of the nation, and I kind of feel that Jess Fox is she's a real national treasure now. She's just put herself in that same category as your Cathys and your Ash Bardys after she won Wimbledon, and yeah, it's amazing. It's great for the nation, and I really you feel proud to be an Australian in moments like those.
Yeah, absolutely, beautifully said, Drew. It's 13 years since London, and she's gone silver, bronze in the K1s, and then the C1 gets included, and she wins the first ever gold. And it seemed like it seemed like it had a bit of destiny to it, didn't it? When she got the bronze, and you thought, oh, after all that, which for her would have been disappointment. Yes, proud of the medals, but knowing that as a 4-time world champion in the C1, a 3-time in the K1, that it was gold that was really what was wanted.
And finally, you sort of ride that with them, you know, like I don't know, Jess Fox personally, I'm sure you're the same, but you ride that with her, and you just really, really want to go that extra and take the gold, don't you?
Absolutely. Beautifully said, Drew. Thanks for the call, and thank you for listening. Dave's in North Fitzroy. G'day, Dave.
Yes, g'day, Sammy. Yeah, I can just reinforce with memories of Olympics from the last caller, and it's almost up there with, well, could be up there with Perth Perkins in '96, coming from lane 8.
Yeah, it's a fantastic comparison, isn't it? Because I think we were all so much more nervous. I think if she had got the gold in the K1, we wouldn't have been as nervous today. But because, and I don't know if it's going to be her last Olympics. I've got no idea. I've got no idea about that. Sorry, 9 years since London, not 13. How's my maths going? Terrible. I've got teachers back home that would have taught me going, oh, this is just an incredible disappointment. 9 years, not 13. Oh, I think I went 4 break. Anyway, not about me, as Pete's rightly pointed out. Yeah, and I think we were so much more nervous, weren't we, Dave, because of what had come before it?
Well, that's right. And, similar to Perkins, they were coming from a long way back. And apart from that, I did get a bit dew in the eye.
I don't think you're Robinson Crusoe there, mate. An emotional day and a fantastic day. Thanks for sharing it with us. Really appreciate it.
No, good on you, Sam. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. Australia now 4th on the medal tally with 8 gold medals, the medal tally for Rebel Sport. Chloe, great time to bring you in. Hello, welcome back. Chloe Dalton, 2016 Olympic gold medalist in the rugby sevens.
Good to be back.
It's great to have you back. So we were chatting before we went on air, and we are going to drill down into the women's rugby sevens. Incredible performance from them first up today. Just a lazy 48-0 win over Japan, the host nation, which would have gone down well locally. I asked you, I just happened to ask you, do you know Jess Fox? Have you met Jess Fox? What's your connection?
Yeah, so Jess was in the Olympic Village in Rio, was kind of staying on the same level as us, so it was pretty cool. As we went out to compete, she would leave notes on our door, and as she went out to compete, we'd leave notes of good luck on her door. And I also got the chance to have her on my podcast earlier this year, and just chatting to Jess, like, it's so special seeing the way she's taken home that gold today, particularly after the kayak final the other day where she took home the bronze, and you could see, like, it's an Olympic medal, and to even be an Olympian is such a small fraction of the population, but to win a bronze medal is an achievement. But you could just see how badly she wanted that gold. And I think if you look at Jess's career, she's actually considered the greatest paddler of all time, male or female, with her 7 world championship wins. And so it was almost like this gold medal, she didn't really need it to prove to anyone that she was the best paddler in the world. It was almost a personal win for her, that it was almost that one thing that she needed to add to the trophy cabinet to kind of complete that collection. She talked about leading up to Tokyo how she already had the bronze medal and the silver medal. And even the fact that it was in the canoe slalom, what they consider her pet event, but really cool to see the way that she's been, I guess, a pioneer in the sport for getting the female event added to Tokyo as well. It was back in 2009 that women first started doing canoe slalom for the first time, and along that way she's been part of a group that's pioneered for women to be able to do it in the Olympics. So the fact that she was part of that and then has won the first gold medal in the C1 event, I think is just incredible. And she's just like, she's one of the most humble people you'll ever meet, like just a genuine Aussie legend, and I could not be more happy for her.
It's beautifully said. So 27 years of age, and I've just checked the age, and we're getting people well informed on the text saying that at 27 you'd think that she's probably got another Olympics left in her. So if this was a moment, I mean, I can only just imagine how it will be if she's able to defend the gold, and maybe even in the K1, maybe that's the next chapter to the story at the next Olympics.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like one of the callers before comparing her to the Cathys, like I almost put her at Anna Meare's level as well, who went to her 4 Olympics and was considered the best cyclist of all time as well. I think if Jess could go to her 4th and add another gold to that collection, she'd be well up there.
Beautifully said. Hey, we've got a 6:30 start for the women's rugby sevens, so we will get a breakaway so we don't eat into that action. We'll come back. Chloe Dalton's going to preview the rugby sevens. If you'd like to say anything at all about Jess Fox, 1300 736 736 off the text. Hi, Sam. I live in Blaxland, New South Wales, about a minute from where Jess went to school at Blaxland High. Such a proud day for Australia and Blaxland. FYI, we, Blaxland, are now in front of South Africa in the medal tally. That's from Jeff. Dean says, congratulations to Jess Fox. Unbelievable. Also to SEN Radio for your coverage. So many negative Nellies. Tell them to go and all jump in a lake. Thank you, Dean. And we've got a lot of supportive messages coming through about Jess Fox, History Making Day. We'll be back to focus in on the women's rugby sevens, their second game of their pool matches, a 48-0 win over Japan, and China await tonight. This is the night session, SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert.
New car sales are hot, and at Astoria GWM Haval, we're here to help. New GWM four-wheel drive, auto, diesel, dual cab ute is only $34,990 drive away. New Haval Jolion premium SUV is $25,490 drive away, and larger H6 premium SUV is $30,990 drive away. All have 7 years warranty, and we need your trade-in. Astoria, GWM Haval, North Road, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
It's time to complete your census. This year you can start as soon as you receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Good evening. We're still seeing delays after a breakdown on the Westgate Freeway heading outbound before Millers Road. The right-hand lane is blocked and speeds are back at 40. There's been a crash in South Yarra on Chapel Street at Malvern Road. Trams are currently affected due to that one. A crash involving a bike in Thomastown on Dalton Road at Keon Parade, and a crash in Cranbourne North as well on the South Gippsland Highway near Thompson's Road. When your life changes, your insurance should too. You insured. Consider the car PDS at UE.com.au when deciding if this product is right for you. That's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
The coronavirus test is free for everyone. If you have any symptoms, get tested and stay home. These include fever, chills or sweats, a cough, a sore throat, shortness of breath or runny nose, or loss of sense of smell or taste. Payments are available to help you stay home. For testing locations, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot. Your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic, covered, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
Gary Lyon here. Good morning. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Like we say, sleep on it.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
As we continue to bask vicariously in the accomplishments of one Jess Fox, gold today in the C1 canoe. Fantastic achievement. 4 medals now in Olympic competitions across 3 Olympics, from London to Rio and now to Tokyo, which is 9 years, Chloe Dalton, not the 13 that I said earlier. Goodness gracious me. Chloe Dalton is here for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Throughout the course of the evening, I will take you through all the Australian results today. We got 4 medals, 2 golds, a silver and a bronze, now 4th on the medal tally with our 8 gold medals, so really going along nicely, and with not even a week in to the games as well. 0433 98 11 16, 1300 736 736, the night session for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And Jess Fox, well, if there's one thing you can rely on, it is for her to medal at Olympics. This is the one thing you can count on at Olympics over the last 3 of them. For one classic lager, a beer you can count on. One classic lager, one standard drink in a big 500ml can, available at Dan Murphy's and BWS. So Chloe Dalton, let's talk women's rugby 7. Sadly for our men, they ended up finishing 7th. Had a really disrupted tournament, and not every nation has. It has sort of been dependent on their COVID situation. What are your expectations? Actually, before we get to that, we did talk about this last night. You were all set to be over there. in Tokyo. Unfortunately, a month ago, what happened?
A month ago was playing in a tournament up north in Townsville. We had a tournament against New Zealand, Fiji and Oceania, and me and one of my teammates attempted to tackle the same person, and it didn't go very well for my cheekbone. We came from opposite directions and my teammate's head clashed into my face. I fractured my cheekbone in about 4 places and had to go in for surgery to have 3 plates put in my cheek. I've been sporting a pretty decent black eye for about 4 weeks now. It's almost gone.
Almost gone.
Almost gone.
Yeah.
But unfortunately that meant I was ruled out of the Tokyo Olympics.
So we spoke last night and you were in really good spirits. How did you go today watching the first game?
It was a pretty weird morning. I think waking up, the reality of it hits you a little bit when it comes to game day. I think on other days you can kind of just get swept up in the joy of the Olympics, watching the swimmers and a whole range of other sports. But pretty tough to watch your teammates go out and compete at an Olympics that you were hoping to compete at. But I was really impressed by the girls. Had a huge win to start off over host nation Japan, dusting them off 48-0. I thought the girls were really clinical in their approach to the game. John Manenti, the head coach, started a relatively experienced team, a lot of girls who had been in that Olympic scenario before, and I think the way that they started the game was really important just to maintain control. Sevens is a game where if you can hang on to the ball and you can score tries, you can conserve a lot of energy. So if you can manage to hold the ball early and score tries, it's actually a lot of fun to play.
So China ranked, I think they're ranked about 23rd in the world. We're coming into this ranked 5th, which is interesting given the gold medal was claimed in Tokyo. What are you expecting tonight after a 48-0 win over Japan? What should this be roughly?
This game should be a solid win from the Australian girls if they can execute what they go out there and plan to do. China had a really good game this morning, though, against USA. They managed to score a couple against them, with the final score being 28-14. So I think they're going to be pretty physical, the Chinese girls, and they also showed really good patterns of play as they went along the game in terms of just connecting with a few really nice offloads, creating some individual, isolating defenders and hitting some gaps and scoring a couple of really nice tries. So I don't think it's going to be an easy opposition, so it'll be a really good game.
All right, so an early scrum inside the first minute. Australia had the kick-off. It'll be China with possession from the scrum. Let's join the action at Tokyo Stadium.
The Chinese, we saw it, they went the full 14, full of running earlier on, a very fit team. They don't have the experience of the Australians, and there's a mistake. And this will give the Aussies some possession now, an opportunity to get things going.
Yeah, they were certainly looking really good against the USA. The Chinese outfit, Australia and China have played a total of 9 times. China not ever being able to defeat Australia, but this is their first meeting at Olympic Games.
First Olympics for China, find themselves as a 9th seed. Australia the 3rd seeds. Politi, a good defence, and a very dangerous midfield runner, Vani Politi, holding on as a call. That's great work by China.
Guyo Yao in the number 10 jersey for China. Fantastic body height at the breakdown. Vania Politi just got stuck, isolated in contact. The cavalry not arriving in time for the attack seal.
Yang with the tap. And throwing the dummy and straight through. This is a great run. Yang Feifei, she caught them napping, and it is China. China getting the first 5-pointer. Wow. Great try.
Yeah, what a fantastic try there. Some individual brilliance from young Feifei. She's only 23 years old, but the confidence to just back yourself.
Well, there's a shock. There's a massive surprise. China with the first try. Chloe Dalton's here for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Chloe, what happened?
So China, really good turnover at the breakdown, actually. We had our own scrum there, and Vania Politi was isolated. Really good turnover from China off the tap. Play with the ball just went herself. A lot of the time when you're defending in the line off a tap move, you almost hold your channel. So you, rather than going up really quickly or trying to attack one player at a time, you hold your channel and you stay really connected in a line. But in that instance, as the Chinese player went towards the line, no one from Australia stepped up to actually make the tackle. Charlotte Kaslik tried to get there across from sweeper, but wasn't there in time, and the Chinese player scored in the corner.
So for those who aren't as educated in the vernacular, the breakdown is?
When someone gets tackled, a player from each team comes to clean out to try and win the ball back, essentially.
Beautifully done. Let's rejoin the action. 4 minutes in the first half. Australia down 5-0.
Now Hayes scored a double earlier on. Oh, that's terrific work. What about the angle from Charlotte Caslick? And she pops it up off the deck as well. Oh, brilliantly popped out of the air by Shani Williams, and the co-captain is away. Shani hits back for Australia. 5-all kick to come. She's wearing the rainbow headgear, promoting World Rugby's inclusivity policy. Wearing it very proudly. And what about the angle?
No, just fantastic from Australia. We knew it was only a matter of time before they'd hit back, but they look so sharp with the ball in hand. Started here with Demi Hayes, a perfectly timed switch there with Faith Nathan dropping under. And then she gets a second touch on the ball with a great offload from Charlotte Caslick, and Shani Williams, the control, the balance to be able to...
So Chloe Dalton talked, it wasn't long. We're a quick response from Australia, now 7-5 up after getting the conversion. Talk us through it, because that was just a wonderful succession of passes.
Yeah, that was awesome. I love in the game of sevens, it can turn so quickly and you can strike back so quickly with a try. Started with a really nice switch out wide, so brought the ball back towards the centre of the ground, and we talked about the breakdown just before, and when you do get tackled, you have the opportunity to offload the ball to a teammate before forming a ruck, so you can speed up the game. And what Charlotte Caslick did there really nicely was offload the ball, which meant that Emma Tonagato could then get the ball into captain Shani Williams' hands, who just runs hard down the middle of the field.
All right, 7-5 Australia lead, 2.5 to play. China have a line out.
She's also Australia's most capped in history, with 35 World Series tournaments under her belt, so a wealth of experience there.
Mistake from China. So the Aussies will get an opportunity.
If any side want to beat this Australian team, you need to starve them of possession. They are far too dangerous with ball in hand. We'd love to see them open up in space.
I saw some wonderful skills earlier on. The passing game was brilliant. Now here's Politi. That one goes backwards, so Nathan has to clean up. Just buys a little bit of time waiting for the troops to arrive. Alison Ashby. Overrun it, and so a mistake from the Australians, pushing some passes there. Goes to ground, and now China. Oh, and then, well, she'll be disappointed with that one. Zhao Yang just looked up, spotted the gap, but forgot to catch the ball.
Yeah, so frustrating there, those moments. Zhu Zhaoyang, unfortunately, she was worried about the next job rather than focusing on the catch. And we've seen over the last few days that the ball can get quite slippery in the humidity in Tokyo. It's a let-off for Australia, but they'll have the ball back in hand.
Ashby. No way through there. Good defence from China. Caslick, another beautiful ball right into the breadbasket of Nathan. Back to Caslick. And she has got a clear run to the line. Brilliant work, Charlotte Caslick. How often have we seen that over the years? We saw it in Rio. We've seen it on the World Series as well. So her second try on day one at Tokyo, the 26-year-old.
They're starting to really wind up now. So 12-5 kick to come. Chloe, Charlotte Caslick, 26-year-old Queenslander, 7 tries in 2016, including, I think, the first of that gold medal match. What a star.
Yeah, she really made a name for herself in Rio. Charlotte Caslick, she was exceptional. Her footwork, she's a touch footy player traditionally. Her footwork is absolutely incredible. She's one of the hardest people to defend in the world, and great try there. It was really nice to see the way the girls executed off that scrum a little bit better. The previous 2 scrums, we saw turnovers both times by the Chinese, so it was really nice that the girls consolidated. Ivania Politi at centre ran a really nice short hard line, and that then creates a bit of front foot ball where Australia can then get the footy. China on the back foot, having to get back onside before defending. Really nice try to finish off.
All right, so there's only a few seconds left.
So that is a half time.
No, that's the half. So we will stay on. So 12-5. So conceding the first try, China crossed first. Australia bounced back with 2 of their own. 12-5 lead at the half. It's fast. It's fierce. It's sometimes a little bit blink and you miss it. Sevens, Chloe. But what were you impressed about from an Australian point of view from that first half?
I think the way that they recovered, it's often tricky in a game of sevens. If another team scores first, it's quite easy to kind of get your head down a little bit and start worrying about what you're doing. But I really like the way the girls were a lot more clinical there. As I said, the way they fixed it off the scrum and were able to get a bit more front foot ball. I'd love to see them doing that more in this second half as well. I think running some really good hard short lines getting then opening up the width of the field. They've got some really good attacking power. Faith Nathan, who's currently playing on the wing, is one of the speediest you'll see out there. She's got incredible footwork, super agile. So I'd love to see Faith get the ball in a little bit of space, and it'll be interesting as well to see whether they choose to put a kick behind and make the Chinese defence turn and go there as well.
Chloe Dalton's with us for Tyre Power. Winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Quick 1-minute break. We'll come back. How long until the second half starts, Chloe? You should be able to tell us this.
It's a 2-minute half time. You can't even get your breath back. You never listen to what the coach says.
Do you know, is that right?
I don't think...
Well, we might stay with us then. We won't even bother trying to go to a break. We might stick with us. So I've just forgotten the coach's name, and I've been looking at his name all day.
John Manenti.
Yeah, so whenever John Manenti is speaking to you, all right, here, I'm going to put you on the spot. Tell me the greatest speech that he's ever said to you.
I dead said...
The half-time Olympics, Australia, New Zealand, the first ever gold medals on the line, and John says...
Make a tackle. I dead set, like, you get there, and because I'm the kicker as well, so you've got to, say if you score at the halftime break, I've got to run over, take the conversion within 30 seconds, so you kind of got to slow your breathing down, take the kick, and they're all in the huddle, so they get to cheat. They get like an extra 30 seconds to breathe. I then run over, get to the huddle, someone will put like an ice towel around my neck, I'll be drinking water, he'll be saying words, and it's all just going over the top of my head. The only thing I probably listen to is like what position I need to do, where I need to kick, the important stuff.
Australia have got possession to start the second half. We're back underway again. Let's head back to Tokyo Stadium. 12-5 Australia lead.
There's that long ball again from Caslick. Picking out Nathan and Faith Nathan. She's got some wheels. She's got jet shoes at the moment, Faith Nathan. The 21-year-old turned 21 this week. Happy birthday. Congratulations, Faith Nathan. 21, and you've got a meat pie, a try at the Tokyo Olympics. Well done.
It's so good to see the youngsters running amok on the world stage, isn't it? And it was actually a beautiful ball there by Maddie Ashby, another 20-year-old. And she had plenty of work to do.
From inside their own 20, Chloe Dalton, talk to us about the 21st birthday, the birthday girl, Faith Nathan.
Look, I don't want to say I called it, but my prediction was that I wanted to see the ball in Faith Nathan's hand in space. And I love, it's really clinical when you see, it's so important to get those passes out in front. We talk a lot about in sevens going back, kind of squaring your hips back to where the ball's coming from. A lot of the time you get tempted to run on the out, and that means your defender doesn't have to stay square with you. But I love seeing the way the girls are really nice and square, passes out in front. It means people like Faith don't have a really difficult job. She's got nice speed around the outside, but she can then just finish off the try.
So Australia really motoring now, 19-5, ranked 5th coming into these Olympics, the reigning gold medalists, and they are looking every bit of that.
Pass from Wan Yu out to Yang Min. No, it's not, it's Chen Kuyi. Oh, great defence though from Williams. And a knock on as well, forcing the error there, the co-captain.
Well, it's no surprise, Shani Williams. It's not a shoulder that you want to run into, especially when she's teamed up with her co-captain, Shannon Parry. They're such a dangerous combination, but it's just Shani that'll get the job done in this instance. Strong shoulder contact. She'll get a well-deserved rest.
Yes, the Aussie coach, John Manenti, making some changes. John's in his 3rd season as the head coach. He was the assistant coach to Tim Walsh at Rio 2016. Also coached the Wallaroos, the Australian 15-a-side team. Yang Min coming from the field as well, the captain. Tia Hines off the bench in the 9 jersey for Australia. Puts it in and takes it out. Here's Caslick. And there's Ashby with the double round, showing and going! Madison Ashby. Terrific try again by the Australians. That's a pretty good combination, isn't it? Caslick and Ashby.
Oh, it seriously is. Madison Ashby just at first receiver there, and Caslick draws in the 2 defenders. Ashby swinging around on the loop, and all she did was just show the ball out wide, expose the inside shoulder of her opposite number, Xiaoquan, unfortunately not good enough in defence, China at the moment, but Australia running an absolute muck.
And the Aussies, yes, they are enjoying themselves in the heat. The extra two.
So really, really motoring now. Madison Ashby gets Australia's fourth. Chloe Dalton, talk us through it.
Yeah, I really liked that one there. Just the girls keeping the footy alive. Madison Ashby is another one of the young ones. She's got awesome footwork on it, and in defence, particularly this morning against Japan, she came out firing. She put some really big hits on. I think that try was off the back of Ashani Williams' pretty massive hit that caused a knock-on by the Chinese girls, and again gave the Aussies the footy in some really good territory.
So 5 of the team are gold medalists from Rio, and the other 4 are all on debut, and 2 of them now have crossed for tries in Madison Ashby and Faith Nathan. So let's rejoin the action. 3:14 left on the clock, 26-5, Australia in control.
Ball spits out the side for Tonegato and Caslick. No sweeper at the back. So Charlotte kicks. So Harkey getting back there as well. Knocked on by Australia though. Nice smile there from Charlotte. Good vision. She looked up. There was no sweeper at home for China.
Yeah, it certainly was good vision from Charlotte there, and that comes with the experience. She's played for so many years on the world stage, so it's something that she plays at as sweeper, so she knows to look for that kick when there is no sweeper in the line. Smart's there, but unfortunately just couldn't come away with the possession.
Now Mei Ling putting it in. It's a real battle at scrum time. So it goes against the Aussie scrum. China found a gap early in this game, but it's been solid defence ever since by the Australians. Hong Ting taken by Parry. Zhao Yan, inside ball. Hong Ting again. Still there for China. Penalty. Australians offside out wide. Ashby. Some nice touches in the match so far for the number 8. Oh, slight knock on there. Disappointed. Xiaoquan.
And that's just off the back of some great defensive pressure from Australia. You'll see they have a big emphasis on work rate in the defensive line. So majority of the time they've got all 7 players on their feet and only commit to the breakdown when they know they've got an opportunity to really slow the ruck down. And China's so frustrated. They're in good field position to attack, but unfortunately for them, they'll have to defend once again.
Yu being replaced. China. They won the Asian Olympic qualifying event. Great to see them at their first Olympics. A lot of people are thinking that they do get plenty of funding and an opportunity to become a core team on the World Series. They could be a force to be reckoned with in the years ahead. Good tap taken by Australia. Ashby. Ball in 2 hands. Over the top to Madison Levi. Now she has got some pace and some size as well. That time it was a loose carry. Madison came off the bench and scored a couple of tries earlier on today against Japan. Zhao Ming. Bit of space and some numbers out wide. Tang Minlin. Oh, and she got away from Dom DeToy. Tonegato giving chase. Can she get there? No. It's a try, a runaway try to Tang Minling for China. We've seen it a few times now from them. Give them an opportunity and they'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got such a strong work ethic, this Chinese outfit. It's a fabulous finish there from Tang Minlin. She's only 23 years old. She hasn't been around in this Chinese side for very long. She made her debut in Hamilton in 2020. She's only got 1 international tournament up.
So only a minute to play, Chloe Dalton. Well, less than. And Does that hurt in the overall scheme, a late try, allowing that one for China?
I think it'll be a big thing to see heading into the game against USA tomorrow. We want to make sure that we put USA away early, but I think that could potentially be a close game. So if it were to come down to it, looking at for and against, you want to keep an opposition like China to as low a score as possible.
So 26-10 as the clock winds down. Fantastic performance, though. Conceded the first and the last try, but were dominant. 26-10 win at the end. So we'll take a break, come back, and we'll get Chloe Dalton to dissect that. She's here for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power. Now, this is the night session, SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer. Maximum refreshment in one standard drink. One beer, more beer, one beer, more beer.
One classic lager, one standard drink in a big 500ml can. Now that's a beer you can count on at BWS and Dan Murphy's.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German-engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tyres.com.au.
Pubs and hotels want everyone back into venues and back to normal. But we all need to help keep ourselves, our friends, family and staff COVID safe, which means checking with QR codes at every venue. It's so easy. Just scan in, get the tick, and you're good to
catch up with friends.
Enjoy a night out with the family.
Support your favourite local.
Support your local and their staff. Always check in, because no tick means no entry.
Bred on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life. Ringer's Western clothing looks great in the city while toughing it out on the land. From tees and jackets to boots and denim, Ringer's Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com.
Designer Appliances are your premium kitchen appliance specialists. With all the best brands, we can help create stylish spaces, converting the kitchen into the heart of your home. Visit us at Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South, or browse online at designerappliances.com.au.
The football is now in the hands of the debutant. He's lining up for an easy goal. Oh, but he's played on in the opposite direction. He's kicked it to the pie boy in the crowd. Oh dear, a clear example why clear vision is important.
When clarity of vision matters most, you can trust Professor Alpins and his team at New Vision Clinics. Combining their experience with the latest technology, the highest standards of vision correction are ensured, allowing you to see as well as participate. Call 1-800-20-2020 for an obligation-free consultation. That's 1-800-20-2020.
And I'm very pleased to announce that our new sales manager, because his car didn't break down with a flat battery, so he was able to make the final interview, is Matt.
When your car battery stops, that's when the problems start. Thankfully, RACV is on the road 24/7 to help. We come to you, and with our price match guarantee, we'll have your new battery fitted, usually within an hour. Call 13 11 11 or visit racv.com.au/batteries.
Carpenters, did you know the new VBA regulations require you to be registered for any work you complete valued over 10 grand? Master Builders Victoria help you navigate regulations. They also offer legal support, OH&S compliance and upskilling opportunities to keep your team's building and construction skills up to date. From just $1.40 a day, can you afford not to be a member? To be the best, you need to train with the best, and that's Master Builders Victoria. RTO 3935.
At JH Market Lighting and Electrical, Sparkies are kicking goals. You can cut out the middleman and save even more with their fast-growing electrical range. Shop smart, shop value, shop differently. JH.market.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint, and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.
We're still seeing delays after a breakdown on the Westgate Freeway heading outbound before Millers Road. The right-hand lane is blocked with speeds about at 40. There's been a crash in South Yarra on Chapel Street at Malvern Road. Trams are currently affected due to that one. A crash involving a bike at Thomastown on Dalton Road at Keon Parade, and a crash in Cranbourne North as well on the South Gippsland Highway near Thompson's Road. When your life changes, your insurance should too. You insured. Consider the car PBS at yui.com.au and deciding if this product is right for you.
Well,
that's the latest SEN Sky
building
Traffic.
innovative stylish homes for Australian families for over 40 years. They're Australia's
And here's your local safety steel expert, Shady Creek Engineering. You'll find all your steel needs here. Garages, carports, massive warehouses, barns, farm sheds, whatever your project or development, get onto your local safety steel agent, Jeff Young, today. Shady Creek Engineering. Call Jeff on 0428 649 449. Shady Creek Road, Gilbert North.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
It's been a strong start to Australia's women's rugby 7 defence of their Rio gold medal, a 48-0 win over host nation Japan earlier today, and then a 26-10 victory over China this evening. There's some other big games going on tonight as well. New Zealand and Great Britain will be really one to watch. Great Britain just scraped through over the Russian Olympic Committee 14-12 earlier today. New Zealand were dominant 29-7 win over Kenya. So Australia's women ranked second coming into this tournament behind New Zealand, who they beat in Rio. And as I just scroll down the rankings, China were ranked 13, Japan 11. So pretty impressive, the first two games. Chloe Dalton's here for Tyre Power. For Tyre Power, and our night sessions are for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. So 2-0, Chloe. That's the right start.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this morning's performance against Japan was probably what we wanted to see a little bit more of in that game against China. I think there are a few chances where we let them into the game a little bit. We talked about off that tap move where China had the ball and kind of just ran through the middle of the Aussie defenders. I'd like to see in a scenario like that, the girls really connected in defence and someone nominating quite early. It's all about communication in that instance. Someone nominating early, making a really effective tackle. And we saw some great examples of the Aussie girls managing to get a turnover at the breakdown. And if you can do that and get a penalty, it's a huge advantage to be able to get the footy and set up, or take a quick tap, which is what the Aussie girls like to do as well, having that defence on the back foot. Yeah, I think it's a couple of areas of improvement there, but overall a good way to finish day one.
It's a massive growth area in a sport, rugby, that's got its challenges at the moment. So over the next hour, we're going to have a chat to you about life as a rugby sevens player. It's a phenomenal existence when the world's open and travel's allowed. We'll talk about your Olympic experience as well in 2016. Around the grounds tonight, heaps happening for Beaumont Tiles. Shop Beaumont Tiles, tile.com.au. So just on 8 o'clock, the mixed doubles, round 2 for Ash Barty and John Peers. They got past the Swiss team last night, but it's a sterner challenge tonight. Stefano Tsitsipas and Maria Sakkari await them. That's going to be a tough encounter, but that's from 8 o'clock tonight at the Ariake Tennis Park. From 8:22, the swimming gets started again, so we'll get back to Rob Woodhouse, who's been phenomenal in bringing us all the action poolside. Ariane Titmus in action again today, so part of the women's 4x200 metre freestyle team that got bronze today, going in as heavy favourites. She will start her 800-metre campaign in the third chapter in this head-to-head rivalry with Katie Ledecky, who incidentally swam the last leg, the anchor leg for the US, who came second in that 4x200 behind China. Each of the three medal-winning teams were under the world record. So at Tokyo Aquatic Centre, and then the water polo, how good are our men going? They beat the highly fancied Croatians, and they take on Serbia tonight at Satsumi Water Polo Centre. More swimming heats in the 100-metre fly with Matt Temple and Dave Morgan. The women's 200 backstroke, Emily Seabohm and Kaylee McEwen, who won gold in the 100. And then mixed 4x100-metre medley relay. Women's hockey tonight. We'll speak to Georgie Parker heading into that as well. at the Oi Hockey Stadium. Our Hockey Roos take on New Zealand. So heaps on the schedule tonight. Beaumont Tiles are keeping your reno dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. Get involved as well. 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16. If you want to talk Jess Fox, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Victoria. Your hard work means restrictions are easing. There are no longer 5 reasons to leave home or a travel limit. To stay safe, remember, check in everywhere, every time. No visitors to your home. Limit outdoor gatherings to 10 people. Wear a fitted face mask indoors and outdoors. Get vaccinated as soon as you're eligible, and any symptoms, get tested. For the latest updates, go to coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Did you know you can own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency in your superannuation? New Brighton Capital can set you up with your own self-managed super fund, and they are there to help you every step of the way. New Brighton Capital look after all the ongoing accounting, compliance and tax returns. It's faster, cheaper and easier than you think. So head over to newbrightoncapital.com to learn more. Book in your free, no obligation consultation and see how you can own Bitcoin and other crypto in your super. newbrightoncapital.com.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back and welcome to the night session of Day 6 Tokyo 2020, brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We dedicate till midnight tonight to the Olympics and the night session. There's a heap on the agenda. We've just had the women's rugby sevens, the second game for our defending gold medalists, our women's rugby sevens team. They took on Japan earlier today, 48-0 win there, and they've backed it up with a 26-10? It was a 20. Thank you, Chloe Dalton. Rio gold medalist, if you're just joining us. So we're going to speak to Chloe in great depth about that experience in just a moment. But 26-10 against China. So 2-0 to start their defence of their Rio gold medal. If you're just joining us and you haven't heard the news, another goal just before 6 o'clock tonight at around 5:30. Jess Fox. It seemed like we'd been waiting an eternity for this moment, and we know that she has. It started in 2012. Back in London, a silver medal in the K1. It went to Rio for a bronze in the K1. And then a couple of days ago, we held our collective breaths hoping that it would be third time's a charm. But it was a bronze. And as proud as she was, you could sense the disappointment, a bronze in the K1. But then in the C1 over the last couple of days, she has dominated. And the best was for last. She'd qualified fastest. The last run of the day in the finals, the top 10 went through and she was just at one with that canoe. Incredible power, incredible poise. The balance was extraordinary, and then the relief that came through and the emotion that spilled out afterwards, it had been building since probably the first time that she ever competed professionally on the world stage back in 2010. So it's an incredible moment. It was a hearts and minds moment. It was the hopes of the nation sort of moment, along with Ariane Titmus, and you'd think the Boomers as well. So she finally gets that elusive gold medal, and we've all been rejoicing in that, and you can too. You can join us 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16. So we had gold today as well. Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200-metre breaststroke. He set an Olympic record. We're working on nicknames. Jared Waitley, if you were listening to the Olympic coverage in the day session via Melbourne. Of course, we're national tonight, so however you're finding us and wherever you're finding us, you can get us on the SEN app. It's wonderful to have your company. So trying to find the right nickname for Zach Stubblety-Cook. Jared's pretty set on the Prickly Chef, but you can put your nominations through for that as well. He came from a long way back to claim gold in the 200 breaststroke. Kyle Chalmers was silver in the 100-metre freestyle, and so unable to defend his Rio gold, but he was beaten by 6/100ths of a second. It was just... Go and look up Jerry Seinfeld's bit that he does on the Olympics, and it all boils down to it was just the most minuscule margin. And I had people texting me today suggesting that maybe when you're touching at pretty much the same time and it's the pressure on the pad, that maybe a swim off in Olympics moving forward. Just an idea that was getting thrown up today. But Kyle Chalmers did us proud. Caleb Dressel is the rising star of the US swim team, and he got his first individual gold. Our women's 4x200 free, that's just created a little bit of consternation that the team of Molly O'Callaghan, Meg Harris, Bree Throssell and Tasman Cook, who qualified fastest, were all replaced. Ariane Titmus led them off, which was an eyebrow raiser, instead of anchoring that and going head-to-head again with American Katie Ledecky, who she's beaten twice now at these Olympics. And the smart money sort of thought that she would anchor this relay team again and set up another barnstorming finish coming over the top of the American, as she has twice now. But she led us off. Emma McKeon, Maddie Wilson and Leah Neal, who should absolutely be commended for a bronze medal and finished under world record time. But there has been chat about, was the selection right and was the tactics right to have Ariane Titmus lead off, and Leah Neal, who it was her first individual swim, and certainly no blame on the swimmers. They all did their job under world record, but maybe a different change in order. You can have your say on that, 1300 736 736. And as we mentioned, Jess Fox at about 5:30 Eastern Standard Time today got that gold medal. We'd all been keeping our fingers and toes and everything we could crossed and our breath held. It was an extraordinary moment. We'll relive that throughout the course of the night. So Australia now up to fourth on the medal tally. 8 gold medals for us for Rebel Sport, the Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. And of all of our gold medals, we've got 6 of them through our female athletes. And, of course, the men's coxless fours got a gold yesterday, and Zach Stubblety-Cook today. But it's certainly the women doing the bulk of the workload when it comes to the gold medal count for Australia. But we are up to 4th on the medal tally for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. If you'd like to give us a bell at any stage, 1300 736 736 is the number, 0433 98 11 16. So good chance to welcome back Chloe Dalton, who won gold at Rio in the women's rugby sevens, the first time it was at an Olympic event. Australia have done really well today, and we're just having a look up at their group, their pool. The other 2 rivals in their pool, Japan and the US, are in action at the moment. So we'll check in on that at some point. But Chloe, when you saw the pool draw, what was your initial impression when you saw that Australia drawn with China, Japan and then the US?
I think the US is probably the first one that we looked at. They're a pretty big competitor when it comes to the standard World Series that we play against them. They're a pretty big opposition. We talked last night about the fact that they've got some girls across from bobsled and ice hockey, a couple of soccer players there. Quite a direct team because they've got size. They don't love to spread the ball. A lot of them just kind of put it under one arm. They just fend and run, and they've got a fair bit of size on them. You can see here against the smaller Japanese girls, they've been pretty dominant in the 2 tries that they've scored so far. But when we look at Japan as an opposition, when we were given them in our draw, I think knowing that they were the host country was something that made us a little bit nervous. I think knowing that they were going to get to, well, back then we thought they were going to get to play in front of a home crowd, so that may have made a difference in this morning's game. But Australia, the way that we went out and played this morning was exceptional. The way that we just, I think, executed really nicely. I was nervous that maybe the girls were going to be nervous and there were going to be a few errors early on, but I think it was a really clinical performance. So 10-0 at the moment as the first half winds down between the US and Japan. So does it change? I'm wondering, and we'll get to Rio and the whole experience of it, but does it change the mindset going into this Olympics that Australia is the defending champions? Yeah, we've had a lot of discussions around it because it's a tricky one. You're going in as the defending champions, and the fact that it's an Olympic sport means a lot of people who will watch it will only come around every 4 years to watch. And there's been a lot that's happened, now in the 5 years since Rio. I think looking at the rest of the world, that we've probably had 18 months where a lot of the oppositions, like China, who we just came up against, we didn't really know what we were going to get from them. They've had 18 months to train and prepare, and we haven't seen a whole lot of games from some of those oppositions. And then looking at New Zealand, who are traditional rugby rivals and are also our biggest rivals in the rugby sevens as well. So I think the fact that that will hopefully come up against them to defend the gold if all goes well, that's going to be our biggest threat, I'd say.
We'll get back to talking some rugby sevens in a moment. Just the Australian Olympic Committee has released a statement today after the Sam Kendrick, I can't read my own writing sometimes, Chloe. Sam Kendrick, the US pole vaulter who tested positive and now has had to withdraw from the games. There was some Aussie athletes from the athletics team that were from the track and field team that were registered as close contacts. So the AOC has released a statement about them as they had to quickly go into isolation. And it says, members of the Australian track and field team in the Tokyo Olympic Village have been cleared to return to their regular routines after earlier isolating in their rooms as a precautionary measure. The all clear comes after 3 members of the team underwent PCR testing following a brief casual contact with a US track and field athlete who had tested positive to COVID-19. All 3 tested negative after undergoing a PCR test this afternoon, while teammates remain in their rooms in line with AOC COVID protocols. The 3 who are all vaccinated self-reported once they heard the news of the US athlete testing positive late this morning. All daily tests of the trio in the village had also returned negative results. All members of the Australian team at Tokyo Games are tested daily. So that's good news there.
Yeah, really good news. I think it would have been a little bit scary in the preparation. There's already so much pressure coming into an event like this for those track and field athletes, and to, I guess, have your preparation altered to then be stuck in your room. You kind of would be thinking, like, is this going to affect my training for today, getting ready for my event? So it's great news that they've all tested negative and can carry on their preparation for their events.
Absolutely. So we know that Jess Fox has actually spoken with her family. Her sister is over there, who's her training partner. Her mum's there as well, and her dad, Richard, has been commentating her events and did remarkably well to keep it together. What a professional he was. I don't think I could have maintained the level of stoicism. I don't know if that's how I'm supposed to say that word, but he was as stoic as it gets, wasn't he?
He really was. He was so incredibly calm, and I wondered whether there was going to be a little bit of bias shown in a situation like that, but his tone didn't change throughout the whole process. Whenever he was commentating on Jess's races, he still maintained a real sense of professionalism and was just analysing her technique. You could tell that he was kind of willing her on to get through each gate without having a penalty, but I think he did an exceptional job. Obviously a very experienced paddler himself.
So, Mum Miriam, sister, is it Noemi? Noemi, apologies. So, Mum Miriam, sister Noemi and Jess Fox, after the medal presentation of this gold medal that's been a long time coming, but geez, it was worth the wait.
Well, why these beautiful ladies admire Jess Fox's gold medal. I might try to interrupt the conversation. I managed to get all 3 together. Congratulations, all 3 of you. I know it's a real family effort. Miriam, to you first. Do you remember much of that race?
I don't think I watched like a coach. I was full of emotion as soon as she passed, the tricky gate. And I'm not like that usually, but today I think it was really special.
And Noemi, I'm sure Jess was really excited to have you there and just jumping on your sister straight away. I can't imagine how you're feeling as a sister.
I mean, I don't remember any of the running. You were going to ask me the same question, and it was just overwhelmed with emotion. I mean, it was insane to be able to hold it together and go last off is just, I can't believe that she could pull that off, but incredible style, and we're so happy.
I can't imagine how proud you must be feeling. Miriam, Jess, we'll get to you again in a second. What about your mum? To see that gold medal around her neck. We know you've been on a podium before as well in Olympic Games.
Yes, I've been, and in a way, it's 20 years ago. I was hoping to have the gold and missed out and got the bronze. But, she did it. But what is fabulous for us and for all the girls that do C1 is we finally did it, and we are in an Olympic program. So Jess was leading all the way, all those girls from a young age, and now she is, I wouldn't say she deserved it, but I'm so happy she got the gold.
Well, you've got to say she deserves it. Everyone believes that she deserves it. She's been world champion time and time again after the K1. Everyone was heartbroken. Obviously, a bronze medal is still amazing, but everyone knows that, Jess, I'll go to you. This is where you should be, on top.
But in our sport, it's in our sport, it's not like you deserve it and you still need to go and get it. You still need to earn it because there's a lot of good girls out there. So
what do you ladies say to each other between the semi-final and the final? What you both, like, over a couple of days now?
I'll tell you what I told her. 20 minutes before the final, I went in and I said, I feel good, but I just went and threw up. And that's never happened to me before. I've never felt that sick and that nervous. So I think, she had some good words to me after that, and it was just about, do what you know how to do, be you, and I think we make a great team, so I'm super proud to share it with her, and she is my biggest inspiration. So to have, both of them here and obviously Dad at home, I can't wait to show him this medal.
Well, the Fox family are a bunch of superstars. In Western Sydney, we talked about this a few weeks ago. A couple of schools have some houses named after you, the Fox House, and now that's a gold medal winner.
Yeah, hopefully all the kids get a little bit of a hit of inspiration at their next school carnivals, but I hope they were cheering the Fox House chant. It's something that was so cool to witness at Ropes Crossing and Jordan Springs Public Schools.
Well, there's a lot of lockdown, so I'm sure a lot of people, there's a good excuse to take a break from work.
It's amazing. I've seen some amazing videos. There was one little girl who must have been 2 or 3 in a cardboard cutout of a canoe with 2 spatulas stuck together and doing some kayaking movements, and I think that's what we do it for, and it's amazing to see that because I was one of those kids many years ago being inspired by the Olympics, so it's just amazing to see all that support from back home and all those amazing videos coming through.
Well, Dad and husband Richard said that he said this in commentary, that the Olympics runs through all of your veins. It's a pretty powerful statement.
Yeah, I think it's always been a big part of my life, at least since I can remember, so I just cannot believe we did it today.
Dad's also in the studio cracking some champagne, so can we expect
well,
that?
Tell him to answer our FaceTime because
Dad, answer the FaceTime. All right, well, thanks, ladies. Congratulations. I know this is a huge achievement for all of you, and it's been wonderful to chat to you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a line in Jerry Maguire at the start where he says, check out what pure joy looks like, and that's what comes to mind hearing the Fox ladies all speaking, so Mum, sister and Jess as well. I said earlier, Chloe Dalton, that this all started when she first, got on the water in the Nepean River and in 2005. Well, clearly after we heard the cardboard and the cardboard boat with the spatulas, that this is a little kid, a little girl's dream from such a young age.
Yeah, I think they've talked a lot about the fact that she was born into this paddling family. I think there's always been a lot of pressure on her. I think that originally she shied away from getting into that sport because it was something that she almost felt this pressure to do because of her parents. But once she eventually did get into it, she was just an absolute natural in the water, and that's now culminated in an Olympic gold medal, which is pretty cool.
It is very cool. And off the text, Jess Fox, you superstar. Hard work always pays off. She's amazing. Did you see her training with her knees on the ball and paddling? How hard is that to do? Just amazing. Beaming, because she has the most amazing beaming, gleaming smile you could ever see. She's just a great, believable and trusting, honest Australian. Well done. Excellent. That's from Frank. Everyone strives to be the best they can be. 5 years of waiting to attempt to be your best. That's a lot of sacrifice and commitment. Shut down the naysayers. That's from Ropes. Surely, and this is about Zach Stubblety-Cook, and Jared Waitley started the quest for his nickname today. He's holding firm on the prickly chef. Mick on the Gold Coast says, surely being the record holder, the nickname is Stubby Holder. That's not bad.
I like that.
That's not bad.
I like that.
That's not bad, Mick. 1300 736 736. If you haven't heard the moment, and it was a personal best today for Pilot, your online men's health navigator, real doctors, real treatment, discreet shipping, pilot.com.au, a personal best for Jess Fox. She gets that elusive gold medal, and we'll play it again into the break and come back with more of Chloe Dalton. We'll relive that history-making gold in 2016 with our women's rugby sevens. This is the night session for Tyre Bag, trusted tyre experts. Let's relive Jess Fox again.
Onto the crossbar. Now the finish. Get across and drive in high.
Into the final upstream gate. The time is looking strong for Jessica Fox. One gate to come. Fox is flying towards the line. Is this the moment she's dreamt of her entire career? She hits the line. She's got it. She has shone like gold to become the Olympic champion. She is a wonder woman on the water. What a performance.
Hi,
I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Steel Solutions, Houston speaking.
Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, what's happened?
I'm doing a reno and my bricklayer needs some galvanised steel lintels in different lengths and sizes. Who would do that?
Relax, mate. We've got all the steel you'll need and we'll cut it to the lengths you want. You only pay for what you need and you can get it delivered or pick it up.
Houston, we don't have a problem anymore.
That's kind of why they call us Steel Solutions.
Steel Solutions. The steel you need when you need it. Sunshine, Bayswater and Springvale. steelsolutions.com.au.
Not all heroes are bitten by radioactive spiders or fall to Earth from alien planets. They grow our future. They care about other people and our planet. They help us when we need them. We respect them. They impact our lives. Our heroes are made at Kangan Institute. Apply now. kangan.edu.au or call 13TAFE. Eligibility criteria applies. Some or all of this training is delivered with Victorian and Commonwealth Government funding. RTO 3077.
Cold Flow. Heating and cooling. Get your Dakin ducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688. Cold Flow.
At Apia, they know that retirement age doesn't mean slowing down. It means finally going at your own pace. You're not past your prime, you're Generation Go. Carol's here to tell us about the good life in retirement thanks to Apia. Now that you're retired, what do you do more in your life now?
I've joined the CWA.
Oh, lovely.
I'm a member of the Kiwani and I'm on the Committee of Management of a local learning and community centre.
Wow,
So,
you're a busy lady. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you have another passion? Get out and about?
I walk.
Yep.
I do a lot of knitting and through the community centre we sell those to raise funds for Relay for Life and I'm doing a lot of reading and gardening.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, and I would just like to say a very big thank you to Apia for this wonderful surprise.
Sounds impressive. Generation Go for Apia. Helping you get the most out of retirement. Visit apia.com.au. Apia. Get set. Go.
Imagine a world where our Aussie boomers hang out every day, where Paddy Mills is making clutch baskets, where Aaron Baines is posting up in the paint. It's a world where Joe Ingles marshals the troops. New Aussie Matisse Thybulle is making an impact defensively, and you can rep your boomers. There is a world. Basketball Jersey World. Official NBA jerseys and apparel. Hit up basketballjerseyworld.com and use the code BOOMERS for 10% off store-wide.
Hi, it's Rob Walker. Here's what some happy clients are saying about AR Property Investments.
I certainly had a plan at the very start just having one property, but when I saw that you can afford to live and still have an investment property, I've certainly extended that to purchasing another property.
Property investment is more affordable than you think. Book your free one-on-one education appointment today. Visit arpropertyinvestments.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Welcome back to the night session. We do it for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service, mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business but better. We're going to go through all the events today that had Aussies in them over the next sort of half an hour or so. But we've got Chloe Dalton with us till 8 o'clock, and it's a great opportunity to relive Rio. So, Chloe, we've seen tonight and today, obviously, Australia defending that gold medal, 48-0 win over Japan earlier today, and then a 26-10 pretty comfortable win over China, although they conceded the first and the last tries in that. Ranked number 2 coming into this. Let's go back to Rio. Can you remember where you were when you heard that Rio Rugby Sevens were on? Rugby Sevens is going to be at the Olympics.
I was actually playing a different sport at that point in time. So I grew up playing basketball and was playing in the WNBL. And when I look back to when I was a little kid and talking about the Kathy Freeman moment, I was 7 years old when she won gold in Sydney. And in that moment when I was 7, I said, I want to win my very own Olympic gold medal. And I was playing in the WNBL and sitting on the bench a lot of the time doing a fair bit of Paddy Mills towel waving.
It's another sport you're good at. This is getting really annoying.
I don't know who that Chris bloke you had in commentating the Boomers.
Chris Anstey, yeah. Sorry, Chris, your services are no longer required.
But spent a fair bit of time on the bench, and I guess I had to be a little bit realistic about the fact that an Olympic gold medal playing for the Opals, I was a little bit of a way off. If I was playing in the WNBL, it wasn't getting a whole lot of minutes. So I actually...
Who were you playing for?
Playing for the Sydney Uni Flames.
Yep.
I went onto Google and I typed in list of Olympic sports.
Yeah.
And I had a look. I looked at triathlon because I was pretty good at cross country as a kid. I wasn't bad on a bike, but I sucked at swimming. So I was like, scrap that. I looked at like taekwondo, but I thought I was a bit late in life. I think I was 19 at this point in time.
Sure.
And then I saw that rugby sevens was going to be in the Olympics for the very first time in Rio in 2016. And I'd grown up in a rugby family. I'd watched my older and younger brother play representative rugby. But I always thought that girls didn't play rugby. I didn't think it was a possibility. So I went down, I called my coach at my local club, went down to my local beach, learned how to tackle on the beach, kind of worked my way up, played a season with my local club, 15-a-side rugby. After a couple of months of training, a big part of it was getting out in the backyard with my 2 brothers who are probably about 100 kilos each, 6'3", 6'4". I found every piece of protective equipment I could find, headgear, shoulder pads, or a helmet as you'd call it here in Melbourne, mouth guard, anything. And I just told my brothers to run at me because I thought if you're going to learn how to tackle, that's probably a good way to do it.
Oh, I can only imagine how the first few collisions unfolded, but please.
Not well. I couldn't move my neck for about a week.
Were your parents watching this?
Mum, in the early stages, struggled a little bit with the idea of her daughter playing rugby.
Did your brothers, how long did it take you to convince your brothers to fully go at you?
I think that took a while. It was even the idea that I was kind of coming into their space was a little bit weird too. Like for so long it had been a male-dominated sport and it was a little bit weird for my brothers to get used to this idea that their sister was like coming down to their local club and trying to play a bit of rugby as well. So I think that kind of took them a little while to get their heads around it. But once they started to realise that I was pretty serious, like when I set my mind to something, I'm pretty stubborn about achieving it. So I think they knew that I was pretty serious about it and they were incredible. Like we'd throw thousands of reps of passes in the backyard at the wall and they would just run at me over and over again until I learned how to tackle properly.
How long did it take?
Oh, look, it's still probably a work in progress now.
So from the backyard with the brothers and one season of 15s, what happened next?
So I was selected in the New South Wales Sevens team to go and play at the National Sevens competition.
How did they find you? Did you hear about tryouts? Did they come and watch you? Were you scouted?
I heard about tryouts from the guy who was coaching my local team, and I still remember going to the first training for the New South Wales team and I just felt so out of my depth, like full imposter syndrome. I was like, I'm not meant to be here. Like this is too ambitious. And there was a coach there at the time who kind of broke everything down for me in basketball terms and made it a little bit easier for me to understand what I needed to do out there and gradually just picked up the game. And I remember at that very first nationals that I was playing for New South Wales, they put me out on the wing because if you're new in sevens, it's kind of just an easy place to put you. And I was up against the best player in the world at that time, one of my teammates, Emily Cherry, who's an exceptional rugby player. She ran circles around me all day long.
Yep.
But the Australian coaches were there and scouting and they must have seen something in my lanky legs that they thought was a bit of potential there. And from there I was scouted and invited to a couple of camps to play some trial games against Japan. Played some games there and after a few months I was invited to join the Australian squad on a full-time basis to prepare for the Rio Olympics.
So just refresh our memory what year it was that you said, when you Googled Olympic sports? That was year what?
I think it was the beginning of 2014.
That is extraordinary. Googling Olympic sports that are happening in 2 years' time and then ending up there.
It was way too ambitious, I think. I mean, it worked.
You think? This is phenomenal. I am hearing this for the first time and I'm blown away and I'm incredibly impressed. So can you remember when you got told that you were going to go to Rio?
Yeah, that was... I almost get emotional thinking about that. That was such a special moment because it felt like, even though I hadn't been playing for such a long period of time, I think I felt like I'd worked my whole life towards that point. And it was like, because I'd had this childhood dream and I knew how badly I wanted to reach that point, being selected for the team to have even a chance at winning a gold medal felt like it was such a huge step on that journey. So being able to celebrate that with my teammates who were heading over to Rio as well was really special.
We're going to take a break and come back because we're going to skip forward to heading over the opening ceremony and then relive the group stages, because the other side of this is it's the first time ever that Rugby Sevens has been at an Olympics. So there's all the excitement around that, which our surfers have experienced this year, our skateboarders, our sports climbers, our karate competitors, and even in some other sports that are long held, new events in those. So what the unknown is the extra, I suppose, side of all of this, and we're going to relive that with Chloe Dalton, SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, the night session for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. And off the text, Ryan says, haha, no way Mike would go easy on you, ever. You're a star, Chloe, and absolutely gutted that you're not in Tokyo. All the best in your recovery. If you're just joining us, Chloe fractured her cheekbone with a month out in a warm-up game for the Olympics up north, and unfortunately isn't able to be over in Japan, but we are very lucky to have her here with us. And off the text, how does anyone play 3 elite levels of sport? Because if you are joining us from somewhere around the country and you're not an avid follower of AFLW, Chloe just happens to have been playing the last few years for Carlton, and now will be playing for GWS next year. So we're rapt to have her here. We'll keep learning more about and we'll keep reliving the moment and the experience of Rio. And we've got tennis coming up at 8 p.m. Ash Barty and John Peers in the mixed doubles at Ariake Tennis Park. And then the swimming schedule starts at about 20 past 8 tonight with this evening's heat. Ariane Titmus in action and Kaya Melverton, who competed in the final of the 1,500 metres. That's at about 20 past 8. So plenty of time to take your calls and take your texts. And then Georgie Parker will join us to preview the Hockey Roos before their Pool B clash against New Zealand after 10 o'clock tonight. She'll be on just before 9 o'clock, I reckon it is. We'll be back on the other side of this.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Cold Flow. Heating and cooling.
Get your day-conducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Cold Flow. Heating and cooling.
Get your day-conducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
Cold Flow.
Bingley have been bringing you the best brands and best advice since 1957. Ready to kick some goals with some of the best deals too? Check out the AFL Record Digital Edition now for Bingley's exclusive online deals. Also, the AFL Record Digital Edition includes feature articles, team lists, footy trivia, kids section and plenty more. Bingley and the AFL Record Digital Edition. All things Aussie rules and amazing online deals. Available now at sen.com.au and on the SEN app.
Imagine a world where Bird and Magic are going one-on-one, where the Greek freak is driving to the hole, where the answer poses problems. It's a world where the dream team is back together. Lillard's draining them from half court. Shaq and Kobe get along. And of course, MJ takes everything personally. There is a world. Basketball Jersey World. Official NBA jerseys and apparel. Hit up basketballjerseyworld.com and use the code BOOMERS for 10% off store-wide.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Macca's glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Get involved at any time, 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and zero. Online accounting to help you do business, but better. We're going to work our way through, before we get up to 8 o'clock, I'll take you through each sport that had an Aussie in it today and how we fared to make sure you're fully updated on the events so far from the day session of day 6 before we get back into the action of the night session of day 6. But in the meantime, Chloe Dalton, Rugby 7 superstar, Rio Olympic gold medalist, had just been regaling with how one day sitting on the bench in a WNBL game that she wasn't really getting the minutes she was hoping for, realising that her childhood dream of winning an Olympic gold medal after seeing Kathy Freeman do it in one of the greatest moments in Australian sporting history in Sydney, decided that it wasn't going to be in basketball that she got that medal. Googled in 2014 Olympic sports, saw that rugby sevens was going to be included, and 2 years later finds herself on a plane going to Rio with our women's rugby sevens team. It's an extraordinary story, and we're up to the point where you're in Rio, you get off the plane, opening ceremony. Chloe, what are your memories?
Well, probably the most disappointing part was we didn't actually get to go to the opening ceremony. We played on day 1 to 3 of the competition, so we decided amongst the group and amongst the staff, there's a lot of talk about the fact that before you walk out into the stadium for the opening ceremony, you have to spend a lot of time marshalling almost in the tunnel, and they just thought that amount of time spent on our feet. I was devastated.
Yeah.
Because that's such a huge part of it. Like watching it as a kid, I loved seeing Australia walk out for the opening ceremony. So I felt like I was really missing out on a very iconic part of the Olympics. I understood the decision that we needed to prepare for the games the next day. But
did you argue the point of it? Did you give the counter view?
I tried. I didn't push it too hard because I knew that the gold medal was probably a higher priority at that point in time.
Yep. So the group stages, and I've just got the schedule up from that tournament. So you're drawn in a group with Fiji, the United States and Colombia. And in your points for and points against, your group stage finished at 101 points for and just 12 against. You were absolutely dominant. But a draw with the United States. What were your memories of the group stages?
I've actually got a good story about that game against the USA. So we were down and the siren went, but we managed to score a try after the siren. So the score was 12-10. We were down to the USA. At that point, we'd previously won both games against Fiji and Colombia, so we knew that we were through to the quarterfinals. But depending on the result of that match against USA, it might have changed where we ended up with our lineup in the quarterfinals. We didn't want to come up against rivals New Zealand too early. Our coach at the time, Tim Walsh, had done a lot of scenarios in the lead up to that game around preparing us for high pressure events. So we'd be at training and he'd get almost a tunnel of our players and I'd have to take a conversion from a point. He'd say, we're playing against Spain, the score's 7-5, you got to kick it, or 5-all, you got to kick it to win, or something along those lines. And the girls would stand there and yell at me as loud as possible and try and put me off. So he kind of loved...
They say nasty things?
Well, sometimes a little bit nasty. But he loved putting us in these scenarios to prepare us for those pressure moments. But I didn't think he would actually do it at the Olympics themselves. So I'm lining up to take this kick to try and draw the game against USA. And Craig Twentyman, who was our water boy at the time, the strength and conditioning coach, comes out to me with a message. And he says, Walsh says, pretend it's for the gold medal. And I was like, why would you put any more pressure on me than I already have to make this kick? But thankfully, kicked it, drew the game, and we took top of the pool heading into the quarterfinals.
So the first half just expiring, by the way, New Zealand and Great Britain in the women's rugby sevens. Great Britain with a 21-12 lead.
Yeah, that's a really big upset in the first half. I believe Great Britain have scored the first 3 tries and New Zealand have come back with 2 late tries in the first half. New Zealand are the number 1 ranked team in the world at the moment. So that's a huge half of rugby from the Great Britain team.
They won their first group game today, did New Zealand pretty comfortably. So this is a much sterner test. What did it mean to you? Because the question I probably should have asked before that is, it's been a whirlwind 2 years. You've had to learn basically in the build-up to an Olympics how to play the sport. You get selected. When you got into that first match in that group stage, how long did it take you to feel like, okay, I belong? Or was that the moment where you felt like, okay, I belong?
I think there was probably points in the lead up to that. We were the world champions in 2015-16 season leading into Rio. And thankfully by that point in time I'd actually earned my spot in the starting 7, so I was able to play a lot of minutes in the lead up to Rio. And I think that really helped me with that sense of confidence and feeling like I belonged out there. And because I was the kicker, I also felt like I was able to contribute a lot to the team from that capacity. I think then heading into Rio, there was still elements where I'd idolised these athletes as a kid who had been to 4 Olympics and had contributed so much to their craft. So there was still this element where I felt like I wish I had more time playing this game.
Yep.
And I think that's also this sense of disappointment I feel about not being in Tokyo at the moment is I felt like I kind of wanted another chance to go again and perform on that world stage with what I've been able to do in the past 5 years to build up to that as well.
Explain the atmosphere of Rio, because from anyone that's been over there, and like all Olympics, every Olympics is different, but this was on a different level because obviously it's a vibrant, it's a noisy place, but in and amongst packed stadiums and things like that, there was also a bit of resentment from local people about the money that was being spent on something like the Olympics when there's a lot of the country that is in poverty and things. So there was an element of backlash to it. Did you feel that at any stage, or what was the atmosphere like for you guys?
I think the way that it's set up in terms of our travel between the village and our training locations and the village to the playing grounds, we're almost in a little bit of a bubble away from that. So I think you're definitely aware of it in terms of what you're seeing and hearing in the media. But for us, we talked a lot about, we had a bit of a social media blackout in the week leading up to our games. So we kind of tried to distance ourselves from a lot of that noise as well. So for us, the experience playing in Rio in front of a crowd like that was awesome. I think the biggest...
How loud was it?
It was pretty loud. The Brazilians can make a fair bit of noise. And the coolest part was because they wear that yellow and green kind of colour, my brothers up in the stands decided to adopt them as Australian fans once Brazil had been knocked out of the Rugby Sevens. So we suddenly had a few thousand more fans cheering for the Aussie Sevens team.
So let me ask you this. You played in the grand final for Carlton in the AFLW at Adelaide Oval, about 53,000 people there.
Yeah.
What was louder that day at Adelaide Oval or Olympics?
I think the family and friends in the crowd at Rio would have tried to be that loud, but I don't think you could beat the 53,000 at Adelaide Oval.
So you get through the group stage and you've managed to avoid New Zealand. So they're on the other side of the draw. So you weren't really troubled again up until the gold medal match. You breezed past Spain 24-0, 17-5 Canada easily accounted for. But then you're up against New Zealand. Now, New Zealand, and for those listening in New South Wales, Queensland, just anywhere in Australia, know that rugby and any derivative of it is a religion. It is the national pastime. Rugby is it and a bit. It is the be-all and end-all. A bit of rugby league as well, which is making some ground. But rugby is the heart and soul of New Zealand.
Yeah, it really is. And we had prepared for months and months and months leading up to this moment. We'd prepared for a lot of different scenarios, but I think we all knew that this is probably what it was going to come down to in Rio, that we would face New Zealand in the gold medal match for the inaugural gold medal. Leading up into that game, the coach of New Zealand actually was published in an article saying that the Australians don't like contact. They shy away from contact, so that's where we're going to attack them in this game. And our coach, Tim Walsh, had a printout of the article and actually stuck it up on the wall in our change room, and he said to us, go and read that. And every single one of us went and read it, and it just fueled this fire that was already existing because of this rivalry that we had with New Zealand. But we knew that we needed to go out there and play with a lot of physicality and prove him wrong in a sense. And I loved this description of us when we were standing there singing the anthems before we played in that gold medal match, that they talked about Australia. We looked quite calm and relaxed in comparison to New Zealand, who looked quite nervous and almost on edge. And I think that showed in our performance out there. We had a few mistakes, as you'd probably expect from such a high-pressure moment, but I think overall we managed to dominate the game and come away with that win.
So, from my recollection, Charlotte Caslick scores the first try for you guys. Scores the first try. And then, as you mentioned, mistakes come. It was Emma Tonegado who scored the opening try of the gold medal game, and she had 7 tries to the tournament. So did Charlotte. So Emma scores the first try. Do you remember, though, whenever Nia scored the go-ahead try?
Yeah, I do. It was off a penalty. I think we got a turnover at the breakdown, and Varney is just an exceptional player.
Varney, sorry.
Yeah, she's an exceptional player. The way she runs with the footy, she's so strong. She loves fending people off, and I think that was a really big moment. After Emma's try, we knew that we were doing well, but New Zealand had already hit back with a try as well. So I think Varney's one started to help us feel like we're a little bit more in control.
Hold that thought. There's 2.5 minutes to play. New Zealand are back within 2 points of Great Britain in the women's rugby sevens. Let's take the last couple of minutes of this. Great Britain have led all the way, and with 2.5 to go, New Zealand have got control of this scrum and enough time to get a win.
There's a penalty going against New Zealand. Great work at the scrum from Great Britain.
Yeah, certainly. They did need to put the pressure on Great Britain because they know they're in danger zone when New Zealand get the ball away from that with plenty of space to move. Great push at the scrum from Great Britain, and New Zealand just let their foot off then.
So Girardi in the 5 jersey for New Zealand. She had the honour of carrying the New Zealand flag in the opening ceremony, captain of the Black Ferns. So Atchison being replaced. She'll be happy with her performance out there for Team GB. She played for the Saracens Club, the famous Saracens Club, in the 15s competition. Now this time it's New Zealand who earn the penalty, so they square things up at scrum time. They've got great field position here as well. Nathan Wong gives it to Broughton. She starts to move, got rid of one with a good fend. The captain steadying the ship, Hirani. And the bounce pass over the top to Broughton. Nothing happening there. Good defence by Great Britain. Plenty of time for New Zealand. They race up and they shut down Pusher Woodman, but they were offside, and there's the yellow card. So real problems now for Team GB. Oh, it's a high shot, in fact, not offside.
Yeah, Jasmine Joyce, unfortunately. The tackle needed to be made, but contact with the head, automatic 2 minutes in the bin. Lucky she didn't get a red there. No malice in the tackle, though.
Fitzpatrick, Tui, cut out pass to Lyde, cutting back in, linking up now with Fitzpatrick. The bounce pass sits up nicely for Broughton, and across to Portia Woodman, stepping back on the inside. She has to take the tackle. 21-19 Can Team GB hold on and cause the upset? Or will it be Michaela Blyde who puts the foot on the gas? It will be. It is Blyde, and she is going to run away and score a hat-trick. Her first hat-trick at the Olympics of Tokyo 2020. And they are in front, and that's the sort of side they are. They don't panic. They might be down 21-0, but they'll back themselves all the way.
Yeah, that takes a huge level of composure there from the Blackburn Sevens. And who better than Michaela Blyde to step up and score a hat-trick in a match where they were desperate for points. But as you said, Clarkie, it's all composure, ice in the veins. And the bench looks super happy. Stacey Flula there, another fantastic try scorer, having a rest. And she'll cause plenty of damage to teams later in this tournament, no doubt.
What about that? That sort of goes to show why you can never count out New Zealand. Chloe Dalton, they conceded the first 3 tries and have fought back and are going to win this one, you'd think, with time expired and just a little bit of extra. That's a phenomenal comeback.
Yeah, I think when you look at New Zealand as an outfit, they have so much experience in these high pressure situations. To be honest, I was surprised that Great Britain got such an early start on them. I think when you look at the experience of players like Michaela Blyde, who's just scored that last try for New Zealand, in those high pressure moments, they are able to stand up and make really calm decisions under pressure. She's considered one of the best players in world rugby, and I think the way that New Zealand were able to control that game. Difficult as well for Great Britain, who had 1 player in the bin. Always difficult to defend with 6 players against 7. And you can see New Zealand have been able to just finish off that game after a deep restart and getting a nice turnover against Great Britain to seal that one there.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and come back because while they've been able to hold on, we've been holding on to hear the end of this story. The gold medal match, Australia-New Zealand at the 2016 Rio Olympics for the first ever women's rugby sevens gold medal. Chloe Dalton was there, and we're going to hear the end of what's been an incredible tale. Not a tale, because that would make it seem like it wasn't all true. It's just an incredible story, and we're rapt to have you here to tell it. We'll be back after this.
Cold Flow. Heating and cooling.
Get your day-conducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient, effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
I'm Kate Cotty, the first woman to sail solo, non-stop and unassisted around the world. And if you're like me, and where you call home changes over time, APIA offers a range of home insurance options to choose from, including house, apartment and village living.
Call APIA on 13 50 50 for a quote today. APIA. Get set, go. APIA is an authorised representative of AAI Limited, the product issuer. Limits, exclusions and conditions apply. Before buying this insurance, read the PDS. Contact us for a copy.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Safety Steel, time to get real.
And here's your local safety steel expert, Real Sheds and Barns Warrialec, your specialists for garages, farms, sheds, carports and barns. With over 25 years experience in the construction of sheds, the team are ready to help you on your next project. Real Sheds and Barns, Leicester Street, Warrialec. Call Michelle on 0419 836 842.
Safety Steel, time to get real.
RealShedsandBarns.com.au.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Cold Flow. Heating and cooling.
Get Get your Dakin ducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for two sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Kia Melverton, Ariane looking for her third individual gold at these Olympics. But Chloe Dalton, we've got another couple of minutes with, and we're going to finish off this story, this history-making story of the first ever gold medal in women's rugby sevens. We were speaking about the go-ahead try that got you guys in front and then a 24-17 win. Describe the moment when you knew you'd won gold.
I describe that moment as a feeling of relief. It was really interesting watching Jess Fox today because I feel like it was that similar feeling. And I've actually since heard a couple of other athletes say the same thing. I always thought that winning a gold medal would feel elation and joy and all of these other emotions, but it just was this real sense of relief, like that childhood dream has come true. It was so special. We, like, after kind of jumping on each other, we were all on the ground, but we all stood in a line and linked arms as teammates. And Alicia Quirk, one of my teammates, had the Australian flag, and we started walking in a line towards our family and friends who were standing up in the stadium. And then we started running towards them, and one by one we kind of broke off, and I got lifted up into the grandstand by my brothers, and my mum and dad were there, and my cousins, and all of these people that had been a huge part of my sporting journey throughout my whole career. And there's one of my favourite photos of all time that I love to compare. There's a photo when I was at the National Cross Country in Canberra when I was 11 years old, and every single person in that photo of my cousins and aunties and uncles and mum and dad and brothers were all there in Rio with me celebrating that gold medal.
Wow.
And it was just so beautiful to be able to recognise and thank them for the contribution that they'd made to my sporting career and the way that they had been there every step of the way, whether it was a local competition or playing at the Olympics for a gold medal. It was really emotional and so special having them there for that moment.
How did you celebrate?
The weirdest part was we had to go so quickly back into the change rooms after playing rugby sevens, one of the highest intensity sports, and put a full tracksuit on. So it was like stuck to our bodies.
Little sauna suit, yeah.
For the medal presentation. And so got up onto the podium and did all that, and then ended up on my brother's shoulders, and there were beers everywhere. It was a great night. So we all ended up back at one of the hotels having a pretty solid celebration.
And you got to go to the closing ceremony after having to miss the opening.
Yes, I felt like we earned that one. It was pretty cool. It was pouring with rain, so we all had ponchos on, but got to kind of dance, try all these different Brazilian outfits on. It was a great night.
And did you get to hang around for the second week?
Yeah, that was one of my favourites. I got to go and watch Usain Bolt win his 100, which was exceptional. The same night that Wade van Niekerk broke the record in the 400 metres. That was very cool. Got to sneak in and watch a few other Aussie athletes doing their thing as well.
This has been fantastic. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We're going to have you back on during the course of the Women's Rugby Sevens campaign, but we had a free hour where there was, and thankfully that no Aussie event, so this has been wonderful to spend the hour with you. It's an incredible story, Chloe. Thanks for sharing it with us.
Thanks so much, Sam. I've loved having a chat.
It's been brilliant. So we're back into the night session after this. Aussies in action from 8 with Ash Barty. We're going to get to Rob Woodhouse poolside at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre because there is the last chapter about to start to be written for Ariane Titmus, the 800-metre freestyle heat for her tonight. We're really looking forward to that. We're still represented nicely with the men's water polo at just before 9 o'clock. Just before 9 as well, we're going to speak to Georgie Parker and we'll get her gauge on just how well our men's and women's hockey team are doing. The women in action after 10:15 tonight against New Zealand. So there's a heap to wet our beaks, and it's great to have your company. 1300 736 736 to give me a call. 0433 98 11 16 on the text.
Can we get much higher?
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Welcome back, or welcome to, if you're just joining us for the first time this evening. We've got new members of the SEN family jumping in with us. We're live right around the country on the SEN network, the night sessions of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. Sam Hargraves is my name. Day 6, and it's been another successful day for Australia. 2 gold medals. The first was Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200 metres breaststroke. And then Jess Fox, we've been waiting a long time for this. It was sheer relief and it was a lot of emotion as well when she finally got gold after 2 bronze and a silver in her Olympic journey that started in London in 2012. She got gold in her pet event, the C1, the first time it's been at the Olympics. And it was a great moment. It's one of the moments. And we're just wrapped for her and the whole family. So we'll relive that a little later on throughout the course of the night. We will hear from her and the whole family as well. Her father, of course, Richard, part of the Channel 7 commentary team, so he's spoken as well. And I don't think there's too many times to play what's been one of the great performances of these Olympic Games. Our women's 4x200 metre freestyle team, a little bit of controversy around this one on the selection and the tactics that they employed. All 4 of the heat swimmers were replaced, and Ariane Titmus actually led the team off rather than anchor it, which we all thought was how it would play out. But maybe a little bit too much ducks and drakes, although we take nothing away from the superb performance it was from those 4 women under world record time. They got bronze, USA the silver. Katie Ledecky led them home really strongly, but China were able to hold off the might of the US to get their first gold, I think, in the pool for these Olympics. So congratulations to them. A bronze medal, but there has been plenty of discussion around the tactics, and we'll speak to Rob Woodhouse about that and just get a gauge from him about what the fallout has been, if any, from that. Mixed doubles is just starting now. We're going to take in some of that shortly. Ash Barty and John Peers on serve at the moment, 30-15 against the Greek team of Sakari and Tsitsipas. And, of course, silver today for Kyle Chalmers. So close. 0.06 of a second from defending his Rio gold medal. And, unfortunately, he fell to a man that many consider to be the next big thing in US swimming, and that's Caleb Dressel, who has his first individual gold. So he got silver, and congratulations to Kyle. So 4 medals today, and Australia now, we've got 8 gold medals and sit 4th on the medal tally for Rebel Sport, the Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. I'm going to take you throughout the course of the evening every single Australian and how they went today in the events that they competed in, and we'll relive some of them as well. There's been some fantastic interviews throughout the course of the day, whether it be on radio with SEN or the athletes or their family speaking to Channel 7, who we're very proud to be broadcast partners with. So we'll do those replays for Lloyd's Auction Replay. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. So let's get now to Rob Woodhouse. We'll get an aquatics update for City Venue Management. Rackley Swimming, your swim family. From first splash to first medal, we are your swim family. RackleySwimming.com.au. Rob Woodhouse, hello. Welcome back to SEN, mate.
Thanks, Sam. Good evening to you.
So, what's been the discussion? What's been the talk around the water coolers and change rooms and journalist hubs and huddles after the women's 4x200 metre freestyle? We'll start there and work our way up to our newest swimming superstar, Zach Stubblety-Cook. But what's been the fallout, if any, or what's been the response to that bronze, heavily favoured coming in?
Yeah, I haven't heard any response from the Australian coaching staff. Now, it's the coaching staff that make the decisions on relays and who swims and how it all works and so forth. And, I've actually had half a day to think about it myself. Initially, I was a bit perplexed putting Ariane up first and Emma McKeon second. But also maybe not sort of guaranteeing those for a spot straight away before the heats and everything like that. But you know what? I've thought about it. I've looked back at some of the past relays. Like 2019 was our last World Championships in swimming, of course, and Australia won the gold medal in that. Do you know who went first in that relay? Ariane Titmus, and that was a genius move at the time. So Emma McKeon anchored that team. So no one questions it back then when we win, and of course now, and I'm one of them questioning why we've done that this time around. But it has worked before, so it's one of those things that, in hindsight, possibly a mistake, but given everything that's happened this week, and the Australian swim team has done unbelievably well, and let's hope they do unbelievably well for the next 3 final sessions as well. If we look back at it now and say, yep, we probably should have done that a little bit different, okay, you take that, possibly a mistake, but they obviously made what they thought was the best decision, and they stuck with it. It's not as if any of the Australian women swam badly.
No.
They still broke the old world record. They were beaten by 2 exceptional teams who were also under the old world record and were better on the day. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, it's had a funny feel to it, hasn't it, Rob? Because you're 100% right. I don't think anyone questions the performance. It's really just been the query around the selection, all 4 being replaced, and the tactics with Ariane going first and Leah Neal bringing them home, who, from what I believe I heard you say today, it's her first swim of these Olympics. So on the one hand, you're so proud, and we're absolutely behind them 100%, and their performance was sensational, as you say, beaten by just 2 better teams on the day. But you do wonder what might have been sometimes, especially when they're so heavily favoured to win the event coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. But even looking at that, like Leah Neal, I am surprised she didn't get to swim the heat and sort of get the cobwebs out, I suppose, with a tough heat swim the day before yesterday. So, but that didn't happen. Again, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? And certainly from a team angle, they would have put a line through it, said, right, bronze medal, fantastic. Not what we wanted, of course, but let's move on. They will not be dwelling on that at all. They can't afford to. There's another relay tonight, and there's some interesting selections in that one as well. That's how it is.
We're looking forward to hearing about that in just a moment. But the really exciting parts of it are Emma McKeon gets her third medal, 7 events for her, looking to join the likes of Ian Thorpe and I've just gone mental blank. She's in the commentary team. You know when your mind...
Liesl
Jones. My mind just shut down for a moment, Rob, which is not uncommon for me. Liesl Jones is 9 Olympic medal winners. And then Ariane gets her third medal of these Olympics. So there's great stories within this as well. And Kyle Chalmers is another one. I mean, I had people texting me today saying, throw this topic up tonight and maybe even ask Rob Woodhouse, given that they essentially touched at the same time, but and you'll be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but the pressure of the touch obviously greater for Caleb Dressel, and he wins in 6/100ths of a second. Should we have a swim off at Olympics now?
Well, you're not going to get a swim off when there's a 6/100ths of a second time difference. So we go back to the 1970s, and they went down to the thousandth of a second, and they decided after one games when one athlete missed a gold medal by 1/1000th of a second that that's just a bit ridiculous, and so they've gone down to the hundredth. So there has been James Magnuson actually lost the 100 freestyle by 1/100th of a second in London 2012. So for Kyle, it was 6/100ths of a second. So it is what it is. He accepts that. He would be absolutely stoked with his performance, particularly given shoulder surgery less than 12 months ago and all the problems he's had. But obviously, still gutted to be that close.
I mean, it just goes to show you too, and this is what makes the Olympics so fascinating, is that so much can change in 4, let alone 5 years, and how hard it is to defend a title.
Yes, so we've had, 5 final sessions of 8, and so far we've had one athlete defend their title. That's Adam Peaty in the 100 breaststroke. Now, Adam Peaty has been dominant since 2014, hasn't lost that race in all that time, and he won the 100 breaststroke in Rio 2016 by some massive margin, like 1.8 seconds or something ridiculous like that. Even he found it tough. He swam a little bit slower than his Olympic record in Rio 5 years ago. So it is so tough. There might be one or two others. Ledecky's obviously got the 800 going for 3 in a row this time, but it's so hard to defend, particularly when there's that extra year involved where they've had to wait.
The newest superstar for Australian swimming announced himself, and you said to me last night when I said, righto, who are our genuine gold medal chances tomorrow? And you said very quickly, look out for Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200-metre breaststroke. And look out for him we did, and I watched him give away a substantial lead. And then what about the fight back? And what about the overtake and the overhaul? And it was a phenomenal moment, and he's announced himself, and what a way to do it.
Oh, he certainly has. And look, there's been a lot of talk about Zach the last couple of years, and as he steadily improved, and about his cool demeanour, the Iceman, and just sort of not getting flustered. And the ultimate test of that is when you qualify fastest from the semi-finals into an Olympic final. He's in there. They're in lane 4. There's the world record holder. There's the previous Olympic champion and world champion and so forth in the same race. And then they go out like the clappers, and they're a body length and a half in front at the 100-metre mark. But he was not flustered at all. He swam his own race, as it turned out, obviously the perfect race. And he hit the front with about 10 metres to go, and he ended up winning reasonably comfortably as well. So brilliant for him. And is it a surprise? I guess it is to a degree that not a lot of us know much about Zach. But I guess for those in the swimming community, he's been sort of steadily improving over the last few years, and certainly put us all on notice at the Olympic trials a month ago.
So, yeah, gold for him, Olympic record. We're going nationally all around the SEN network, as you know, Rob, but during the day sessions, a lot of our markets have their own coverage, their local coverage, and you speak to Jared every day through Melbourne's coverage, and I know that he's been working on a nickname throughout the day. He seems pretty sold on the Prickly Chef, and we've had a couple of texts coming through tonight suggesting that given that he's the Olympic record holder now, could it just be Stubby Holder? Does this bloke actually have a nickname, or is it on us now to come up with one for him?
Well, I think, the best time, hopefully a lot of your listeners are sitting back having a beer or two and listening and watching the coverage. So maybe now's the time to get a few nicknames in, I think.
Absolutely. The Stubby Chef has just come through as well. The Beer Chef. There's a lot to do with chef and cook, and it really there seems to be a 50-50 split about with Stubbledy, do we go along the line of beer and the stubby, or are we going along the lines of a beard or the prickly? So that's pretty much, there's two camps at the moment. Hey, what about tonight? So Ariane Titmus, we've been talking about it in terms of there's 3 chapters to this rivalry at the Olympics, and she's won the first 2, and the third's about to be started off, written this evening. So the 800-metre heat, she's in there with Kia Melverdon, who was so admirable making the final of the 1,500 metres. Talk to us about what Ariane brings to the 800.
Well, it's interesting to see what she does bring. I mean, her personal best time is a long way off Katie Ledecky's personal best time. So just to establish that from the get-go, 8:04 is Katie Ledecky's world record, which is unbelievable. No one else, I don't think, has been under 8:13, something like that. So Ariane's a fair way behind. So Ledecky's going to start an absolute red hot favourite, and we said that before this competition started, that it was likely the 800 was more Ledecky and 200 for Titmus, and they'd meet in the middle in the 400. And so far, that's pretty much what's happened. But I just wonder if the momentum's just tipped a little bit after that 200 freestyle final. We had Kaylee Ledecky win the 1,500 about an hour and a half later. You could see the emotion in her when she won that gold medal. It clearly meant a lot to her, and perhaps that's relieved the pressure because she swam an awesome 4x200 relay split this morning, Kaylee Ledecky, just to snatch the silver from the Australians in that relay. So I just wonder if maybe that momentum is now a bit more with Ledecky. They will be swimming in different heats. Ariane's in the third of the 4 heats, and Ledecky's in the 4th of the heats this evening. So we'll see what they do. I'm sure they're just both going to swim reasonably comfortably. I don't know Ledecky knows how to swim easy. She's always swimming quite fast, so I'd expect her to be the fastest qualifier.
The other events tonight, Matt Temple, David Morgan, the 100-metre fly for them. It was not easy watching with David Morgan after the 200 when he talked about just feeling like he sort of died out there, were his words.
Yeah, he had a bit of a shocker, didn't he? And I haven't got to the bottom of that. I'm not sure if there was an illness or anything wrong there. Now, David, even at his peak, is going to struggle to get into the semi-finals here. It's going to be a really big ask. So that's going to be a tough one. He's in the last of the seeded heats, and he's in the same heat as Caleb Dressel, who's the overwhelming favourite. Of course, Dressel won that 100 freestyle this morning. Matt Temple's in heat 6. There's 8 heats. He's in the first of the seeded heats. I'm really excited about what Matt Temple might be able to bring to this 100 fly. He goes in probably ranked about 4. Well, he's ranked 3 actually overall. But I give him a good chance of a medal if he can get through the rounds, get through the heats well, and through the semis well. He's a good medal chance, Matt Temple.
Emily Seebohm, Kaylee McEwen, heats 3 and 4 of the women's 200 backstroke. Rob and Kaylee, of course, the 100-metre gold in the backstroke. So in really nice touch. And Emily Seebohm was actually world champion in this event back in 2015 at the Worlds. Where do you see them ending up in this journey?
And again, this is about getting through the rounds for both Kaylee and Emily. Emily's got so much experience, been around a long, long time. And Kaylee now the Olympic champion in the 100 backstroke. So they will get through well into the semi-finals. I've got no doubt about that. But come the final, everyone expects that Kaylee's going to win that. But as we see time and time again, not just these Olympics, but every Olympic Games, there's so much momentum change every single day. So nothing's guaranteed in an Olympic final. So they're going to have to be really on their game come Saturday morning when the final's on. But tonight, getting through the heats, it's just about putting down a solid swim.
And she was also 2017 world champion as well. I missed that one there. And you mentioned the mixed 4x100 metre medley relay. Who's turning out for Australia in heat 2 of that?
Yeah, so I'll give you the names and then I'll sort of a bit of an explanation and cut me off if we're running out of time. But Isaac Cooper is doing the backstroke. Zach Stubblety Cook was doing the breaststroke. Then we have Brianna Throssell doing the butterfly and Bronte Campbell doing the freestyle. Now, that might raise a few eyebrows. It's such a challenge. The reason being, we've got so many swimmers that are doing this. They're in the middle of some big individual events. The likes of Kaylee McCure, we just talked about, the 200 backstroke, and she's got that heat tonight, and then the semi-final tomorrow. We've got Emma McKee and Kate Campbell got the 100 freestyle final tomorrow morning. We've got Matt Temple got in the middle of the 100 butterfly rounds and things like that. So there's a lot of swimmers we can't really use in these heats. So it's going to be tight whether we actually whether that team can get us into the final or not. But that's the risk they've got to take, because they really can't afford to have those swimmers that are doing the multiple events do another hard heat swim tonight when they've got some big finals tomorrow morning.
We're going to take a quick break, Rob. We're going to come back to you in just a moment, but you've set it up beautifully and not too far away from Ariane Titmus and Kia Melvin in Heat 3 of the women's 800 metres. So in the mixed doubles at the moment, early break against Barty and Peers, but they actually broke back and are now up 3-2 with games back on serve. So we'll continue to go around the grounds for Beaumont Tiles, and we'll come back on the other side of this and get to the 800 metres Heat 3. Ariane Titmus in action.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans. No contracts and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Designer Appliances are your premium laundry appliance specialists. With all the best brands, we can help create functional spaces, converting your laundry into a practical paradise. Visit us at Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South, or browse online at designerappliances.com.au.
Get ready to own the city with the Kia Picanto GT hatch. Turn heads with a razor-sharp sports body kit and 16-inch alloy wheels. Inspire your inner enthusiast and tackle the toughest of corners with ride and handling fine-tuned for Australian roads. Feel the excitement from the punchy turbocharged engine and immerse yourself in the sports-inspired cockpit. Book a test drive for your chance to own the city in a Kia Picanto GT hatch. For more details or warranty terms, go to kia.com.au.
A COVID-19 vaccine is your best defence and our only way forward. Now's the time to arm yourself, your family, your friends, your workmates, your community, someone you love. Find out when you can arm yourself and book your vaccination. Go to australia.gov.au or call 1800 020 080. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Certainty is a great feeling, and that's the feeling you get with Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, because they come with a full service history, 90-point inspection and independent background check. And right now, eligible models also come with an exclusive finance offer with Toyota Access. See your local dealer or search Toyota certified. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Approved applicants only. T's and C's apply. Max finance term of 48 months. Offer ends 31/08/2021. Toyota Finance Australia Limited. AFSL and Australian Credit Licence 392536.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
The aquatics at these Olympics for city venue management from first splash to first medal. We are your swim family. RackleySwimming.com.au. And Rob Woodhouse is with us for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. So, Ariane Titmus, here we go with the start of the third chapter. Rob and Kia Melbourne in this. Tactically, what are we expecting and who should we be looking out for as main dangers in the heat?
Probably Wang from China in lane 4 will be the main danger. I think she's pretty solid over the 800. She's on a good relay this morning as well. Kia Melbourne needs to go close to her personal best time to get into this final. It's really going to be a tough swim for her. We need Ariane. Don't think she's going to go flat out, but she needs to stay in control and be up with the leaders.
Rob Woodhouse, great to have him here. For Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Let's head to the Tokyo Aquatic Centre.
Through and the page runs out before Katie Ledecky before we see another name.
So a big moment here for Kia Melverton, back in the water, a gold medal at the World Championships. And on her Olympic debut, away and racing in this third heat of the women's 800 freestyle, an event that for Australia only Michelle Ford, 1980 Moscow Olympics, has won gold for Australia. Shane Gould, silver medalist in Munich in 1972, and Hayley Lewis, silver in Barcelona in 1992 with a bronze in there as well. Julie McDonald from Seoul in 1988. Ariane Titmus in lane 5, takes it out pretty smartly. Wang of China in lane 4 and Lee lane 1. So the full field here. Lee of China in lane 1, Kessler of Hungary in 2, Kia Melverton, the 24-year-old Australian, in lane 3, Wang of China 4, Ariane Titmus going well so far 5. Chipnikova in lane 6, the Russian, 21 years of age. Pignatiello of Argentina in 7, and Ghost of Germany in lane 8. Titmus in the lead, 0.18 of a second.
I like where Ariane's swimming in this. She's almost in the dead centre of this lane for her, which means, you know, the swimmer, if you look to the right of your screen, is actually swimming closer to the lane route to kind of get a little bit of drag as Zhangji of China, Wang of China, I should say, has actually moved up ever so slightly. Kia Melbourne's sticking with them at this stage, but this swim for Ariane needs to be a qualifying swim. It doesn't need to be, you know, blast them all out of the water. What we expect to see from her, and given that she has had such a large program to get here and been on that emotional roller coaster, is just to qualify in one of the better lanes, but it's not crucial for her to be in lane 4 or lane 5.
Kia Melverton, she's in lane 3 and not too far off the pace, turns in a group of 4. She's just outside that top 3. Titmus back in second spot. His favourite swimmer is Tracy Wickham. She read her autobiography, Treading Water, and reads it regularly, just reminds herself of the story. Her mum, Melissa Goulding, is a learn-to-swim teacher at TSS Aquatics and was a breaststroker in her youth, coached by Chris Nesbitt at the TSS Aquatics Club in Queensland.
The one thing I like about Ariane Titmus, and when you get a little bit more time to assess her stroke, it's the little things that she does really well, just maintaining a streamline off the wall. And when you add it up, little things like that over time, they add up to be big things in the end. And it's what the best swimmers do. They only look like a marginally small, tiny element, maybe of a stroke, maybe of a turn, maybe in the streamline. But it's those little things that add up to be big things and can get you a gold medal and can be the difference between gold and silver.
Not getting it all her own way here, 300-metre mark, and she has surrendered the lead, just 0.08 of a second behind Pichnikova of Russia in lane 6, the 21-year-old. She's the national record holder, 8:21.86. Ariane Titmus's national record for Australia, 8:15.57. So she has gone quite a bit quicker. Wang of China also moving up now in third, and Pignatiello of Argentina in lane 7. Off the pace, but the German goes lane 8, not too far away either. And the good news for Kia Melverton, lane 3, yellow cap closest to the top of the screen. She's right on the pace as well. So both Aussies in a good position here.
Now, Kia Melverton needs to stick by Wang of China, and also, Ariane may move a little bit in the latter part of this race, but she needs to stick there as she's got that shot, because we know that we've got another fast heat straight up after this. As Kia turns in 5th position, she wanted to try and get that into 3rd or 4th position, as we've said earlier in the coverage, that that's where you want to be so that you have the best chance of going through to that final. You don't know what the second final is going to be.
Katie Ledecky up next in that last heat.
Second heat, I should say.
And Ledecky going for 3 in a row. To this date, Ledecky remains undefeated. She's dominated the event in a way that not even the great Janet Evans was able to do. Ledecky has won 4 World Championship gold medals in the 800 and, of course, Olympic gold in 2016. After breaking through as a 15-year-old in London to win her first gold medal in this event. Many people forget that Katie Ledecky swam in London as a 15-year-old. It was just the one swim, the one event. It was the 800. She won gold.
It's hard to believe this is her 3rd Olympic Games. I have to keep reminding myself as well. And even doing an interview around Pan Pacs, it was a relative newcomer. This Katie Ledecky had been on the scene. She hadn't really done a lot, but a lot of people were saying this Katie Ledecky, she's the next big thing. And it's hard to believe just how extraordinary her career has been and how strong she has been. And even just stepping out of Michael Phelps' shadow, he just overruled for so long, and it was just nice to see her step out. So it's funny how it's 3rd Olympic Games.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? And the next one's only 3 years away, so we hope
she can make it 4.
We hope we see more of Katie Ledecky. Janet Evans, by the way, she did dominate during the 80s and early 90s. She won gold in 88 and in 1992. In 1996, she was 6th. And Brooke Bennett, who used to keep a poster of Evans in her bedroom, won the gold medal. Ariane Titmus made a little bit of ground now up on Wang and has cleared away from Kirpich-Nikova as well, the Russian. So had surrendered the lead, middle stages of this race. 200 metres to swim now, and she's back out by, well, a little under half a body length. Did have it a little more than this, but it was a very good turn by the Russian, and she's suddenly back up on level terms.
She is close to it, the Russians from Kirpich-Nikova. And what we want from Ariane is just to qualify into this final. And she doesn't have to be, as I said before, in one of the top lanes. If she wins a heat, she'll probably be amongst the top 4. And that's enough. She'll be able to see Katie Ledecky in that final and be able to assess how and adjust how she's going to swim in it.
Kia Melverton in 5th spot, wants to get just a little wriggle on, doesn't want to fall too far behind the first couple. Fitness family watching on in Noosa. It's like enjoying a little wash down. Why not?
We've never seen the Titmus family so calm.
Ariane's out there doing all the work and the family just kicking back and enjoying it.
Like we all are. We're loving it.
Beautiful Thursday night viewing right around the country. They get the bell. Ariane's in front. Kirpich-Nikova in 2nd spot. Again, an excellent turn from the Russian. She really has made up ground on each of those turns.
I'm curious to see how tall Kirpich-Nikova is, because there's an advantage that you have if you're a taller athlete, that you can actually get around on a turn a little bit further out. And as Liesl said earlier, those small little differences that you can make add up to a big difference at the end of the race with 50 metres to go.
So here is the last turn. Titmus in front, 0.29 of a second. Kia Melverton has moved up to 4th. That's terrific. So keep going, Kia. Trying to finish as far forward in this field as she possibly can. This 3rd heat of the women's 800. She was the bronze medalist, Kia Melverton, at the Commonwealth Games behind Ariane Titmus and Jessica Ashwood. Commonwealth Games Gold Coast 2018. Titmus, great racer. Kirpich-Nikova wants to get to the wall first, though, I reckon. The touch goes the Russians' way. Titmus 2nd, second. And what a great finish from Kia Melverton. Flashed home to get third. Terrific swim from...
So just pipped on the line, Kopitchnikova from the Russian Olympic Committee, just ahead of Ariane Titmus and Kia Melverton. What a finish for her to come in third. Rob Woodhouse is poolside for us for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Your thoughts, Rob?
Really good swim. Ariane Titmus looked quite easy, actually. I don't think she was too concerned about winning the heat. She let Kopitchnikova win that. But Melverton, great finish. Not sure she had too much left in the tank, but I think she's done everything she needs to do, and particularly getting over the top of Wang from China just at the end there. That's puts her in a good position there, third with one heat to go. So I think she'll get into the final, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about that she needed her very best to make sure she got through. Well, I think she's exceeded expectations there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think her best time's 8:19. What you do, 8:20.4. So it's really, really close. And that's going to give her an enormous amount of confidence. Of course, she's still got to get through, but I can't see 6 people being faster than her from the final heat.
Well, we're going to have a chat to you again probably before we take in the men's 100-metre fly, Heat 6 and Heat 8, Matt Temple and David Morgan in there. We're going to we'll probably take the closing stages of Katie Ledecky's heat as well. But I've just got to say, Rob Woodhouse, there's some love coming for you off the text. Woody is on fire with the commentary. Well done, sir. That's from Lucy in Mentone. And this is another one, loving the best commentary on SEN. Thorpe just can't match the insights of the great Rob Woodhouse. Awesome job. Regards, Clutchy Boy.
Clutchy Boy. Well, thanks, Clutchy Boy. Thanks, Lucy. That's very nice. Good to have some fans.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've earned them. I think you'll have a heap more. We've been loving having you. I'll catch up with you again soon.
Thank you.
Rob Woodhouse, of course, and a couple of people doing a little bit of Googling. Obviously, Rob, there's none better when it comes to swimming analysis. Bronze medal at the LA Games in the 400-metre medley, and we're rapt to have him for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Let's actually go back to Channel 7. They've got Ariane Titmus after her swim.
Going into that heat, did you have a time in mind? And that little race to the wall there, was that part of the plan?
I knew I'd probably want to be under that 8:20 mark to be safe through. I mean, it's a very big day today. I mean, I had an hour and a half in my room today, so yeah. I'm absolutely buggered. So I'll swim down really quickly and get home. I mean, this is probably my toughest backup, and it's not an easy 800 in the morning. This is a really deep field. So I knew I had to be tough and actually swim a solid swim to get through, and I think I should be fine with that time.
You've got about 36 hours off now. I dare say you probably need it. How are you just feeling mentally and physically? Because it's been pretty hectic for you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm bloody exhausted. Yeah. I mean, I keep thinking back to like Beijing. It was the same schedule as this morning heats, and how Phelpsy won 8 gold. I mean, I've done 2 and like I'm wrecked. So it just puts into perspective for me how amazing he was. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just going to rest up as much as I can and get ready for my last race at the Olympics.
And just one more, the person you're always mentioned with is Katie. Was it almost nice to not be in the same heat as her tonight, just so you can almost rest your mind about that rivalry and everyone just talking about it? Just swim your own race for once?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love racing Katie, but it is nice to, be on my own a little bit. But, it's been really good this week. We've been getting along really well, and we've really enjoyed racing each other. And, we don't get to do it often, so it's so fun for us to be able to race. So I'm looking forward to 2 days' time.
Yeah, you've absolutely earned yourself a good rest. Take it easy, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
And we'll have a chat to Kia. What a great finish. You've got yourself into third, which gives you a really good chance of getting through. How are you feeling about whether you make the final or not?
Yeah, fingers crossed it's enough. I knew if I could be top 3 in that heat, that would probably give me a better chance. And a race to the wall, that's what I love doing. So I just knew I had to get in and finish as fast as I could.
And to go just a bit over a second outside your PB in a heat, it's pretty good going. Was that about what you thought you could do tonight?
Yeah, I would have liked to be under that 8:20 mark, but I did a big PB at trials a few weeks ago, so to be back on that gives me a bit of confidence, hopefully, if I go into the final.
Well, fingers crossed for you. I know you want to watch, so we'll let you go. We'll hopefully see you in the final. Well done, Kia.
Good on you, Nate. Great job. How cool.
Sensational stuff. Thank you to Channel 7 for the audio as always, and Nathan Templeton doing a ripping job. Just fantastic insights for both our swimmers. So both should get through. Katie Ledecky in the pool at the moment. We're going to take a break and come back, though, because Georgie Parker represented Australia over 200 times as a hockey roux. The Hockey Roos are back in action tonight, their final pool game against New Zealand. Currently in the tennis, Barty Peers have taken the first set over Sakari and Tsitsipas, the Greek team. So that is a massive boost. They were down an early break, broke back, and have now got themselves to 1-0 up. So we'll take some of that in the next half hour as well. But back with Georgie Parker to preview tonight's clash between the Hockey Roos and New Zealand. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service, mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business but better.
The SEN Crunch Time team are counting down the top 10 most unbelievable moments from AFL history, all thanks to Furphy. And to celebrate our sport's great history, SEN and Furphy are giving away an unbelievable AFL corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. All you have to do to win is head to sen.com.au/win and tell us in 25 words or less what you think is the most unbelievable moment in AFL history.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
I reckon the best bit about running your own trades business is the late nights doing paperwork. You know who said that? No one, because no one likes paperwork. That's why I got Fergus to take care of it. Quoting, invoicing, job cards, scheduling, all that. Fergus sorts it. Thanks.
Fergus Job Software. Tradies swear by it. Visit fergus.com/radio where you'll get a $200 discount to get you started.
Amazing deals on Acer laptops now on at Harvey Norman. Need a laptop for home use? Get the Acer Aspire 3 for a hot price of $388. Are you looking for performance? Get the Acer Nitro 5 with NVIDIA GTX gaming graphics, now $998, save $400. Get the power you need with RTX graphics and i5 processor with the Acer Nitro 5 at $1,298, save $500. Check your local store or online for more great deals now at Harvey Norman.
G'day guys, Billy here. We all love catching up with our mates at the local pub or hotel, but we all need to stay COVID safe. So as you enter a venue, scan the QR code, get the tick before catching up with mates and enjoying great food. It's quick and keeps our family, staff and venues safe. If you're stuck, ask the friendly staff. No tick means no entry, so check in with QR codes and help keep our venues COVID safe.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? At Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
Pubs and hotels want everyone back into venues and back to normal. But we all need to help keep ourselves, our friends, family and staff COVID safe, which means checking with QR codes at every venue. It's so easy. Just scan in, get the tick, and you're good to catch up with friends.
Enjoy a night out with the family. Support your favourite local.
Support your local and their staff. Always check in, because no tick means no entry.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
In about 9 minutes' time, the Sharks look to ride their hot form against water polo powerhouse Serbia. Stunning victory over world number 3 Croatia. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. Speaking of Channel 7, their hockey special commentator, Georgie Parker, is going to join us in just a moment. She'll be ringing through to preview the Hockey Roos in action tonight against New Zealand. So Barty and Piers, phenomenal performance so far. They've taken the first set, but they are down a break. So 2 games to love in the second set. So Maria Sakkari ranked about 19th in the world in the singles, and Stefanos Tsitsipas ranked number 4. John Piers doesn't have a singles ranking, but he is ranked 25 in the doubles. And Ash Barty, of course, the world number 1. So they hold serve, still down a break, but 2-1 in the second set. 1300 736 736 if you want to get involved at any point throughout the course of the evening. You might have just got home. You might not have been able to see Jess Fox claim the gold that we've been hanging out for a long, long time. No one longer than her herself, though. She spoke to Channel 7 after the medal presentation and spoke about making little boats out of cardboard boxes and oars out of spatulas. This is someone who's been wanting this from a very, very young age. So she claims gold in the C1. It's the first time the C1's been in Olympic competition. She's got 3 medals in the K1, just none of them of the gold persuasion. And finally, the relief that was etched across her face is a moment that won't soon be forgotten. So if you'd like to share your experience watching Jess Fox today, it could be Zach Stubblety-Cook that you're able to see announce himself on the world stage. You can give us a bell, 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16. So Australia and hockey at the Olympics is a really rich history. Our men won gold in 2004. They got bronze in 64, 96, 2000 and 2008, 2012 as well. Silver in 68 and 76 and Barcelona as well. And for our Hockey Roos, 3 times they've tasted the ultimate success. Gold medals in 88, 96 and 2000. Now, a woman that represented them over 200 times at World Cups and tournaments all around the world is Georgie Parker, doing a ripping job as part of Channel 7's commentary of the hockey, who joins us on a night where they're about to close out their pool games against New Zealand. Georgie Parker's been good enough to join us. Hello, mate.
Hello, how are you?
Really well. Great job, you and Alistair, that are doing in the hockey. I've been enjoying it thoroughly.
Thank you. It's a tough job to do because, of course, there are so many supporters out there who probably only do watch hockey every 4 years. So trying to educate and entertain at the same time as keeping the hockey nuffs happy as well and not dumb it down to them. So it's a tough job, but I'm really enjoying it, and it's helped by the fact that the girls and the guys, they've not had a loss between them. The men are on scoring fire at the moment, 21 goals in their 4 matches so far, and the girls are doing a stellar job as well. So it makes an easier job for us in the booth, that's for sure.
Yeah, and can you remember a time when, and I know that there's been times when both the men's and the women's have medalled at the same Olympics, but really both teams looking incredibly good. I know that the women come in ranked, I think it's 1 or 2 in the world. You must be really bullish as they get to close out the group stages on the prospects medal-wise.
Yeah, definitely. I think the men, they're ranked number 1. The women, they've dropped slightly. They're number 3 at the moment.
Yep.
So both of them, of course, are in medal contention before coming into these games. But it's kind of been an unknown Olympics for so many sports, but particularly team sports, because you don't have that time there, I guess, to be able to work towards. So these girls and guys only had 6 matches in the last 18 months in the lead up to this. And compared to the 30 or 4 matches you would have every other year where you're playing all around the world against so many different nations. So all those 6 matches against who? New Zealand, of course. So it's been a different build-up for these two teams, and the girls are taking on New Zealand tonight. So hopefully they can finish that and then finish their group stages in a couple of days' time on the top of the ladder. The men, though, they're in absolutely ripping form as well. World number 1 team. And again, they want to finish on top of the ladder because in Rio, both of us over there really struggled in our pool games, and we just kind of came through, and it meant that our crossovers in the quarterfinals were up against tougher teams. So the men had to take on Netherlands in their crossover game and end up losing that, and it's a knockout final. So it's really important you finish your pool stages on the top of the ladder so you can play those weaker teams in the quarterfinals where the tournament really does start. But they've both shown really promising signs. It's the best start from both of these teams in an Olympics. So it's really, really exciting for Australian hockey at the moment.
Speaking of Georgie Parker, our hockey update for Hockey Australia, check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and Play. Channel 7 commentary team in action tonight. From the women's point of view, Georgie, obviously the build-up over the last couple of years has really been marred by the revelations of what's been going on behind the scenes and the investigation into culture and the revelations that have come through there. And whilst we don't need to reverse over old ground, how would it feel, do you think? And I'm sure you've still got friends that are playing. How do you think the feeling is now, knowing that they were able to get through that, they were able to force change, they got the change, and now they're able just to get out there and play and put the last few years behind them?
Yeah, I think it's been really important. It's kind of been a clean slate, and in some ways it's taken a lot of pressure off of them as a group because they got a new coach 4 or 5 months ago. It's not even 5 months. 4 months ago, they got a new coach in Katrina Powell, who was an absolute legend of Hockey Australia. She's a dual gold medalist. So they've got now a really strong, passionate woman leading the team, which I think's been great for them. We've not had a female coach before. So it's really exciting for the girls to be able to look up to her and be inspired by her. So that's really helped them. I think as well it's really unified the group. They're really strong and really close off the field. And I look back when I was playing, and the years that we had our most success was the years that we were better friends off the field before anything could get in between us. And you just knew your teammates had your back, and that really then showed on the field. So you watch them play and they're getting all around each other on and off the field, and I think that's the most important thing for the girls. And they're going through this with no expectation because of these off-field dramas, I guess you could call it, and that's really helped them free in how they're playing, and I think they're playing really well because of that. They're scoring a lot of goals, and the young girls are just there leading the way as a team and putting a really good performance on. So it's exciting to see, and I guess the last 6 months, I wish it didn't have to come to that, but I think it's only the best thing they're doing is looking forward, and they're doing that there in Tokyo.
So they beat Spain 3-1, then China 6-love. It was a tougher fought game against Japan 1-0, New Zealand tonight. What I love about that we all come together as Australians for an Olympics, but don't worry, there are still, I suppose there is still state biases that can come through from time to time, Georgie, and we've got a question off the text here. Can Georgie tell us why Victorian goalkeeper Ash Wells played in New Zealand but then didn't make the cut? She looked great in New Zealand.
Yeah, she did, and I feel for Ash because Ash was the backup goalkeeper in London, backup goalkeeper in Rio. Rach Lynch, she's the 2019 World Goalkeeper of the Year. So
that's a handy resume.
She's an exactly. She's a brilliant goalkeeper, Rach Lynch, and I think it really is between those two teams, a flip of the coin. You know, we're not there watching them train in and out, but Rach Lynch has incredible leadership qualities as well, as does Ash. So in the end, as a goalkeeper, it's a really tough gig. Only one can be over there. And I think knowing Ash as well as I do, I play club hockey with her over in Perth, and I've played with her since 2011 in the national squad. So I know Ash very well. And I think that Ash didn't want to be the reserve backup keeper. She'd done that twice, and it is a really taxing role to be that person that they're supporting without playing. So she took a little bit of a back step there, but it's really, really tough between those two. It's a tough position being a goalkeeper, but Rach Lynch, she's played over 225 games for Australia, World Goalkeeper of the Year, and just that experience there is really important for the team. But both could do the role, but that's how it is in a sport in that position particularly.
Got to get back to the pool in just a minute, Georgie. We really appreciate you joining us before a big night for you in the Channel 7 commentary box. But how confident are you now? I mean, have you seen enough for both of these sides where you think this could be, that there's definite gold medals on the cards here?
Well, with the men, I definitely see them playing off in that gold medal match if they finish top of the pool. I'm concerned about Belgium in the other side, so you just want to make sure you're not meeting them until the gold medal match. Now, with the girls, the opposite pool's a very difficult pool. You've got Holland, Germany, and the reigning champions in GB in the other pool. So, again, it's really important that our girls finish top of the ladder, and they're well on the way to be able to do that. Tonight's probably a deciding match for them to do that. And Australia versus New Zealand is always a tough, grueling match. They're the ones that knocked us out in Rio in the quarterfinals, and the 6 matches that they've had in the lead up to this, 5 of them have been draws and 1 win there to Australia. So it's always a tough match. New Zealand in every sport seems to play their best against Australia.
Yep.
So, and I hate that about them, but they do. So hopefully Australia can get the job done, and, their form in this competition suggests that the girls will be able to do that. So, look, I don't want to put any pressure on them, but I'd love both teams to be able to medal over there.
Georgie, thank you so much. That was fantastic, and we'll look forward to hearing you in action tonight at about 10:15. Thanks so much.
Thanks, mate. Check and get on the board.
Absolutely. Former hockey Roo and current Channel 7 commentator of these Olympics. Stream every Olympic sport on 7 Plus. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, mobile or tablet, or watch Tokyo 2020. Georgie Parker, what a star. Let's get back to the pool on the other side of this break. The men's 100-metre butterfly heats are up next.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Shane Crawford, here's your latte, just the way you like it.
Thanks, Chance. Hey, did you know that you could win free coffee for a year? Simply buy a cup of award-winning barista-made coffee at your nearest APCO Cafe 24/7 to go in the draw.
Free coffee for a year. Now that's a good coffee.
Sure is, Chance. There's a winner in every store. So when you buy your barista coffee today, make sure it's at APCO Cafe 24/7 and enter to win. We've got you. T's and C's apply.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN. UPIN.
Bringing your best means having total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot. Your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
The SEN Crunch Time team are counting down the top 10 most unbelievable moments from AFL history, all thanks to Furphy. And to celebrate our sport's great history, SEN and Furphy are giving away an unbelievable AFL corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. All you have to do to win is head to sen.com.au/win and tell us in 25 words or less what you think is the most unbelievable moment in AFL history.
Amazing deals on Acer laptops now on at Harvey Norman. Need a laptop for home use? Get the Acer Aspire 3 for a hot price of $388. Are you looking for performance? Get the Acer Nitro 5 with NVIDIA GTX gaming graphics, now $998, save $400. Get the power you need with RTX graphics and i5 processor with the Acer Nitro 5 at $1,298, save $500. Check your local store or online for more great deals now at Harvey Norman.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Heat 5 of the men's 100-metre butterfly is often butterflying. I just couldn't help myself. That's as bad as it gets, I know. I apologise wholeheartedly. That's almost finished. So Heat 6 coming up in just a moment with our very own Matt Temple, who Rob Woodhouse believes is a fair medal chance. Heat 8 has got David Morgan in it. Going to be a bit tougher for him. But let's get back to Rob Woodhouse to set up this heat for Matt Temple. Rob, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. And we just finished Heat 5. As I said, Joe Schooling finished last night. Joe Schooling's from Singapore, Singapore's first ever gold medalist in swimming, won this event in 2016, and there was a very famous dead heat of the second behind him between Michael Phelps, Chad Leclos and Laszlo Tse. Three of them finished dead heated for second. So Joe Schooling, not quite in that sort of form anymore, but good to see him back in the pool. He hasn't been competing a lot internationally for a long time. But this next heat, this is what Matt Temple's been here for. We saw him in the tuna butterfly earlier in the week. He only swum the heats, didn't get past the heats. I wasn't really expecting him to. This is certainly his best event. He was in the freestyle relay, of course, that won the bronze medal early in the week, the 4x100 freestyle relay.
Yes.
So a really good lead-off swim in that too. But this is the one he's been training for and peaking for. And he's come down a lot in the last sort of 18 months to 2 years, which has been quite tough, especially given that not many of these Australians, or only two of them actually, have actually managed to travel overseas to compete. But his development's been coming along really well. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here in the heat. He's going to need a really good solid heat. This is the first of the 3-seeded heats.
Let's get poolside. And, well, we are poolside with Rob, but let's get even closer with the action. Basil Zemplis, Liesl Jones, Ian Thorpe, thanks to Channel 7.
The Soback Club in New South Wales.
Take your mark.
Say that again. Matthew Temple, coached by Wayne Laws at the Nunawading Club in Victoria. Massive Richmond Tigers fan. To be flat that Dusty's out for the rest of the season. He's in the middle lane here, so Matthew Temple, lane 4, the 22-year-old. Pondarelli, the Italian, in lane 1, got away pretty smartly. And in lane 3, Mizunuma of Japan, the 24-year-old, also going pretty quickly. Martinez in lane 7, the leader. Temple second, 1/100th of a second
Only
behind.
100th of a second behind. That would be on the start. So the swimming component of his race is going well. He got off the wall well there as well. This is going to be a good swim from Matthew Temple.
Temple came into this third fastest performer of the year. 50.45. That is the national record. His national record just faded a touch. He's in the top 3. Yep. He finishes third.
Third swim, 51.39. So for him, that's just over a second outside of his best. But when we look at, he's just got to qualify for the semi-final in this race. So this will go through to the top 16 swimmers out of the 3.
There we go. Well explained by Ian Thorpe, but as our text is telling us that they don't want to hear from Ian Thorpe, they want to hear from Rob Woodhouse. And why wouldn't you, Rob? What did you make of the swim? Third in the heat for Matt Temple.
Yeah, not too bad. He looked a little bit rusty, to be honest. So 51.39 was the time, as we heard, about 0.8 of a second off his best time. And he's going to have to swim faster than that to get into the final, but that'll be enough to get him into the semis. He'll have a little bit of a nervous wait for these next 2 heats, but I think he'll be comfortably in with that. And he can go and recover and prepare for tomorrow morning.
We'll come back to you after the culmination of this heat. We'll talk a little bit more about Heat 8's David Morgan. Rob Woodhouse is with us for Tyre Power. We'll take a quick break and come back in just a minute and be back to the pool for the Heat 8 of the men's 100-metre butterfly.
just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
I'll bring you a quick score update from the Aussie Sharks, the men's water polo, who have been really causing a stir in the water polo world after they knocked off number 3 ranked Croatia a couple of nights ago, and they're in action against the highly fancied Serbia this evening as well. And I'll give you a tennis update in just a moment when they chuck the score back up. So down a break at the moment, 5-3 in the second set, Barty and Piers against the Sakari and Tsitsipas combination from Greece, but they took the first set. So there's a little bit of work to do there. Let's get back to the pool. Rob Woodhouse is with us for Tyre Power. Rob, before we have a little chat about David Morgan, we had Georgie Parker on to preview the upcoming hockey tonight and didn't get to see how Katie Ledecky went in her heats of the 800-metre freestyle. We saw Ariane Titmus, who qualified through. We're thinking she'll qualify through, but just give us the outcome of the times and how the final is shaping up.
Yeah, Katie Ledecky looked really good. She established a pretty early lead over her main competitors, Grimes from America, Simona Quadrella from Italy, and Sarah Kohler from Germany. It was the 4 of them way out in front of the rest of the field. But Katie Ledecky's time, 8:15. We compare that to Ariane Titmus' time of 8:19, I think it was, wasn't it? 8:18.99. So a good 3.5 seconds ahead of Ariane. So there was 4 swimmers in that second heat ahead of Ariane. So she's qualified in 6th place and Kia Melverton in 7th place into that final.
Fantastic. Kia Melverton, of course, did so well in the 1,500 metres final that she made outside the medals, but was really impressive. Let's get David Morgan's heat in and we'll go back to Rob Woodhouse in just a moment.
Not here.
So vacant lane 3, David Morgan of Australia, the 27-year-old from TSS Aquatics. He's in lane 1. Tom Shields of the United States in 2. Caleb Dressel, the 100 freestyle champion from earlier today and the world record holder in this event in lane 4. Minikov of Russia 5. Majeski of Poland 6. Vekoviciev of Russia 7 and Peters, Great Britain 8.
Watch Caleb Dressel underwater. Watch what he gains here. Up, he was behind. Was he behind at that turn ever so slightly, but he's half a body length in front on the turn. Just with that skill alone, he looks comfortable as he goes through here. He has to be able to recover as well from that 100-metre swim.
David Morgan needs to keep pushing and pushing up hard. Dressel's going to win this one, out by about half a body length from the Russian alongside him, Minikov and Majeski.
Olympic record. Incredible. After swimming that great 100 metres, the 100 metres freestyle, he's equal with Joseph Schooling's Olympic record of 50.39, and this was the heat swim. He's going to produce something special in this.
So he continues to, pardon the pun, but create a splash. Does Caleb? Geez, I'm on fire tonight. And I'm being very facetious there. He continues to make a bit of a splash, doesn't he? Caleb Dressel, when you look at him, he's there's heavily tattooed. He's a bit probably the next rock star, is he, of the US? Please tell me it's not another Ryan Lochte situation happening, Rob?
No, not at all. Caleb Dressel is a very clean-cut All-American boy, actually.
Yes.
He is covered in tattoos, but that doesn't mean
That's
anything
okay.
bad. He's a lovely guy, and he's really is a big star over there. And, there's talk of him winning up to 6 gold medals here. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but he looks a lock for this event. That was a sensational swim.
Olympic record for him. And David Morgan, unfortunately, in 7th. And we spoke about after the 100 or the 200 when he said that he felt like he died out there. How did you see his swim? Did he still look a bit lethargic?
No, it didn't look too bad there. And in fact, in the 200, it was that second half of the race, the second 100, that he really fell away. But that wasn't too bad for David Morgan, 52.3, but a long way off the semi-final berth for him. But Matt Temple, he's qualified 6th into the semi-finals, so well done for him. He's done everything he needs to. He'll go and recover now and get fired up for tomorrow morning's semi-finals.
All right, well, we'll leave you for the moment and come back and get fired up for the women's 200-metre backstroke heats. Emily Seabohm in Heat 3, 100-metre gold medalist Kaylee McEwen in Heat 4. So we'll cross back to you then, Rob.
Thank you.
Rob Woodhouse with us for Tyre Power, 1300 736 736. Of course, get involved at any point, 0433 98 11 16. Barty and Piers at the moment were 30, were love 30 up as Sakari and Tsitsipas was serving for the second set. Now 15-30, and John Piers had an open mid-court forehand that he'd make 99 times out of 100, and this was the one that just went long. So we'll take a break and come back as this looks likely to be locked up at a set apiece, and we might even drop in on some of that action as you're listening to SEN's coverage of the 2020 Olympic Games.
Get your Dakin ducted heating cooling now. Keep your family warm this winter and prepare for summer with Cold Flow. Trade in your old inefficient heater for Dakin's premium inverter technology and save. Get in quick and save with Dakin's super efficient effective ducted heating at Cold Flow. Hurry, sale won't last. Call 1300 880 688. That's 1300 880 688.
Cold Flow. Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita LED flashlight valued at $179 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless blower kit. Hurry. Limited time only, offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Watched Taylor kick the sky. When Dan Simmons makes a 3, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates a 4 and 20 pie. Oh.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Bred on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life, Ringer's Western clothing looks great in the city while toughing it out on the land. From tees and jackets to boots and denim, Ringer's Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com.
Hello, Blighty here. At John Allen Better Home Living, you can get unbeatable deals that are nearly as legendary as, well, you know who. Right now, take 25%
of beds, including King Coil and Sealy Posturepedic. Run-out model TVs from Samsung, LG, TCL and Hisense are all 20% off. John Allen guarantees they'll beat any online price on stocked items across the store. Save big time today and self-congratulate yourself. John Allen, Better Home Living, Knox Ozone, Burwood Highway, Wanturna. Conditions apply.
At SEN, we're all sleeping like logs, I can tell you. And if you want to know our secret, the secret is the Aussie-made Spinalese pillow. Trust me, it's helped me sleep so much better. There's no neck pain or headaches. I'd like one of our listeners to go to spinalese.com.au right now and order one. I guarantee you it'll change your life too, because a great day starts with a good night's sleep. This Spinalese pillow will change your life. Go to spinalese.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. You'll thank me later.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen, Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ask your plumber about Ream's advanced stainless steel water heaters with 12-year cylinder warranties.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
It's wonderful to have your company. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. So a set all between Australia and Greece in the mixed doubles and locked 2 games apiece on serve in the third. We'll take in a little bit of that, but we'll drop in on the men's water polo. At the moment, unfortunately, 5.5 to play in the second. Australia not able to repeat the heroics against the third-ranked Croatia from the other night when they caused a massive upset. They're down 7-0 against the might of Serbia.
Touch off Mitrovic on its way out. Now they've got space through the centre. They've got the extra player. It's the power play. And the shot again is off target from Rhys Howden. Turnover foul in the middle by Serbia. So Australia with plenty of the ball at the start of this second quarter. Just can't manage to find a goal at the moment. Campbell rather. Blake Edwards, it was Blake Edwards actually who had that shot a moment or so ago, not Howden. They have got a penalty now, Australia, so a chance to finally get on the score sheet. Foul right in front of the cage by Prelanovic. For Rhys Howden to get Australia on the board. Oh, good save, Mitrovic. You don't see too many penalties saved in water polo. There'll be another foul.
So unfortunately our feed just cut out as Australia scored, but 7-1 with 5 minutes to play. Things really tight in the tennis at the moment. So let's drop in on Ariake Tennis Park. Locked at 3 games all in the third set between Australia and Greece before we head back to the pool for Emily Seebohm's backstroke heat.
Can't wait to cheer on my teammates now. You just typify everything.
So we'll go to 7, mate, and we will pick up the tennis. Locked at a set apiece. Australia up 4-3.
Just taking that middle part of the net, finishing volley. Great play from the Australians.
Just what they needed after getting the mini break. Now it's up to Tsitsipas to manufacture something for Greece to get it back on this next Piers serve. Classic serve volley from Piers. Little bit of help, but they'll take it. And that's a consolidation. 6-3. Remember, we're going to first to 10, and you have to win by 2 points, so still a long way to go.
Great serving from John.
So, nicely done. We'll quickly take this heat for Emily Seebohm, and after that we'll speak to Rob Woodhouse. But Emily Seebohm's heat of the 200-metre women's backstroke, and they're off.
Great look down the blocks with Emily just before they took off. So, M. Seebohm in 5. Margherita Panziera, the second fastest this year. The Italian is alongside her in lane 4. And Katinka Hosu, who I think it's fair to say has had an up and down games, Liesl. I wonder if she can do better here. Silver medalist at the Rio Games in this event. She's in lane 3.
Emily Seebohm, I'm so pleased with that start. She's up and racing. Sometimes it's hard, especially in the 200, to get up and get going again, but she just looks really fresh. She looks like the Emily Seebohm that we've come to know and love.
PB of 2:05.68. She did that to win the 2017 World Championships. 7th fastest performer of all time. She was 12th in this event in Rio, and she's in the lead here. So down the pool to complete the first 100 metres, and in a good spot at the moment. China Peng, lane 2. So it's just an over of Russia 1. Peng of China in 2. Hosu in 3. Panziera, the Italian, in 4. M. Seebohm in 5, just battling it out with Peng at the moment in lane 2. Grabowski of Austria, only 18 years of age, lane 6. Zavina of Ukraine, 7. And Kubova of the Czech Republic in lane 8.
Peng Shui Wei really had a great second 50 there. She just picked up on the speed. Emily Seebohm took it out, but she seems to be backing off a little bit. The stroke rate's dropped down. She doesn't look like she's exerting too much energy, but Peng Shui Wei out in lane 2, putting in a great effort here. You can see her clicking through the gears, first gear, second gear, third gear, and now really settled into a great rhythm. But Emily Seebohm just caught her up in probably about 10 metres there, moving up into a good position.
Racing for spots in the semi-final. She's had a fabulous, fabulous career. Came to Tokyo with 5 medals, 1 individual silver, 2 gold and 2...
So we're going to just jump out of that in a moment. Just that heat. Emily Seebohm looks like she's going to finish first or second, but Australia just about to serve for the match against Greece, ranked 19 and 4, their singles players. They're actually facing a Greek serve, but let's go to the tennis.
One match point saved. Good serve from Sakari into the body of Peers.
Giving themselves an opportunity to stay in this match.
And another great serve, this time the first serve. Not easy against the world number 1. And they've saved 2 match points, but Australia still has 3. And John Peers to serve for the match. For Australia, they are still alive in this Tokyo 2020 tennis tournament.
That's a massive win. That's a massive win. John Peers ranked 25 in the world for doubles, but doesn't have a singles ranking that I could find. Stefanos Tsitsipas, world number 4. And Maria Sakkari is number 19, I think, in the world. Ash Barty, world number 1. That's phenomenal. Let's go back to the pool. Kaylee McEwen swimming her heat, and we'll catch up with Rod Woodhouse to sum up Emily Seebohm's second place finish in her heat, and we'll find out how Kaylee McEwen goes in hers.
2. Taylor Ruck, the 21-year-old Canadian, in lane 3. Kaylee in 4. Kylie Mass silver in the 100 backstroke in lane 5, the Canadian. Burian of Hungary in 6. Bernay of Poland, only 15 years of age, lane 7. And Barzilay of Israel in lane 8.
Taylor Ruck with the better of the starts there, down for the first 50, but it looks like she's working a little bit harder than Kaylee McEwen is. we know what her performance was in the 100. It was just extraordinary. So we know she can do sprinting when she needs to, but it's backing up in that second 100. I have all the confidence that she's just going to comfortably cruise through these heats, just do enough to get through. Don't exert too much energy, but it seems like she's had a fairly nice break between winning the 100 and this 200. So hopefully she feels revived.
So Ruck, Mass, McEwen and Buren in lane 6, the Hungarian. Only one medal for Australia in this event at Olympic level. Nicole Stevenson in Barcelona back in 1992, a bronze medal. Just pushed up a little here, Kaylee. Still sitting in third spot, but up now on the shoulder of Kylie Mass in lane 5.
She looks nice and smooth, Kaylee McEwen. She's surrounded by Canadians with Kylie Mass and Taylor Ruck in this race. She just made a little slight move there into this third and final turn. She's looking really good in her streamlines, nice and long, up in stroking, catching a lot of water, which is the Kaylee McEwen that becomes unbeatable.
Her older sister Taylor was 11th in the 100 breaststroke in Rio, and silver in the 4x100 medley relay, and sister has moved up into the lead now. 25 to go. She's gone past Mass, gone past Ruck. Can she hang on here? She looks pretty comfortable. We'll check the time. Ryan White, the leader so far, 2:08.23. McEwen first. And her time.
So Kaylee McEwen gets home first ahead of Kylie Massey from Canada, who she beat for gold in the 100-metre backstroke. Rob Woodhouse has been very patient to just wait while we took the Aussie win in the tennis. So Emily Seebohm second, Rob, and Kaylee McEwen looked so comfortable that they showed the aerial shot of her, and I looked to either side of her and you could see the bodies of the swimmers that sort of writhe as the backstroke, but her body, her torso is incredibly still as her arms and legs do that work at relative ease.
Yes, and that's the goal. That's good coaching there, Sam. You know what you're talking about there, definitely. It is all about the arms and the legs in the backstroke and trying to keep the body in the head position as still as possible. But Kaylee looked great there. She's qualified fastest. It's all quite close. Emily Seebohm's back in 8th fastest, so as 8th fastest qualifier, but of the 16 that go through to the semis. But for both of them, they both look pretty comfortable. There's improvement there. Again, like we said with Matt Temple, it's now about just getting a good recovery tonight and firing up for the semi-finals tomorrow.
All right, Rob, thank you. So mission accomplished for both Emily Seebohm and Kaylee McEwen. We'll take a quick break and come back because we got the mixed 4x100 metre medley relay. There were some interesting choices from a team perspective. We'll get Rob to take us through that again when we come back on the other side of this.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Every Sunday night we have family dinner, compulsory, you're not allowed to miss that.
Football's very big for us as well. We make sure we go to most games together.
It's not hard to find a reason to all come together, and Mum loves cooking, so if there's an excuse for Mum to cook us all lunch, we're all there.
Watching movies together.
Travel and experience new adventures.
Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned company that cares for families in their absolute time of need. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
G'day, John Platten here, and it's good to be back in Victoria. In footy, you need more than just your kicking boots. It's the same at the Safety Hub. The team are proud to announce a recycling option for all Bata rubber boots. Bring in your old Bata rubber boots into our store at Unit 9, 3 Cubit Way, Dandenong South, and the team will send them on to Bata Factory for recycling. Bata and the Safety Hub trying to make a cleaner world. Our website, thesafetyhub.com.au.
The Safety Hub. They've got the safety gear for you.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for $2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au. Doing a bit of painting? Monarch Rollers make your job easier by pairing the nap length with your project. Walls and ceilings, exterior doors and trims, anything. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
The SEN Crunch Time team are counting down the top 10 most unbelievable moments from AFL history, all thanks to Furphy. And to celebrate our sport's great history, SEN and Furphy are giving away an unbelievable AFL corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. All you have to do to win is head to sen.com.au/win and tell us in 25 words or less what you think is the most unbelievable moment in AFL history.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a robot at home to mow your lawn and wash the car? At least you've got robot building supplies at work. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing and more. Robots got it at the lowest prices. Like square and round tubing in Prime and Gow. Starting from $17.60 for 20 by 20 by 1.6 Prime tube 6.5 metres long. Robot, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Since 1871, Continental Tyres have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tyres as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tyres. German-engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tyres.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Australia fighting back against Serbia. 3-10 though, they're still a long way back, but they've started to score on a bit more regular basis. Well, they've just started to score, really. But 10-3 with 6.5 to play in the third quarter there. Now, we've got a new event at Tokyo this year. There's been several of them, and one of these is the mixed 4x100 metre medley relay. Rob Woodhouse is going to explain the rules, the strokes, the team, how this all works and how it's all come about. Rob, hello.
Yeah, hello, and that's quite a challenge to explain it all. Look, it's a normal medley relay, so backstroke, then breaststroke, then butterfly, then freestyle. There's 2 women and 2 men in each team, so and each country can decide how they split that up, whatever order they like to go in. So as we're seeing in this first heat, which is in the water at the moment, they've just started the freestyle leg. The change in the lead it's all over the place. So it's the British that are leading. They're well in front now, and it's Freya Anderson from Great Britain in the freestyle leg. But they were well behind after the backstroke leg when their other female swimmer, Kathleen Dawson, was swimming. The Australians are in the second heat. And as we said earlier, the challenge for the Australian team, and for some of the other teams, is that they've got to rest some of their swimmers that are doing finals tomorrow, like Emma McKeon, Kate Campbell, Kaylee McEwen, and so on. So they're not putting their best team in in these heats, and there is a risk that they will miss the final. And given the controversy of the 4x200 freestyle relay selection this morning, if they do miss the final, it probably will be controversial again, but it's just a risk they have to take to protect these swimmers for their all-important individual finals tomorrow. So we've just seen this first heat finishing now, and it's the British team that they've just missed the world record, actually, by 0.3 of a second. So that is their best team. They won't be making any changes to that team for the final, whereas all the other teams will. So that's the target. For Australia, it's all just about getting into this final. So we'll see how they go when they hit the water in about 3 or 4 minutes' time.
So who's swimming for Australia, please, Rob? Just remind us again. I didn't get them all down. So Zach Stubbley going to start us off?
So we have Isaac Cooper starting us off in the backstroke, then Zach Stubbley Cook in the breaststroke. So we should have a pretty healthy position after 2 men swimming. But then we've got Brianna Throssell in the butterfly and Bronte Campbell in the freestyle. So, yeah, some interesting choices there. But, they've just got to get top 8. I actually think it's going to be a pretty tough ask, to be honest, and there's some really fast times in that first heat. So there's no point me sort of talking about what their overall times will be. We'll just see how they go and where they finish up. But if anything, they're going to be...
We've just lost our connection to Rob, so we might just quickly take a break and come back with this heat of the mixed medley relay, the 4x100. Just trying to get a gauge on, and Rob would have been able to tell us because he is poolside, but just got a gauge on how far
back now.
Here you are, Rob. How far away are they from taking the blocks?
So I'm not sure what time, how long ago you lost my link. I just kept talking there, but they're behind the blocks now, so I'd say they'll be getting water in about 30 seconds.
All right, let's head down. Before we head down, Rob, though, that I don't know what your thoughts about this are, but I got quite excited to see this, and you spoke about the yo-yoing in the lead, which I think is going to be a real feature of this event.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, watching that British team there, we had Adam Peaty doing the breaststroke leg, and he's absolutely motoring. Yes. And there's a few of the female swimmers from the other teams. He just went straight past them, and they got caught in his bow wave there. But, lots of lead changes for the Aussie team. They've got their 2 male swimmers up front, so let's hope that they're very close to the lead by the 200-metre mark.
This should be a lot of fun. So a new event at Tokyo. It's the 4x100-metre mixed medley relay, and swimmers are in the pool. Australia in lane 5. Let's head to the Tokyo Aquatic Centre.
By the way, the Americans who finished second in that first heat, they went female, male, male, female also. The Netherlands were in third spot, and they too went female, male, male, female. So the Australians trying a different approach. Male, male, female, female. That's backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly and freestyle. And Isaac Cooper, the 17-year-old, in the water for a second time at these Olympic Games.
So the majority of this heat has gone mostly male and 2 females. So it's so hard, and dealing with that wash off the men is so hard. If you have someone's feet at your head, that can make you feel a little bit washed out, and that's the challenge. That's the difficulty with this event.
So Belarus at the top of the screen, lane 1. It's Simith, the man, swimming for them. Japan, female, Conchi. Man in the water for the Russians, Tarasevich. And Zhu of China, also a male swimmer. Isaac Cooper switches over now to Zach Stubblety-Cook. So male, male. Brianna Throssell and Bronte Campbell to come. And for the Italians, Martineghi is in the water. The Greeks have their second male swimmer in the water, Meritolius, and a male swimmer, the first of the Israeli male swimmers in the water. It's Gold Baden, so the breaststroke to make way for the butterfly. A range of tactics across the pool. It's fascinating, and it's certainly good fun.
It is so much fun, and again, we've got mostly males for the breaststroke leg as well, which leaves 2 females to swim the alternate legs. So how does that work out? We've got Brianna Throssell coming up for the butterfly for us, and Bronte Campbell, we know she can do a fast freestyle. So putting them in confident positions here when they go into the water, it's a good place to be, and it makes you feel a little bit better.
So interestingly, when Australia won the World Championship 2019, they went Larkin, Wilson, McKeon, Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell. It looks like that's the strategy that they've settled on. The United States, when they won the World Championship in 2017, they went Grievers, King, Dressel and Manuel. So they went male, female, male, female.
So with that team, we know that Lily King is not swimming well at the moment, and Simone Manuel didn't make the team for individual for that event. We know Kayla Dressel's swimming well. We know that. So it's that they are going to have a relatively new team for them.
Brianna Throssell in the water now. Another swim. She was in the final of the 200 fly today, and she's making up a little ground here, and she's going to hand over to Bronte Campbell for her second opportunity to swim. China going nicely.
So Zhang Yufei's had a great meet just these last few days, especially with relays and butterfly events.
Bronte Campbell in the water, 27-year-old, came in 4th spot, very quickly up on level terms, and in 3rd spot with the swimmer from in lane 3, the Russian Olympic Committee. She's swimming really well here, Bronte. She's almost into second, so it's China, Italy, Australia, concluding stages of this second heat of the mixed 4x100 medley relay. New event on this Olympic program. Gold medal at the end of it. This is the heat. Bronte Campbell, what a great racer she is. We've seen her do this time and time again for Australia. In fact, both of the Campbell sisters. Can Bronte hang on? Can she get them onto the wall first? They hit it, just missed. China first, Australia second, Italy third. Heat number 2 of the...
Oh, there, that was fun, Rob Woodhouse. That was fascinating. And what about the swim? Made up at least 2 positions, did Bronte Campbell, to bring it home, and just pipped for first in that heat.
Yeah, they swam really well. And, in fact, I'm sure we're waiting for the official results now, but I'm sure they've got into the final, which I was a little bit surprised about that. I thought they might struggle, but it's a really good, strong swim from all 4 of those. Isaac Cooper leading out well, Zach Stubblety-Cook, Brianna Throssell, and Bronte Campbell are bringing it back really well. Interestingly, the anchor swimmer for Japan, Rikako Iki, she was going to be one of the big stars of the games if they were held last year, and she was diagnosed with leukemia at the beginning of last year, and she weren't sure she was going to survive, and she's not only recovered but made this Olympic team just for the relays. But it's fantastic to see her swimming as well. But that was a good fun relay. They look like they've really enjoyed themselves, and I'm hoping that they've swum. In fact, they've swum into 4th place. They've only narrowly got into the final, but just over a second. But well done, fourth fastest qualifiers, and now tomorrow morning they will stack that relay with some guns.
What are you thinking?
I think Mitch Larkin will come in. I think maybe Matt Wilson might come in backstroke and breaststroke, and then if that's the case, they'll bring in Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell. So if they stick with the 2 men up front and then the 2 women, I'd say that would be the team.
That's a strong lineup. Rob, as always, it's been wonderful to have you on as part of the proceedings at Poolside this evening. Thanks so much, and I won't be with you tomorrow night, but mate, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Rob Woodhouse with us for Tyre Power. Been just phenomenal to get his insights, and there's not many better. In fact, I'll say there's none better than Rob. It's just the level of analysis is just extraordinary, and it's been a real pleasure and a real bonus for us to be able to tap in to what he's seeing down on the pool deck at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre. So tonight in the mixed doubles for Australia, Sam Stosur and John Peers had a big assignment on their hands against the Greek team and Stefanos Tsitsipas. And isn't that always the way that just when you're about to throw to a break, the name that was on the tip of your tongue only moments ago, it evades you. Maria Sakkari. So BP, Brett Phillips, our resident tennis expert, is going to join us next to wrap up that as... this is our only hope still left in these Olympics from a tennis point of view, and they survived a big challenge in round 2. We'll talk about that next.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win. Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 19 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Timelyo can help you beat the clock, just like our great women athletes.
Swimming superstar Susie O'Neill went unbeaten for 6 years in the 200-metre butterfly event, including a gold medal in 1996, as well as 3 world records. In the Sydney Games, she surprised herself with gold in 200-metre freestyle to cap an incredible career.
Beat the clock. Business owners, you get paid early with Timelyo's fast, flexible funding. Money today, growth tomorrow. Timelyo. timelio.com.au.
Family first is a big thing for us.
We're very much always there for each other. If anyone needs anything, we just try and stick together.
I've brought my kids up to respect their elders and what they have.
To be kind to one another, trust, loyalty, honesty, commitment and a good work ethic.
Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned company that cares for families in their absolute time of need. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Herald Sun app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way. We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Herald Sun app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
Hi, I'm Fabian Villella from O'Brien Real Estate Narre Warren. Find your place with O'Brien. Visit our website for marketplace data and demographics on every suburb.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
There are different kinds of love. You can love your partner, your sport, your car. It's all different. But if you can't say, I love my pillow, well, I feel sorry for you. People who sleep on the Aussie-made Spinalese pillow can honestly say they love their pillow. Neck pain, headaches, snoring, the Spinalese pillow changes the way that you sleep forever, but make sure it's not an imitation. What you need to do to grab your Spinalese pillow now with free delivery, just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. It'll change your life.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Plenty of action through the night session tonight. I'll recap what's happened so far in the not-too-distant future, before 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock at about 10:15, the Hockey Roos are in action against New Zealand. We spoke to Georgie Parker to preview that a little bit earlier, so we'll bring you that action live from the Oi Hockey Stadium in Tokyo. Tonight, massive quarterfinal clash for Australia in the mixed doubles, our only representation left in the tennis side of things. And Ash Barty and John Peers. I still can't find John Peers' singles ranking. He's 25 in the world for doubles. Ash Barty, obviously the number one in the world. They had to come up against a really strong Greek outfit. 19 in the world, Maria Sakkari. 4 in the world is Stefanos Tsitsipas, and he is one of BP's, our resident tennis expert, Brett Phillips' favourites on the tour. But I know that he wouldn't have been going anywhere near them in any way, shape or form, support-wise this evening. It was all about the green and gold of Australia. Brett Phillips has joined us for B Solar, where you will never have to pay another expensive electricity bill. Learn more about better solar at b.solar. BP, this is a phenomenal performance. They won the first set, lost the second. They had to come back from breaks down on a couple of occasions, and they're very, very accomplished Greek outfit. It was a phenomenal effort from Barty and Peers.
Yeah, it was great stuff, Sammy. They were clutch in that match tie-break, no doubt. Great to see, Pearsy and Ash come together for the first time. I mean, the reason you can't find Pearsy's singles rankings, he hasn't got one. He's been specialising in doubles now for, a long time and won a major. And, his expertise in that doubles format, just where he positions himself, he was really just breathing on that net. He's got such great reflexes. Pearsy's got great anticipation. And then you combine that with what Ash can do on a tennis court. They know their way around. They complement each other beautifully. And, so no doubt, Tsitsipas, he was throwing everything but the kitchen sink at both of them. Lots of power, but there probably wasn't much subtlety and variance in what Sakari and Tsitsipas were doing tonight to get that done down the stretch. So, nicely done through to the semi-finals. So they're going to play Andrei Rublev and Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Of course,
that's another big test, isn't it?
It's another big one. Yeah, Rublev's had a hot year on the tour, and Pavlyuchenkova having made a French Open final this year. But no, well done to the Aussie duo. Belinda Bencic through to the women's final, and it looks like maybe she had a bit too much wedding cake, Alina Svitolina, because she's starting to feel the effects now. Sammy Marketa Vondrousova might be on her way to that final. 6-3, 4-1 up just a couple of moments ago. Men's today, Khachanov to play Carreño Busta in a semi. He knocked out Medvedev, so that's another big one to go along with Tsitsipas in the singles yesterday. And the joker today just made mincemeat of Kei Nishikori. So the two Japanese hopes, Osaka and Nishikori, gone 6-2, 6-love to play the winner of Zverev and Shardy. That's in the early stages. And on one of the outside courts on a late Tokyo Thursday night.
How would that have gone down with the locals, do you think? Because they would have had really high hopes in the tennis.
Yeah, obviously these two are massive. We know we've learned certainly in the last year or two what Osaka earns off court, and a lot of those deals come from big Japanese corporations who are right behind her, signing her to some money that we'd collapse, Sammy, if we could earn that sort of money and pick ourselves up, and it'd be very, very nice. And Nishikori, well before Naomi was on the scene, I mean, he was on billboards everywhere in Japan. Yeah. He's been a huge ticket item for a long time, Kay, and he's had all these injuries. So he's in the back end of his career. So there wasn't quite the expectation on him that there was on Osaka. But, it's good to have some Aussies still left, and I think they're a huge chance here to at least get through to the final, Barty and Piers.
So I found that interesting too when I was keeping an eye on it. It looked to me like Tsitsipas and Sakari were just trying to blow them off the court. And there wasn't really much in the way of subtlety and tactics and using the angles and varying pace, which from listening to you since I joined SEN, it seems like that's a crucial part of doubles play.
It is. It's all the little nuances. I mean, Pearsy, at times they were varying it up. So sometimes they'd stand back when the other player was serving. Sometimes Pearsy would come up and sort of do that I formation where you're right there, breathing on the net. You're there for that quick sort of put away. I mean, his hands are electric. I mean, he's played, Grand Slam doubles. He's a two-time season-ending Masters champion as well. So his doubles play in that sort of format, when you're up against two very good, predominantly singles players, it's just very, very handy because it's just finding that little extra angle. It's just taking a little bit of pace off at times, or throwing in the lob when you need to. Or it's just the variance was certainly clear. Watching both of them tonight, so it was a good combination. It's a shame we still don't have the Hopman Cup in Australia, because that would be a good combination. Piers and Barty playing at the Hopman.
Absolutely. So with what's to come with Rublev and Pavlyuchenkova, I reckon I've almost got that. I don't know how you do it.
Beautiful. Superb.
What do you think tactically will be the approach from Barty and Piers to them?
Yeah, well, Rublev, talk about no subtlety. he just absolutely belts the suitcase out of that fluffy little yellow tennis ball. So he's a tremendous player. He's high intensity, Rublev. Pavlyuchenkova, doesn't necessarily carry the power. I mean, she's probably a little bit more powerful than Barty at times, but doesn't cover the ground as well. I think it's just really on their racket, playing their game, not worrying too much about the other pairing. I mean, they know these two players on the tour and what they're about. But I think it's just if Barty and Piers can serve really well and get that sort of combination of crossing over, sometimes playing on the juice side or the ad side, and just being able to cover the little angles and anticipate. I think they can certainly go on and at least make the final.
BP, always a pleasure, never a chore, mate. Thank you very much. It's a fantastic performance from Barty and Piers. When I saw who they'd drawn for the quarterfinals, I thought, geez, when you're not in great form and you come up against two players with those kind of resumes, then maybe it's a bridge too far. But I'm happy, very happy to be eating my words. So we can't wait for the semi-finals.
Indeed, Sam. Thank you, mate. Talk soon.
Brett Phillips, thanks to Yonex, celebrating 75 years performance. Product crafted in Japan. Check out their latest range at yonex.com. There's 56 seconds to go, and we might even take the last bit of this in the water polo. So not long ago I said Australia down 10-0, then Australia down 10-3. Well, they've fought back in a massive way. They're down 14-8, but time's just going to expire on them against one of the powerhouses of world water polo in Serbia. But let's listen to the final stages, because I think this would almost put paid to Australia getting through the rest of their group stage.
They get up in the morning at 4:30, they go to training for 2 hours, and they go and do a full day's work, and then they go back at the end of their night. And actually, there's a funny story with AJ Roach. He actually, being an accountant, has to take a suit to work every day, but apparently not so irregular that he actually turns up without a business suit or both his shoes, or packing in the dark in the morning, forgets his shirt. Facial there as well. Mitrovic. Boring. You don't want to fire him up. They're having a bit of a chuckle now, but you're going to poke the bear. You've got to be careful.
So a timeout call. Serbia 14-8. Obviously we're inside the last 30 seconds, and Serbia's real big task in their last two matches is going to be against Montenegro. Australia, their big task will be against Spain, and really that's where this is going to come down to. When you look at the current seedings, look at where everyone's sitting, how Serbia perform against Montenegro and how Australia perform against Spain is likely to be the difference between progressing or not.
Yeah, it's very difficult. As I said, Australia will just wipe this game, need to recover really well. Lots of rest, and they'll come back sharp.
The Spaniards are 3 from 3. It's time they lost something.
Yeah, they're incredible, but at the end of the day, everyone's beatable.
But look, the way they played against Croatia, they can beat any team here at the Olympics. This is an extraordinarily difficult group, as we've stressed. Filipovic got himself inside. He was looking for a kick out, didn't get it.
Straight over the top.
I wonder how often Filipovic throws a lob. Not often, I reckon. Not often. 14-8 is the scoreline, and at the end of the match, as you say, they've got to wipe it and look forward.
Yeah, look, there were definitely some positives there in that last quarter, and actually all the way throughout the game, they fought incredibly hard, just not being battle hardened. There's a massive difference. They fought really well, and there was definitely enough things in there to be positive for the next round.
So Australia will play Spain next, and then Kazakhstan. They've gone down tonight in a heartbreaker, absolutely smashed 14-8 by Serbia.
Yeah, they were 10-0 down, if memory serves, and then were 10-3 down and finished up 14-8. So they came home with a wet sail. But unfortunately, the time was the enemy in the end. So you just heard there's a couple more games for them to go. 4 teams from each group will go through to the quarterfinals. So just having a look at Australia's group in the men. So they were third until this match. Serbia will jump above them now, and they've got Montenegro. Australia have got Spain to come as well up next. So they're still alive. I thought that might have been it for them, but they're still alive, as we heard in commentary there So you never know, anything could happen. If they can reclaim the form that they showed late in this game and the form that they showed against the world number 3 Croatia in beating them a couple of nights ago, then you never know, they could just sneak through. Let's take a break and come back. Over the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes, we'll relive the gold medal moments of today, and we might even find time to squeeze in the other medal moments of today. And then our Hockey Roos will take on New Zealand in their final group game of their Olympic schedule. They've won every one of them so far. They started off by beating Spain 3-1, then China 6-0, and then Japan 1-0 last night. So they can get through undefeated, which would be a massive boost to their chance, and they're in really good form. So too are our Kookaburras. So we'll take a break, come back and go through the golden moments of today, day 6, the night session, as SEN brings you the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
New car sales are hot, and at Astoria GWM Haval, we're here to help. New GWM 4-wheel drive, auto, diesel, dual cab ute is only $34,990 drive away. New Haval Jolion premium SUV is $25,490 drive away, and larger H6 premium SUV is $30,990 drive away. All have 7 years warranty, and we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Haval, North Road, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch, and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Master Builders Victoria fights hard for the Victorian building and construction sector. As a member, you'll access free legal, contract, OH&S and industrial relations support and exclusive industry training opportunities. You'll shine at member-only events and industry award celebrations. Membership with Master Builders Victoria delivers, and it costs you from just $1.40 a day. Master Builders Victoria, can you afford not to be a member? Join today at mbav.com.au.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Herald Sun app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
Ace Aussie Finishers with Ace Gutters, your roofing and flashing specialists.
Going into the 88 Games in Seoul, swimmer Duncan Armstrong was an afterthought for a medal. Ranked 46th in the world, the 20-year-old trailed American favourite Matt Biondi on the final turn. But in the last 50 metres, Armstrong stunningly surged home to steal gold in a world record time.
He absolutely aced the finish. And so can you with Ace Gutters' state-of-the-art coil coating facilities. Search acegutters.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Just a quick recap of what's happened in the night session so far, and then we'll come back and we'll relive our gold medal moments from today. Zach Stubblety-Cook in the 200-metre breaststroke, and Jess Fox, how good was that? And the C1, that long-awaited gold medal for her. But before we do that, the night session this evening, it started off at around 6:30 with the women's rugby 7. So they beat Japan 48-0 earlier on today. They took on China, conceded the first try, and then ended up running away 26-10 winners over China at Tokyo Stadium. So the mixed doubles has just finished. They were up next. Ash Barty and John Pearce took on Stefanos Tsitsipas and Maria Sakkari from Greece. They were down a break in a couple of the sets, were able to fight back, and they won it in 3 in the end and are through to the semi-finals and will take on the Russian pair of Rublev and Pavlyuchenkova. So that's a fantastic effort from Ash Barty and John Pearce. We then went to the swimming. Ariana Titmus has been really the star of these Olympics from an Australian point of view, probably alongside Jess Fox now. She's got 2 gold medals, a bronze medal as well today in the 4x200 metre freestyle relay. And this was the third chapter in this rivalry with Katie Ledecky. So the heats tonight of the 800 metres. Ariana Titmus, we've got that. We got that. We don't have that. I thought we had that, but we'll get that in just a moment. And Kia Melvin, so they both make it through to the final. So Ariana Titmus finished second in her heat. Kia Melvin finished third in that same heat, and they are through to the final. Ariana Titmus spoke after it about just how, well, she's starting to get a little bit tired, so that's a concern. So we will grab that. We'll hear from her in just a moment. But moving through the other swims tonight, Australia just finished up in the water polo. They went down 14-8 against Serbia. They've got Spain to come. They're still alive in their group. They were third. This could put them down. If I just have a look at the groups here, this will put them down to, I reckon, depending on Serbia's result, and I'll just have a look and see how they went today. They beat, that was Kazakhstan Tuesday. I'll come back to you on that just to check how Serbia went this evening, if they actually played or play tomorrow. We'll go through that in just a moment as well. So they've got Croatia on Saturday, have Serbia, and they've got Montenegro coming up as well. My computer's just giving me a little bit of grief at the minute, so we will come back to you on that one as well. But Australia's still alive at the moment, the Sharks in the men's water polo, but they did go down to Serbia tonight, and they've got Spain to come in their next match. 100 metres fly, Matt Temple wasn't able to qualify in the 200, but was able to qualify for the semi-finals in the 100. Dave Morgan, not so lucky in his heat. And then in the women's backstroke, the 200-metre backstroke, the heats, Emily Seebohm and Kaylee McEwen in heats 3 and 4. Channel 7 caught up with both Emily Seebohm and Kaylee McEwen. Kaylee McEwen, of course, won gold in the 100-metre women's backstroke. Caught up with both of those lovely ladies after their swim.
Emily Seebohm's been good enough to stick around for that second last heat there. That looked really comfortable. How did it feel?
Yeah, good. I guess my goal is to not try to use all my energy in every single race that I do, so it's trying to preserve as much as I can, so that felt really nice.
Your form in 100 was good as well. Was there one or the other that you were sort of focusing on more or more confident in out of the two distances?
Look, I think both of them are really good for me. Obviously, we knew the 100 was going to be the tougher race.
Yeah.
So I think the 200 is maybe a little bit more open because Regan didn't qualify for the two-back at the American trials. So it's a little bit more open, but still it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, well, you did really well to get through. We'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
And Kaylee's here as well. Kaylee, you've had a couple of days off, thankfully. Were you able to just have a little breather and just refocus yourself?
Yeah, 100%. You know, just took a few days to relax and get the mindset back on track. And, you know, I'm still feeling it a bit. So, you know, I'm just happy to make myself swim into that semi-final.
The 100 back's the one that we've sort of been focusing on you in terms of your form and everything, but your 200 back looks really good as well. Are you sort of as confident at this distance?
I wouldn't say as confident, but, I mean, you never know what can happen. It's just whoever comes on the day and puts up the best time.
Yeah, that was a terrific heat swim. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
So both Emily Seebohm and Kaylee McEwen through to the semi-finals. Isaac Cooper, Zach Stubblety-Cook, Brianna Throssell and Bronte Campbell all swum in the newly added mixed 4x100 metre medley relay. So Isaac Cooper swum the backstroke, Zach Stubblety-Cook swum the breaststroke, Brianna Throssell swam the butterfly, and Bronte Campbell brought us home in the freestyle. They actually finished second in their heat, and they all spoke to Channel 7 after that swim. That's all right. We'll come back to that one at the moment, in a moment. Earlier today, so while we're on air as well, so there was a massive delay in the golf today. There was lightning and a few weather conditions that didn't quite suit. So there was about a 2-hour delay. So golf back in the Olympics as it was in Rio. And at the culmination of play, Sepp Straka, who got the best of the conditions out there, was 8 under the card. And trust me to click on the one where it doesn't give me the nationalities as well. The best of the Aussies was Mark Leishman. So Mark Leishman and Cam Smith are our representatives in the golf for Australia. We've got Minjee Lee and Hannah Green representing us when the women take to the course next week. Mark Leishman was 1 under the card. He was tied for 31st. Cameron Smith was even for the day, tied at 41, and he caught up with Channel 7 after his round today.
Did the weather disruption impact you at all?
Maybe a little bit jet lagged. I think still coming from the US last week probably didn't help. But yeah, felt a little bit tired those last few holes. But a few coffees in the player room before we went out helped me out for sure.
Still in there though, hanging in.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't too bad today. Pretty solid to be honest. Didn't hit too many fairways. And there's so many opportunities around here if you can hit fairways, and I just, struggled off the tee, and that's what really hurt me today, I think.
Yeah. Plan for tomorrow?
Yeah, much the same. Probably going to go just hit a few balls now, get the coach on the phone, and, hopefully we can figure something out with the driver. Just wasn't quite there today, but the rest of the game is feeling really nice.
Tell us about the Olympic experience. What's it like being part of the team with Mark, and how's that all working?
Yeah, it's great. Mark and I are really good friends. We get on really well. It's nice to root for someone else other than yourself every now and again. And obviously, wearing the coat of arms and the green and gold is pretty cool. So, yeah, can't wait to hopefully make Australia proud over the weekend.
You've certainly done that, mate. The reaction to the mullet so far has been sensational, getting comments everywhere. Did you expect that, and how's it been?
Yeah, I thought the AUS in the side may have got a little bit of reaction, but, not very often we get to play for our country as individual golfers. So, I just thought I'd put it on the side of the head and see how it went.
Seems to be working, mate. That's good. We'll fire it up over the weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cam. Good luck, mate.
Thanks,
Thank
mate.
you.
So Cam Smith, the 71, so even throughout the first round, obviously 4 rounds to play, so plenty of time for them to make their move. But Sepp Straka from Austria, 8 under the card, a 1-shot leader over Jazz Janawattanond from Thailand, and Belgium's Thomas Peters is 1 shot back from him in third position. So I think Cameron Smith might be in the first group teeing off tomorrow morning at about 8:30 a.m. So we'll be looking forward to that. We'll play some of that audio a little later. We've got to take a break and come back because we're not far away from the hockey getting started. I want to relive the gold medal moments from today, and we'll do that after this.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
And the award for Lucky Her Mum called RACV Batteries to get the car battery replaced within an hour so she didn't completely miss the game goes to Cassie.
When your car battery stops, that's when the problems start. Thankfully, RACV is on the road 24/7 to help. We come to you, and with our price match guarantee, we'll have your new battery fitted usually within an hour. Call 13 11 11 or visit racv.com.au/batteries.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Did you know you can still enter SEN Tyre Power Tipping? No matter what round you play, you always have a chance to win great weekly prizes and $5,000. Start tipping now. There's over 20 grand in prizes on offer. Sign up at tipping.sen.com.au.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner Ardex, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Ace Aussie Finishers with Ace Gutters, your roofing and flashing specialists.
Betty Cuthbert was the golden girl of the 1956 Melbourne Games, winning 3 gold medals on the track. Injury forced her to retire from the sport she loved 4 years later. But in 1964, she attempted a return. And despite being completely written off, Cuthbert won gold in the 400 metres.
She absolutely aced the finish, and so can you with Ace Gutters' state-of-the-art coil coating facilities. Search acegutters.com.au.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Wonderful to have your company. Thank you very much. Get involved at any time. 0433 98 11 16. The Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Not too far away from the Hockeyroos getting started. But I thought, why don't we relive some of the gold medal moments from today? So let's start with, I suppose, not in chronological order, because I think this is a goal that we've been waiting for since London in 2012, when Jess Fox was silver in the K1. She was bronze in the K1 at Rio, bronze in the K1 here at Tokyo a couple of days ago. The C1's the event that she's won 4 world championships in, 3 in the K1. And we heard earlier on today that she's been wanting this since she was a little girl, making boats out of cardboard boxes using spatulas for oars. So this was how she won gold today in the C1 canoe slalom.
It's a fierce and focused looking Fox. Will she be the fastest? On her way, final run here in the women's C1 final.
Jessica Fox of Australia goes for gold here in Tokyo 2020. That's just in the semi-final. If she wants to take gold here, she's got to go fast.
Well, that's a good start through the downstreams, and then a good cross, an early spin. That's a good spin. Keeps the bow down through gate 7. Edges, gets a squirt, some speed on the back of the boat. Needs a good upstream.
Quick time too, 2.45 up.
So she's away well. Settling for the spin, holds on the inside, comes back well. The move.
Needs to work hard here, really hard, and does it pretty well through 16, digging deep.
That's a good move. Comes across high, good edge there, chasing across. The crossbow, now the finish, get across and drive in high.
Into the final upstream gate, the time is looking strong for Jessica Fox. One gate to come, Fox is flying towards the line. Is this the moment she's dreamt of her entire career? She hits the line! She's got it! She has shines like gold to become the Olympic champion. She is a wonder woman on the water. What a performance. Well, indeed.
Yes, indeed. That was extraordinary. That was just one of those moments that I think everybody who was so excited for the Olympics to get underway, there would have been a few events that you would have circled and said, geez, if we don't win anything, hopefully at least we can win this. And I think Ariane Titmus is one. I think the Boomers are another. And definitely Jess Fox had the hopes of the nation on her today. That you could see the disappointment. She was proud of her bronze, but disappointed with it at the same time in the K1. And when this unfolded, this was a long, long time coming and a lot more pressure than what there would have been if she had been able to get that gold in the K1. So it was far more significant, and you could just see how much it meant, just sheer relief and emotion. It was sensational and it'll be long remembered. We won't go through all the interviews now that's been done. There was a full interview that she did with Channel 7 a little early this evening. I'll play that for you a little later, but the hockey's not far away from getting started. So this was Zach Stubblety-Cook, our other gold medal today. The last sort of 100 metres of his 200-metre breaststroke win.
Zach Stubblety-Cook made a huge move. Look at the increase in his stroke rate here. He's really up on the shoulder of Arno Kaminga. He's made a huge move. He's just got to get onto the wall, increase his stroke rate, right on the world record line.
Good position for the Australian. He's moved up into the silver medal position. He goes up alongside Kaminga. Is it another gold medal for these Australians at these games? Yes, it is. The Aussie does it. Gets the Olympic record. Zach Stubblety-Cook. Remember that name.
You are the man, Zach Stubblety-Cook. We rode that race with you.
We certainly will remember that name. It was a great performance for Wolf Blass. Wolf Blass, the IWC Red Wine Maker of the Year. Zach Stubblety-Cook and Jess Fox, brought to you by Wolf Blass, the International Wine Challenge Red Wine Maker of the Year. I love a good hyphenated name for those that listen to the Sporting Capital from our Melbourne audience. Of course, we're going nationally around the country on SEN. You'll know that I run an award called the Ivor Warren Smith Award for the best players each week in the AFL. 3-2-1 votes for those with a hyphenated surname. You can't qualify for that award unless you have a hyphenated surname. So from someone who's a big fan of a hyphen surname, I was incredibly excited today for Zach Stubblety-Cook. It just added a little extra element of joy for me. And I'm sure it was every bit an exciting moment for you as well. So we're fourth on the Olympic medal tally at the moment, which is extraordinary. 8 gold medals to go to fourth. The Olympic medal tally for Rebel. Sporting Dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com. So we're going to cross to the hockey in just a moment. We're just trying to find who's actually showing it at the minute, because it was supposed to have started at 10:15. But we'll get there straight away. The hockey update for Hockey Australia. Check the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play. So Australia in action tonight against New Zealand. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. let's take a quick break and come back, and hopefully we'll be underway at the Oi Hockey Stadium for Australia, the Hockeyroos up against New Zealand.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them while they're hot.
Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie.
Since 1926, Penrite has built a trusted reputation for producing a high-quality range of premium lubricants, coolants and greases.
And we think that's worth celebrating. Call us between 3 and 6 p.m. for your chance to attend the Penrite party here at our SEN studios.
Meet Andrew Heimgartner and Dave Reynolds, enjoy some food and drinks on us, and you could win a Penrite Pit Stop arcade game machine.
Call the show and you could join us thanks to Penrite Oil, 100% Australian, family-owned and trusted since 1926.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So I think things are just a little bit behind schedule from what we're trying to ascertain at the moment in the hockey. There's Japan and Argentina still going, so I might get Julio just to reconfirm when the actual start time is, because my understanding was it was supposed to be 10:15, and it only looks like they're 3.5 minutes to play in the second term, Japan and Argentina. So that's a very long way behind where we're supposed to be. I wonder what might have happened. We'll see if we can find out. A couple off the text that we'll be able to answer at the moment, 0433 98 11 16. By the way, the Hockeyroos are facing a fierce battle to maintain their unbeaten start to women's hockey as they take on bitter rivals New Zealand. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7+, the only place to see it all. SEN's the only place to hear it all. Big fella off the text. Evening, Sam. Do you think Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell can go 1-2 in the 100 freestyle final tomorrow? Yes. Yes, I think can and will. I think Kate Campbell's got another big Olympic moment in her. Maybe they'll go 1 and 3, but there's stiff competition around them. Of course, the world record holder, Sarah, and excuse anyone from Sweden, my grasp of Swedish surnames isn't elite. Sarah Strom? Yep, I'll work that one out. Someone's saying they're 5 minutes in the hockey. Right, okay. It looks like we're going to get underway now. So I might need to click refresh on the app. Yep. Okay. Well, that was confusing to say the least. Just before we get to the hockey, and we'll head there. They're a couple of minutes in. So just in answer to that question, big fella, I'm not the expert. Rob Woodhouse is the expert. But just as a fan, I think they absolutely can. But there is stiff competition. Obviously, Penny Alexiak, who was the Olympic record holder coming into this, she's qualified for the finals. The second fastest qualifier from Hong Kong. She'll be quite strong. Emma McKeon qualified fastest in 52.32, and then it was Haugie from Hong Kong, 52.40 for her. So it's a really, really strong field. But yeah, maybe not 1-2, but I think definitely 1-3 is what I'd be predicting. Is the mixed medley swimming final on tonight? No, it's not. That'll be in the next. It should be. I'll double check on when that's actually scheduled and come back to it. Certainly not tonight because all the finals are on during the day session. But I'll come back to you with an answer on exactly when that final will be. But let's now drop in to the Oi Hockey Stadium. The Hockeyroos in action against New Zealand. 8 minutes to play in this first quarter.
Of course, the reigning 2016 Olympic champion. So you want to do what you can to avoid being able to play any of those top sides in the other pool in the quarterfinals.
Malone with Dorr, two youngsters there. Lindsay Malone of Australia. He's had a good Olympics. She's scored 2 goals in competition so far. Taylor. Winterbone sweeps it. It's come off the New Zealand sticking over the back line, so Australia will maintain possession here. Taylor again to take it.
The voice of Jane Claxton, being that director that she really is. She spends most of her time in the midfield and probably the best hockey mind in the team. She's always telling people where to go, and in a good way that is, of course. She was always my favourite midfielder to have behind me because she always put you in the best position possible as a forward that made you look like a better player and helped her as well, of course.
Kershaw and Hull tangling up there, and Malone coming in to present a physical presence as well. Not cleared away very cleanly by the New Zealand defence. Charlton had to get involved. Now Jopp, who's come into the side. Nice ball through the midfield. A chance here for Shannon. Shannon blocked by Nobbs. Now raised into Nobbs, and Nobbs is away for Australia. She moves it very quickly. Stewart over the halfway line. Davies there with her. Australia still in possession through Savannah Fitzpatrick. That's not a good ball though. And New Zealand will be able to relieve.
I like the pace that Caitlin Nobbs wanted to move that ball forward there. Saw the option of Grace Stewart hanging out wide and high, and Grace Stewart's got some serious pace on her, and sometimes that's her own demise because she can sometimes lose a little bit of control of the ball, but it was definitely worth the risk there to be able to push that forward, and Sav Fitzpatrick was there to try to make the error, fix the error.
Lawton wins possession, takes it away from Jopp, runs to the top of the circle. Malone back to Lawton. Lawton a fresh airy and a second. She wasn't going to die wandering, but couldn't quite execute on that occasion, and she has had a terrific time of it in Tokyo.
And there's probably the right option. There was someone right there. Probably didn't feel as though she had the ball in the right position to make the trap. But it was nice to see those two youngsters connecting well. And they're both so dynamic and so dangerous when they get the ball on their stick, those two. You always feel as though something exciting is going to happen. Really, really make the opposition defenders question what they're going to do. They're both dangerous on both sides of their body, which is a real threat for what you want your forwards to be able to do.
Australia breaking forward through Paris. Trying to bring the ball back in field to Mariah Williams, but quickly onto it Charlton of New Zealand. Gunston, experienced defender. The Black Sticks. It's made dangerous by the oncoming traffic, and that's why Australia has the ball. Claxton emerges. Promising run. Still going Claxton. No, the umpire intervenes.
Great initial receive there from Jane Claxton. Just was able to eliminate both of those two New Zealand defenders around her by just letting that ball come across her body a little bit. It's a really good receive, but when you are travelling the ball down the midfield like that, you need to be able to protect the ball with your body a little bit more. New Zealand players were just able to get a stick in there and affect her.
Lawton and Claxton. Claxton to the top of the circle. Gunston's in the road again. Over 200 international caps. Experience there. Vastly less experience with Hope Ralph, who's just 21 years of age. Playing in her 17th match. Has proven promising young player capable of scoring goals. Dickens will have it for New Zealand on the left-hand side. So Australia with wins over Spain, China and Japan at these Olympics. New Zealand beat Argentina and Japan and then lost to Spain in the third match in Tokyo that they played. The Netherlands winners, but in a tight one earlier this evening. 1-0 over Great Britain. A bit of a surprise today in the men's side of things, Georgie Parker. We'll get to in a moment as Mariah Williams brings it forward, looking for Chalker. It's well read by Davies in defence. Germany was beaten by South Africa 4-3 today in the men's competition.
And this is a South African side that lost the day before to Belgium 9-2. So a huge turnaround for South Africa and a really exciting win for them. It can really shake up the pools over there.
Kershaw. Thompson's clearing that one away.
Very much a striker tackle there. Sometimes we're a little bit impatient when our defenders have the ball, and that's what defenders often do. They kind of coax you as a forward to be able to tackle them.
Well, they've turned it over here, giving Williams a huge chance. That's a critical tackle made by Gunson. She is ever reliable back there for New Zealand. Just as the brain was thinking shot, Gunson swooped.
Yeah, Mariah Williams probably just turning the wrong way there. She had a clear shot on her forehand and then wanted to go to a backhand because she probably felt as though the goalkeeper on the other side, Grace O'Hanlon, trained with the Hockeyroos for a long time before using her New Zealand passport to play over for New Zealand. And of course, the goalkeeper spot's a very difficult spot to get.
Charlton sweeps it inside the circle, easily cleared away by Maddie Fitzpatrick. That's the first circle penetration. So the D, you can see the circle in front of the goal. First penetration for New Zealand in this match so far. Hull wants another, and it does make its way inside the circle. Somerville there for Australia.
Yeah, go and pick it back. And it's a classic kind of standoff between New Zealand and Australia at the moment.
New Zealand on the attack. Merry. There's the whistle from the umpire that will allow Australia to bring it out. She is such a fine player, Olivia Merry. She's the highest ever goal scorer in the history of New Zealand women's hockey. She scored 115 goals. This is her 242nd match. She's been New Zealand's player of the year the last 2 years. Scored in the Commonwealth Games final when New Zealand beat Australia 4-1.
Hugely dangerous in the circle, Mary. She's a big, strong body and can sneak around for such a big frame. She's very sneaky.
Malone and Paris. Paris didn't get much purchase on that, and Dickens is able to clear for New Zealand. Seconds ticking down towards quarter time. Oh, that is nasty. Raised into Charlton. The concern is immediately there as Claxton comes in. Charlton's down. She is thankfully popping up quickly.
Charlton, she's played a lot in the National Hockey League here in Australia, so Jane Claxton knows Sam Charlton very well. And straight in the side of her head, but she is one tough player, Charlton, and she's okay. Just a little bit of a scare more than anything else.
Yet another example during this Olympic competition of just how courageous some of the players are out there.
It worries you. You kind of just assess the situation. Am I actually hurt? No, you can get up and go. Sometimes you just check first for blood.
That ball is rock hard. We've yet to have a goal in this match.
So 0-0 after a really hotly contested first period, and just at the end, just a very, very point-blank range collection of the back of the cranium of one of the New Zealand players off the Aussie stick, and that was scary, to say the least, but she looks absolutely fine. So made of much sterner stuff than I. So the Hockey Tonight brought to you by Hockey Australia. How good is hockey? Check out the Hockey Australia Club Finder and play now. And we apologise for the little bit of chaos in getting in to that. The feed hadn't come to us from 7. And so we're waiting for them to come back for an ad break as well, and just wondering why we hadn't gone there just yet. And that's upset just a particular someone who's likened me to the work experience broadcaster, which is just lovely to hear from you. And there's never a name and a suburb attached to the trolling ones that come through. But what I will do is just make sure I give that bloke a call. I'll book in for a tutorial on how to broadcast and hopefully come back bigger and better than ever. So I'm looking forward to that. It's great to be able to learn something while you're on the job as well. 1300 736 736 if that person would like to give us a call. We might even do that tutorial on air, or 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. We'll be back with the Hockeyroos on the other side of this.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch, and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy. That's real Aussie energy.
Certainty is a great feeling, and that's the feeling you get with Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, because they come with a full service history, 90-point inspection and independent background check. And right now, eligible models also come with an exclusive finance offer with Toyota Access. See your local dealer or search Toyota certified. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Approved applicants only. T's and C's apply. Max finance term of 48 months. Offer ends 31/08/2021. Toyota Finance Australia Limited. AFSL and Australian Credit Licence 392536.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Your Mercedes-Benz. It's the very definition of a prestige German vehicle, epitomised by the iconic three-point star. But should you bend your Mercedes-Benz, Charlie Battisti & Co. will ensure your star shines again, restoring your vehicle to pristine condition. That's what you can expect from a dealer-approved repairer of Mercedes-Benz with over 35 years' experience. CharlieBattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
We had a text before asking if the mixed medley swimming final was on tonight, and mentioned that no, not tonight. The heats of the swimming are only on at night. It was part of the request from the American broadcasters to make sure the finals were on at night time, their time. So we get the finals on during the day for us. So the final of the mixed 4x100 metre medley relay, which Australia qualified fourth fastest for tonight, that's going to be at 12:43. That's at local Tokyo time. So I'll get you an Australian time. No, actually, that's local time for us. So 12:43 local time for us, the mixed 4x100 metre medley. So that'll be Saturday just before 1 o'clock. So that's when that final will be. Actions recommenced at the Oi Hockey Stadium between Australia and New Zealand. Hockey Roos, 0-0 at the moment.
Always low-scoring, tough games, though, between New Zealand and Australia. It seems as though New Zealand always bring their best hockey when they play against us. That Trans-Tasman rivalry clearly in display in all these matches we play against each other. They knocked us out of the Rio Olympics in the quarterfinals, so a lot of the girls who are at that game, there's some redemption points to be made up here.
Back forward to the top of the circle, Hull in front of Fitzpatrick. Savannah Fitzpatrick of Australia, 32.
She's been doing well in that. She kind of floats around that top there where defenders can sometimes lose sight of you a little bit. So those crash balls can be quite convicting.
Here's Claxton. Claxton round the top of the circle. Hit that firmly into Smith. Jenner and Claxton. So you can see Jane Claxton running at 5 now, playing it inside the circle but raising it inside the circle in a dangerous way. It's deemed by the umpire. New Zealand will get a reprieve.
And Australia seem to be just trying for their last piece of play to be able to hit that ball in. So they're doing some really good pieces of play and connecting with each other really well, but their last play they're doing is a big hit into the circle. That's fine if there's a player there, or if you're going to be missing that sweeper play that's floating around in that line of where the ball is to that goal, but you need to be missing them, and Australia aren't doing that at the moment. When that player then gets the ball, they're then able to create some movement behind because there's so many players behind them there. So I'd love them just to tidy up that last little thing, and it's been a little bit of a theme for them the last few games where it's just that final movement. Their game against Japan, they had so many more circle penetrations compared to the Japanese team, and you need to be making the most of the ball in that circle and creating some outcomes, whether it be a good shot on goal or a short corner.
Midfield interception for New Zealand. Charlton transfers it out to the right. Pearson. Cadell. Somerville right there with her. There's Cadell with the free hit.
Let's get the set up right here. Fine, yep.
Dickens had it knocked away by Paris, and now will bring the ball back into play with that midfield transfer. Out to the left-hand side now. Dorr. He's 19 years of age. And Katie Dorr, old assistant Madison, played in that Commonwealth Games final against Australia on the Gold Coast. Jenner, not a great ball into the middle. Chop intercepts, comes forward for New Zealand, looking for support inside the circle. It gets through Olivia Merry.
And Mary's going to be their target throughout this game. She's so dangerous when she gets the ball in the circle. She's able to just really make these good, solid traps and uses her size to shield that ball and protect it and give herself a really good option in the circle. She's got a good array of shots as well. So as defenders, they're going to be wary of her. They'll make sure they know where she is, because when she gets the ball, she's very, very clinical.
New Zealand has won the last two meetings against Australia in Olympic Games competition in London 1-0, and that quarter-final in Rio 4-2. Australia had won the previous four meetings at the Olympic Games. Met in 84, Australia 3-0, 92 5-1 to Australia, 2000 3-0, 2004 3-0 to the Hockeyroos. Played a lot of hockey over the years, these two nations.
Definitely. It's a bit like the European teams play a lot against each other. We get to play New Zealand a lot, and we play very similar styles. It's a very aggressive style, very tough, aggressive.
Gunson to Smith. Smith plays that into Taylor, and New Zealand quickly coming forward. Cadell finds another foot. No clear-cut chance created yet in this game. Slapped inside the circle there by Smith. Knocked away. Emily Chalker, haven't called her name too much in the match so far. 26 there on the right of screen for Australia that just went through the shot. Over 250 games to Emily Chalker. Scored 3 goals at the Olympics so far. That's a tug of war that Kate Jenner is never losing. Jane Claxton has been heavily involved in this opening quarter and a half.
Wise by Australia at the moment just to really keep the ball in their stick. 19-year-old screen. She's been really, really important for the Hockeyroos so far. She just adds this dynamic option in the forward line.
Nobbs releases Paris. Promising build-up here from the Hockeyroos. Inside the circle it goes. There's the first penalty corner of the match.
And Brooke Paris just gliding through the midfield as she does. She's got this beautiful running style, and the way she carries the ball, it gives her lots of options. And a good little jink over the stick, and Mariah Williams, clever, just to one-time that ball into the New Zealand players' feet. And now we've had a penalty corner, and we've not been too successful so far. Maddie Fitzpatrick scored one yesterday, but it was from a breakdown. It wasn't the corner that they had planned. We see Greta Hayes and Georgia Wilson, the two reserves of the day, and try to make the atmosphere as big as possible for these girls.
They might be celebrating a little more in just a moment. Maddie Fitzpatrick, her shot is charged down, another penalty corner. Hope Ralph, she's going to challenge by the looks of things. She's saying that should not have gone against her.
before hand.
Hand deems part of the stick,
Yes,
Georgie.
it is. And hard for Delforge to actually see this from her position. And usually the defenders have some knowledge of where that hit. You know if it's hit your body. In which case, it'll be a bully at the top. Or it should be a bully at the top.
Michelle Meister of Germany is the video umpire.
There should be a good angle here.
Yeah, I think she's got a good case, Hope Ralph.
You really do know where the ball hits you. It's as we've been discussing, it's a hard ball, and often if it does hit you in the leg and they've not called it high, you show them on your body, look, here's the mark that it's left on me. A bit like tennis players do it.
For you, it hit a leading hand, so therefore you can award a free hit out, and they keep the reserve. Okay, thank you.
See, I don't know why it should be a free hit out, because it was still in the field of play. You would have kept playing, so that's frustrating as an Australian team, but now I think about it, it could be because of the referral, but
So Gunson for New Zealand wanders casually out of defence into midfield. So advantage to New Zealand here. Overhead from Gunson is a good one out to the right-hand side. Thompson do here? Not much.
well crowd there from Steph Kershaw. She didn't rush in, let her control it, so she didn't give away the free hit, and then didn't approach too quickly, so she would give away free hit with a poor tackle or exposing of her feet.
Bone finds Somerville. That's where it came from. Sharp movement from Australia. Nobbs to Claxton, who one-times it. Fitzpatrick had it knocked away from her by Cadell. New Zealand looked to play directly. It's well read in defence for Australia, but Fitzpatrick couldn't maintain possession. Back it goes. Hull. It's been a promising start to this match from New Zealand, given the most experienced player and one of the most respected players in women's international hockey, Stacey Mickelson, is not playing for New Zealand tonight.
It's a huge out for New Zealand. When we played against her, it was make sure Stacey doesn't get the ball. We used to cover her line because she was so dangerous through the midfield. She had this incredible change of pace that we weren't able to match, and very, very respected, as you said, player through world hockey.
Somerville, good ball, controlled by Kershaw. Australia threatening. Kershaw couldn't find a way through, though.
It's just that last finishing moment in the circle for Australia so far. We've had moments where we could have gotten in a little bit cleaner into that attacking D. New Zealand have been good this quarter, though.
Thompson to Charlton. Back into defence it goes. Hull out the right-hand side. Now we've got Shinyar coming up a little later on, so Andrew Gaze is going to be highly perplexed again with news that Grace O'Hanlon, the goalkeeper for New Zealand, is also, like Leon Hayward last night, an Australian. So look forward to hearing what Gaze makes of all of that. Fitzpatrick near the back line, played it dangerously. Malone was right in front of the goal mouth, but New Zealand's defence up to the challenge. Merry works it forward. Nice build-up. Hope Ralph's a threat here. And a good little poke tackle from Somerville ensures that Ralph can't create anything damaging.
And that's a classic Australian versus New Zealand match. It's so end-to-end. The games are always so exhausting when you're playing against New Zealand. Both teams very fit, both teams very fast as well. So as we see now, it's gone from end to end, back to the other end again.
This is starting to open up a little bit. Door. Shut the door there on Grace Stewart. Australia's ball. 23-metre line. Jenner. Kershaw deflected that into the foot of Smith. The ball will have to travel 5 metres here before it can go inside the circle. To the right goes Maddie Fitzpatrick. Nobbs finds the foot of Smith. Nobbs backtracks and then is dispossessed. Ralph confronted. Nobbs wins possession for Australia. Now Kershaw working away towards the circle.
A long corner is actually a good outcome for Australia there because it can open their space a little bit more. You can get jammed in these corners.
Again, very little pain shown when the ball has been cracked into oncoming traffic. Smith just walked it off like she'd been stung by a
getting hit in the foot,
March fly.
Getting hit in the feet is by far the worst part of hockey, and it happens quite often.
Davies counter-attack New Zealand. Through midfield they come. Davies looks out to the left. Doesn't go to Hope Ralph. That's a very poor pass, and Malone might capitalise for the Hockeyroos. Under 2 minutes until half-time. Still no score. Can Australia find something? Kershaw wants to get it moving. She's confronted. Smith is tenacious. Kershaw to Malone, who tries to sweep it inside the circle. Charlton wants it out of there. Australia will have another opportunity in attack. As that foot has been found by Maddie Fitzpatrick, Thompson got tangled up, couldn't get her feet out of the way, and Australia, approaching half-time, will get an opportunity with a penalty corner.
And that hit into the circle hasn't been too successful so far, but when you do change the angle and then hitting it on a different angle, that's when you're going to find some success. When you're going a little bit too direct, moving that ball in the straight line that you're going to be hitting, and it's so easy for these defenders who have balls hit at them so often. So a good outcome here and a little bit of pressure relief for Australia. Got Kate Jenner on the top, Maddie Fitzpatrick as well, the goal scorer from the 1-0 match against Japan.
Can Australia break this deadlock here? Jenner fakes. Fitzpatrick closed down by Cadell, and Gunson clears it away. And now New Zealand are on the attack. A sweeping ball down the right-hand side. They can bring it in field. Well, that's played up into Somerville. Pearson. Somerville there, giving her nothing. Under a minute remaining in this second quarter. And all of a sudden, New Zealand a chance. Cadell. Hull had time to regain her composure after the initial mistrap there. Gunson puts on a spin. No easy way forward, it seems, at the moment.
They don't have two drag flickers that they are going with in the Hockeyroos team, and because of that, it's really limiting their options in their short corners.
Taylor, infield, Kershaw. Still time if Australia can work it forward quickly, and that's what they do. Savannah Fitzpatrick gave up on the chase. So we go to half-time. The score's still locked 0-all. Here's a look at what transpired at the previous penalty corner. That was a mess. So half-time in Tokyo, and nothing splits the Trans-Tasman rivals. It's the Hockeyroos 0, the Black Sticks 0.
Oh, this is a tense battle. And we spoke to Georgie Parker a little bit earlier on, who's represented Australia, represented the Hockeyroos over 200 times. And she spoke about the fact that whenever New Zealand play against Australia, especially in hockey, but in most sports, they go up another level. And she experienced that all through her career. And we're seeing it here tonight. So Hockeyroos coming off a really tough encounter with Japan yesterday. It was 1-0. It was defensively a real arm wrestle. And this is exactly the same. It looks to have a little bit more attack about it, but at 0-all, there's a long way to go here. So another big half still to come on the other side. Off the text, big fella, you're 100% right. Love the first half of your text. Thank you for that. And you've also mentioned, anyway, this hockey game lacking a bit of poise and polish with both teams with their last plays heading into the circle. Big fella knows his hockey. He played it for a long, long time. Thank you to Jezza in Wangaratta, Nick in Mount Eliza. You're both bloody good eggs, and I appreciate the text messages coming through. Let's take a break and come back with the second half of the Hockey Roos taking on New Zealand at the Oi Hockey Stadium. SEN's coverage of the 2020 Olympic Games.
The Hockey Roos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockey Roos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
New car sales are hot, and at Astoria GWM Haval, we're here to help. New GWM four-wheel drive, auto, diesel, dual cab ute is only $34,990 drive away. New Haval Jolion premium SUV is $25,490 drive away, and larger H6 premium SUV is $30,990 drive away. All have 7 years warranty, and we need your trade-in. Astoria, GWM Haval, North Road, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Timelyo can help you beat the clock, just like our great women athletes.
Sally Pearson is one of Australia's most successful track athletes. At just 21 years old in Beijing, she took home a silver medal in the 100-metre hurdles. Then 4 years later, went one better by winning gold in an Olympic record time of 12.35 seconds.
Beat the clock. Business owners, you get paid early with Timelyo's fast, flexible funding. Money today, growth tomorrow. Timelyo. timelio.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
At Faraday West, we believe in keeping it simple for the self-employed. Call us about a mortgage and we can judge your low doc loan eligibility over the phone. Faraday West, mortgage experts for the self-employed. Call 8862 3800. ACL 382 373.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Don't forget, really love for you to collaborate with me on the night sessions of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. SEN's coverage, you can get yourself involved, 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Phone line's always open. Good, bad, indifferent. 1300 736 736 is the number. We'd love to chat to you about how you're enjoying the Olympics. What have you found? What are you seeing? What are your highlights? What are the moments that have mattered to you? Whatever it is, it doesn't really worry me. Just one from a national interest point of view, because we're going all around the country on the SEN network, and it's often trying to find stories from other sports that would tickle the fancy of just about everybody in every single listening area. This one probably will. From a rugby league point of view, but from a Melbourne Storm point of view, Herald Sun reporting that Ryan Pappenhausen's set to sign a nice and tidy contract extension with the Melbourne Storm. So that's a good news story coming through, especially from a Melbourne Storm point of view. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16 off the temper text. 0-0, Hockeyroos and New Zealand in the last group game for both of these teams. A little earlier on this evening as we go through the night session and what's unfolded in it. So earlier on, our women's rugby sevens, absolutely sensational today, defending their Rio gold medal. They were 48-0 winners in their day match over Japan. And then they took on China earlier on this evening. 26-10 that win, so they're now 2-0. It was great to have Chloe Dalton in, who was part of that gold medal winning side in Rio with the women's rugby sevens. She started out as a WNBL player, and she told a story about deciding that basketball wasn't going to be what got her to an Olympics, didn't think she was good enough. She said that she, as a little girl, when she saw Kathy Freeman win gold in Sydney, she said to her mum that she was going to represent Australia and she was going to win a gold medal at the Olympics. So when she left basketball in around 2014, she Googled Olympic sports and saw that rugby sevens had been included in the 2016 games, and then went about trying to play locally, and then in the space of 2 years had got herself through every possible grading, every single club, then rep, and then finally for Australia, and found her way on a plane going to Rio, and had played in World Championships with the rugby sevens in the build-up to that. And she told a phenomenal... her retelling of her experience in Rio was sensational. So we will get that up at some point for the podcast as well. But it was wonderful to have Chloe Dalton in earlier tonight. We had a few texts coming through to saying, thanks so much, Chloe. That was incredible. And a lot of people loved that story. Brian, Big Brian from Bali, said he was doing his Arvo run and having a good laugh. This is one very funny story from Chloe. So thank you to Big Brian off the text as well. So rugby sevens, big tick for us there. And this was an even bigger tick. Ash Barty and John Peers coming up against Stefanos Tsitsipas and Maria Sakkari from Greece, ranked 4 and 19 respectively, I should say. Ash Barty, obviously number one in the world for the women's point of view. John Peers doesn't play singles. He's ranked 25 in doubles. He's won a major as well. This is how they secured that quarterfinal win.
For Australia, they are still alive in this Tokyo 2020 tennis tournament. John Peers with a relieved smile. They've beaten Greece 2-1, 6-4, 4-6, 10-6.
That was a Wolf Blast great performance. Wolf Blast IWC Red Winemaker of the Year. So Ash Barty and John Peers through to the semi-finals now. Where they will meet the Russian pair of Rublev and Pavlyuchenkova to get into the gold medal game. So that's sensational. Brought to you by Wolf Blast, the international wine challenge red winemaker of the year. So halftime almost over at Oi Hockey Stadium. Hockeyroos set to retake the field. Just some last-minute instructions. And interestingly, looking down at the sidelines, they've got the tablet out there just working through some replays and in deep consultation with the coach as to a few things that they've identified that didn't go their way, or maybe things that were going their way in that first half. The real serious look on the face of a lot of the Hockeyroos, but they've just panned the camera around some of the Kiwi girls who seem to be laughing. They seem to be relaxed. They seem to be up and about. So this should be a fantastic second half. And they're underway. Let's get back there.
Well, we need you two to find us a goal. Get stuck into it, will you?
No worries, Murray. Katrina Powell was the last Australian female player to score a hat-trick against New Zealand, and that was back in 2003. So how about one of those in the second half for the Hockeyroos? Perhaps an Emily Chalker or Grace Stewart could find a couple of goals to get things going the Hockeyroos' way. Taylor's bringing the ball up towards the halfway line. Lawton works it forward. Pressure was put on there. It was Grace Stewart who was dispossessed. Davies. Nice interception. Lawton plays it forward. Australia coming hard here now. Savannah Fitzpatrick. Chalker's inside the circle at the far post. It goes in her direction. Well done by Hulbo in defence for New Zealand.
A good option there from Sav Fitzpatrick to roll back onto her forehand. She knew that she wasn't going to be able to get that space on her backhand, so she turned around and tried to feed that ball across the face. The two Australian players on the opposite post, though, in the same line, so they needed to stagger themselves just to make sure they covered a little bit more ground. But a good start here for the Hockeyroos, promising.
Norton had that just once over a foot. Here's Olivia Merry. It's tangled up with Caitlin Nobbs, and New Zealand will have the ball just outside their attacking 23 metres. Gunson. Just repeating, if you weren't with us earlier, Stacey Mickelson not playing for New Zealand tonight. She's their most capped player. One of the best players in the world, but the Black Sticks have very composed without her so far and been resolute in defence, without really creating too many chances themselves. New Zealand yet to have a penalty corner in the game. Claxton tries the aerial route downfield, gets past Williams, but Chalker's there. Chalker cracks it to the top of the circle. There's a penalty corner as it was deflected off Savannah Fitzpatrick's stick into Charlton's foot.
We've not been successful very much at all at the moment with our short corners, so I'd love for them to do something really basic and really simple, just a direct shot on goal, get that, make Grace O'Hanlon make a save, make these defenders and these runners a little bit cautious of what they're going to do. If you're a little bit slow and sluggish on the top, it gives them confidence, and then as we saw in the last quarter that they're able to get a breakaway down to the other end. So I'd love something simple. Somerville's been brought down.
Is this the moment for the Hockeyroos? Big chance for a score. Claxton, Somerville. There's the shot from Savannah Fitzpatrick. It's straight into goalkeeper O'Hanlon.
And another breakdown there for Australia. So in this rest day that they're going to have tomorrow, they're going to need to have to put a little bit of training and just get back to those basics. We often train on our rest days, and not in an intense way, but just a way to keep your eye in and just to practice these things that to give us your more confidence when you're going in the next game.
Eddie Bone goes back to Lawton. Lawton to Chalker. Chalker's going to try and fight for this, but Davies wins out for New Zealand. Now Australia would kill for a Jodie Kenny at the moment. She was a wonderful drag flicker, over 100 goals. Lovely transfer there from Somerville. Bone now comes forward into the right corner. Lawton coming at them. Top of the circle, she's dangerous. There's the sweeping shot from Savannah Fitzpatrick, not with a lot of power. And O'Hanlon never tested by that.
Beautiful ball from Carrie Somerville to be able to split their defence while they were moving she was moving them over to the other side. And a great piece of play from Australia, Sav Fitzpatrick.
Coming again, Chalker! Yes, Emily Chalker intervenes right when Australia desperately needed a goal. Emily Chalker with her fourth of this Olympics. And good things come to those who wait. Australia on the board.
Sav Fitzpatrick, she's been really dangerous in that forward line. Having that shot just before, making short corners. And Emily Smith, as Emily Chalker does, able to do a one-time touch into the goal. Mariah Williams just keeping that width. And good percentage play from Sav as well, to be able to put that across the face rather than going to goal, where O'Hanlon would have definitely been able to save that. Chalker in a beautiful position. And a good little finish there from Chalker.
She's brought up her 250th game in Tokyo. She's turned 29 in Tokyo, and she's now scored 4 goals in Tokyo. How they love that. Now, these two are part of the Hockeyroos squad. Look at the moves on Georgia Wilson and Greta Hayes.
It's nice to see them having a good time. It's a tough position to be in. Those reserve players just training and doing everything the team are, having to do in some extra running sessions when the team's playing. Greta Hayes played the first game. Mariah Williams came in from the second one onward. It's been an unchanged team since for the Hockeyroos. They've been in winning form, so you don't want to be changing that, of course, as well.
This is a really encouraging run from Williams. Now Peris on the ball. She's got 3 around her, so she goes back to Nobbs. Overlap run from Somerville. Couldn't trap it initially, though. The movement breaks down momentarily for the Hockeyroos. You can already see the confidence levels have grown on the back of that Chalker goal. Maddie Fitzpatrick just a little too much on it for Williams.
Yeah, the confidence there and the urgency to go forward with that movement as well. I think it's really key for the Hockeyroos to go forward quickly. You see the Mary there putting her hands in the cold water to cool her body down. When your hands are so sweaty, your stick moves in your hands. It's really difficult conditions. Sometimes the night games can be harder in some ways because of that sweat factor. Got no sun there to dry them up. But that glaring sun on you, of course, is really difficult to play. And so really testing conditions for all the teams. It's their 4th game in half a dozen days. So it's a really grueling calendar for these teams.
Georgie Parker with more than 100 games for the Hockeyroos. World Cup silver medal, Commonwealth Games gold. Glad to have a part of our commentary team. Unfortunately, that has taken the foot of Mariah Williams. As part of the Hockeyroos team in Rio, along with Georgie. Maddie Fitzpatrick. Good ball forward. What can Williams construct on this occasion? On a backhand, she's constructed an opportunity. A short corner for Australia.
And because Mariah is so dangerous, she really worried Gunston there. She didn't want Mariah to have a shot on her backhand. So rushed in with a poor tackle in the end, and another short corner, and it'd be interesting to see what they want to do, whether they just go a straight hit, straight slap, or a deflection. The first step, though, is to get this drag out and then make the trap. You've got to be able to do them first before you go into the next thing. You've got the 2 drag flickers there, Renee Taylor, Maddie Fitzpatrick.
Thank you.
Been a little disorganised with their penalty corners tonight, and they tidy things up here. Maddie Fitzpatrick, there's the save from O'Hanlon, just jammed those pads together. Taylor wants to keep it alive, looking for a Malone deflection.
I prefer that, though, because you're making the defenders make a save. If you're putting the ball on the goal, they're making a save, and then you're getting a rebound if it's not going in the goal, and another opportunity to have a shot on goal. The variations at the moment aren't working, so until you feel confident to put them into play, just get that ball onto the net. It's a really dangerous moment after a short corner breakdown, because you often have forwards that are on the back line. A lot of defenders come up to attacking short corners. So it means that you have strikers being the last line of defence. So it's really important that you don't have a breakdown and a attacking run from the opposition.
New Zealand want to come forward and try and find an equaliser, but Somerville's having none of that, and now a chance for Lawton. Those young, enthusiastic legs pumping forward, and she plays it beautifully out in front of Williams as well. Another threatening opportunity for Australia, sliding in Kershaw. O'Hanlon the save. Australia are coming in waves now. O'Hanlon did well to survive on that occasion.
Beautiful eyesight there from Mariah to be able to see Steph Kershaw. She had Rosie Malone as well floating. You can see Mariah just carrying that ball in front of her, looking for the best option. Rosie Malone drew that defender down there, and Steph Kershaw just opened her stick face a little bit, and instead of deflecting it on such a tight angle, Grace O'Hanlon was able to save that. But it will start to worry the New Zealand defence if they keep playing like that. Mariah Williams has been really busy this quarter.
Rosie Malone wants to get busy. Steph Kershaw always engaged in what's going on out there, having a heavy involvement. Davies gets past Chalker. Smith inside the circle, just keeping it balanced. The challenge outside the circle was enough for the umpire to award a penalty corner to New Zealand, their first of the match.
I think we've got a referral here as well. And I tend to agree. I think the sound sounded worse than it is. I don't think it will be overruled here. And Australia have 40 seconds to get their equipment on.
New Zealand, be ready as well. 10 seconds. Be ready.
So for the non-hockey follower at home, Georgie Parker, what has the umpire determined there?
A stick check there, and she determined the stick check to be, I guess, deliberate. Maybe a bit unlucky, but sometimes sounds can sound worse than it is.
Here's the opportunity, most likely for Olivia Merry, who goes hard at it. It's defended beautifully. Side on by Rachel Lynch.
That's why you have your goalies as tall as they are, so when you do have a direct hit on goal, they're able to cover a lot of the ground.
Well, that was a good piece of work by Shannon on the reverse stick. She raises it. The conversations around whether this should be a penalty corner or an Australian free hit. Hockey Roos are going to get the good news.
It's well covered there by Rachel Lynch. And directly off the New Zealand stick there, so if the ball was missing the goal as it was and hits into a player, it becomes dangerous.
Coach Graham Shaw of New Zealand was animated. Played 150 games for his native island. He coached the Irish women's team to that 2018 World Cup final, which was an extraordinary performance from Ireland. The Irish women competing at their first Olympic Games in Tokyo. And it may yet be Australia's opponent in the quarter-final if the tournament was stopped right now on the rankings of the teams in the various groups. That would be the matchup.
Yeah, the opposite pool really does worry me because it is such a strong pool. Ireland, of course, 2018 silver medalists at the World Cup. A few really, really talented players in there, but they do really rely on not even 3 or 4 really good players for Ireland. So I do feel as though we would have them covered, but you never know in quarterfinals. That's what makes them so difficult to play in. It's just really important that we do really get away from Germany and Holland especially. So we want to meet them as late in the stages as we can. So a win here would be very, very handy and put us in good stead.
So 4:22 left in the third quarter, 1-0 to Australia. I reckon it's going to be a nail-biter last quarter, so we'll get a breakaway now, come back to make sure we try and miss as little as possible of this final quarter. So Hockey Roos 1-0 up over New Zealand. Back after this.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles.
The season of AFL footy is throwing up some cracking games. As sports fans, our rite of passage is to cheer as loud as we can for our team. And this season is about going the extra mile. It's time to... For a full cinema-style experience, have your TV wall-mounted with Hang My TV. In line with all health practices, installs are available. Call 1300 Hang My TV or book online.
Hang My TV, that's what we do.
Really protect the ball like that.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Can we get much higher?
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
Broke my windscreen.
Broke my windscreen. Was me, what can I do?
Simply phone us. Instant windscreens.
And we'll fix it just on you. What's the number?
What's the number? I can't stand it anymore.
Here's our number. Instant windscreens. 132 444.
Inside a minute until 3.
Painting? Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories help you get the job done right every time. Get inspired with videos and tips at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner DTA Australia. Simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So 1 quarter to play. Australia holding on to a slender...
I don't care.
Australia holding on to a slender 1-0 lead over New Zealand. So big final quarter to come as they just go in for a quick break at the minute. So we'll relive our gold medal moments before we finish up tonight. And then in case you're wondering what we're looking at in terms of gold medal opportunities tomorrow, not as many as we had today, but there are 4. So at 11:05, our women's 8 in the rowing are in lane 1 of the final. Our men's 8 in lane 6 of their final at 11:25. The women's 100-metre freestyle final tomorrow, Emma McKeown has qualified fastest for the 100-metre freestyle, and Kate Campbell has qualified 3rd fastest. So that's going to be at... Let me just bring that up again. Geez, my computer's giving me a heap of grief this evening. So this is tomorrow. Women's 100-metre freestyle final tomorrow, which is Friday. Come on, computer. 11:59, so just before midday tomorrow, the women's 100-metre freestyle final. So this is a jam-packed Sjöström, the Swede. She is the world record holder. She's qualified for this. The fastest qualifier was Siobhan Bernadette Howie from Hong Kong. The former Olympic record holder is in this race as well. So it is, which is Penny Alexiak from Canada. So this is jam-packed in this race, but Australia looking really, really good as possibly 2 medals in this race. So Emma McKeown will be flying the hopes of Australia in the pool tomorrow. The athletics, the first event, we've got Patrick Tiernan in the 10,000-metre men's race as well. So that's what we've got in terms of medals tomorrow, and I'll let you know before we finish up what other events we'll be suiting up in. But in the meantime, let's get back to Oi Hockey Stadium. Early stages of the 4th quarter between Australia and New Zealand. Hockeyroos leading by 1-0.
And they've always been low-scoring affairs, 1-1, 2-2, 2-2, and 2-2 of the draws. So They're really close. And 1-0 is definitely not a lead that you can rest on. And score so quickly in hockey. The ball wings around from end to end.
Shannon cracks it inside the circle. Right boot of Lynch got rid of that threat. Stewart dispossessed cleanly by Hull. Charlton goes back. A nasty blow to the head from a raised ball earlier in the match, but shook it off very quickly. More of a glancing blow, but for a moment some real concern for her as she was felled by it. Jane Claxton hit it at close range and with some power. Australia has never won 4 games in a row to start an Olympic Games competition in the women's.
Which is a huge stat considering we've won 3 gold medals as well. We've been so successful since hockey came in 1980. So with female hockey came in 1980. So it's a huge stat and it would really help our campaign, of course. As I've said before, we just need to make sure that we finish as high as we can for our quarterfinal crossover.
Taylor with the interception. Won back by Jop of New Zealand. Jop's under pressure. That affects the pass, but this will be a New Zealand ball. Australia will green card, so 2 minutes here. Australia will be down a player for 2 minutes, courtesy of the push and the green card. And it is Mariah Williams.
It's much easier when a midfielder or a striker comes off to really set your team up when you're going down a player. When a defender comes off, it can be really messy to be able to move some players around and fill that space.
Promising build-up. Nobbs a squaring ball. Beautiful service for Kershaw. On a reverse, back to the forehand. Cracks it towards goal, but off the stick of Charlton. It's over. An Australian free hit. That was a beautiful passage through the central corridor of the field.
Yeah, beautiful piece of play. They went wide, but then came back in. They didn't want to get caught up in those corners that they've been getting caught up in throughout the game and throughout the competition, really, especially on that left side. Steph Kershaw just letting that ball run off a little bit, so not able to get a clean shot on a backhand. So she turned around. It was a good option in the end to have that shot on her forehand.
So Australia will be back to the full complement in about a minute when Mariah Williams can return from that green card. Jop. Bone committed in her attack on that contest with Bralf. Taylor's had a good game.
Yeah, she's had a great game. Really dominant there in that midfield. Sometimes when you do have a down a player, it might seem weird, but you have a little bit more space to be able to move around in. So sometimes you can still be quite attacking as that team with a player down. A little bit more freedom up forward, but you need to be able to stay nice and narrow as the 2 forwards. As Mariah Williams there, think about what she's done for a couple of minutes.
Do you really think about what you've done, George, or do you just wait to come back on?
Oh, it depends on what you've done. There's a lot going on. You want to come back on. You want to come back on pretty intently as well, because especially if you've had a big yellow card.
Charlton.
Green cards happen quite often though in hockey, so most teams are generally pretty good at being able to control the game for a couple of minutes until that player comes back on.
In most cases 5 minutes for a yellow, in some cases 10.
Yep. And the 10 yellow cards can really, really hurt because the opposition team can obviously just wear you down and run you around. So
that's deflected inside the circle by Jock. Olivia Merry hasn't had a great deal of involvement in this match, and she won't be able to influence it here either.
And just a little shove there from Olivia Merry. That's what she does. She kind of pushes her player off. It's not a contact sport, but just as much as netball's not a contact sport as well, of course. So definitely that pushing and shoving in the circle, the grabbing of the shirts.
Nice overlap run here from Australia. Jenna thought about the full-blooded crack inside the circle. Just Pull back on that a fraction. It's still alive here for Savannah Fitzpatrick. Did that take a foot? Now Mariah Williams back on the field, and there's another casualty here. It's not Charlton again, thankfully, but where did that ball collect? Hull, she's smiling, so she's shaking that off super quickly, and it's all a laughing matter. I'm not sure it's quite that much of a laughing matter. That looked quite serious again.
Mariah Williams, just because it was bouncing ball, that hit her, I think, in the shoulder. So again, you want it in a meaty part of your body. It's a lot of flying things going on there. Everyone turning, but everyone all okay in the end. Hull and Wilson there having a little bit of a laugh. It's all fun and games in the end.
A mouthguard, earrings, a hairband to collect after all of that. This is an at times dangerous game to be involved in. That ball like a cricket ball, except probably harder, same size, same weight. The penalty corners coming at Mitchell Stark like pace.
That's why I hang around the other end of the field on short corners.
So New Zealand desperately searching for an equalising goal. Gunson. Pearson finds its way inside the circle. John, though, disappointed that she couldn't trap it. Let's put herself back together. Cadell plays it back to her now. To Gunson on the right. Nice evasion from Gunson. Reverse inside the circle. Knocked down by Somerville. Follow up. It was wide. Shannon, another one of the young players in this New Zealand lineup, just 20 years of age. Playing her 35th match. She was the New Zealand under-21 player of the year in 2019. Grew up on a farm at Manawatu. Loved the rugby and motocross as a youngster.
Who doesn't love the rugby in New Zealand? That's probably a better stat, Al.
She was a player prior to taking up hockey, and she's a tough cookie out on the field, and some of those habits learned on the farm as well as on the rugby field before she took up this sport.
You just see the urgency from New Zealand, knowing that they're going to need to move this ball quickly before Australia sets up. Australia really having every player behind the ball, as most international hockey teams do. You definitely defend with 11 and attack with just as many. So it is a really end-to-end game.
See how taxing it's been. Manny Fitzpatrick, Paris hemmed in. Dangerous by New Zealand. Now Lawton's out on the right-hand side. Fitzpatrick goes back to Jenner. We'll see if it makes its way out there. Initially Somerville confronted by Pearson. Pearson charges off after her involvement there. Can Australia make it 4 wins in a row? For the first time at an Olympic Games back in 1996, Australia on the way to winning gold, won its first 3 matches and then drew 3-3 with South Korea. Played forward towards Emily Chalker. The goal scorer for Australia tries to lay it out in front of Stewart. Hull there. Desperation from Stewart to keep it alive, putting pressure on Dorr and the defence of New Zealand. They're up to the task.
Great chase down there from Gracie Stewart. She has such blistering pace. And really, really close there, really, for them to have an opportunity in that circle. Opportunistic is what you really need to have as a striker. Sometimes the ball doesn't fall your way, so you need to be getting that ball off of your opposition as well. You might only have 20 touches in an entire game if you're lucky as a forward, so you want to have those touches as deep as you can.
Inside 5 minutes now for Australia to either add to the scoreline or deny New Zealand. Argentina is the final opponent for Australia on Saturday afternoon. First 4.5 minutes to negotiate against the Black Sticks. Charlton's got an option at the top of the circle. She can't get it to Smith, though. Goes initially to Dickens. Dickens to Smith. Smith doesn't make the trap.
And this time, is going to really start to put the pressure on New Zealand. When you see that clock starting to tick away, you start going a little bit more direct. It's way too soon for Australia to start playing around with it. Grace O'Hanlon being subbed potentially.
So her night is done, Grace O'Hanlon, and New Zealand now with an extra field player, which gives them opportunity but also leaves them vulnerable. Claxton dispossessed, well played by Smith of New Zealand. Kelsey Smith into midfield for Charlton. It's an urgent period now. Cadell, Kershaw right with her. Cadell to Charlton, who lays it back to where it came from. Beautiful defensive read from Edwina Bone. That was dangerous. Free hit Australia. More crucial seconds come off the clock.
So the reason for that, for those who don't play hockey, is that you can pull that goalkeeper, which means that you're going to have an extra field player. So it ends up being 11 field players to the 10 field players on the ground. Some great havoc in the midfield there for the opposition in Australia. But as Al said, it means that when you do get into the circle, you just really need to get that ball going towards the goal, because there's no one there that is going to be padded up and a big body there in the goal.
You can see Australia's urgency to do just that as Williams brings it inside the circle, and that's a good piece of defensive work from Dickens. Australia with another opportunity. There's not a lot of fun for defenders in there at the moment. The heat's coming. Taylor goes back. What can Somerville construct? Not much here.
So Australia's going to withdraw all the way back to the halfway line. They won't want to get into their face because they're just going to want to protect this lead. So you can see them there. They're going to stay nice and tight as a group. They won't come out unless they have to. They'll make sure that every player behind them, because they want to make this field as small as possible for New Zealand. They're going to have an extra player, and an extra player usually floats around that midfield. One will hang up high as well to try, conversely, to stretch the field.
Lawton. Well done by Williams to confront Gunson. Cadell will get onto this, though, for New Zealand. Thompson pressured. Support from Cadell. It's gone against Maddie Fitzpatrick. Inside the last 2 minutes, Australia by a 1-0. The goalkeeper has been taken off for New Zealand. Just a bystander now. No influence on the game. A nervous watch for Grace O'Hanlon. Cracked by Shannon. It spills the way of New Zealand. Smith. She's impeded just outside the circle. Shannon moves it quickly. Great tackle, Jenner. Diving in goes Smith. Australia will get the ball, though. Smith has made it dangerous. She doesn't like the decision. And now only 80 seconds for Australia to negotiate.
Desperate stuff from both teams here. Just over a minute remaining, so Australia are going to have to be really calculated. New Zealand are going to have to be really aggressive, really assertive in what they do. They need to go direct, but at the same time, if you go too direct, you're going to go straight through a wall of Australian players. So you have to still play within your parameters. You still want to be able to play a different style that... Amy Lawton, who's 19 years old, putting her body on the line.
Charlton found the foot of Malone. Still time for New Zealand to equalise here. Charlton hits it hard. It's off the stick of Kershaw. Nobbs wants to chew off some seconds in the corner with Lawton.
And this is what you do. You give it to your best ball handlers so they can chew up some of the time. I'll walk this ball up. You want this in the hands of a Mariah, a Steph Kershaw, and Amy Lawton. An overhead down to the other end of the field.
Kershaw controlled it, and beautiful evasion. Perhaps Australia could really confirm this victory late. As Malone goes forward, she's confronted, still alive for Lawton. It's read by Thompson. And this business-like performance from the Hockey Roos results in a fourth consecutive win to start the Olympic campaign.
Oh, there we go. Geez, it was tense, wasn't it? And big fella off the text, geez, these New Zealanders are tough, Sam. They certainly are. That was as gripping as a hockey match as I can remember seeing, and it was 1-0 to Australia in the end. So they win all 4 of their group games. They've never done that at an Olympics before. So sensational effort from them. We'll go to a break and come back on the other side. Wrap up today. Look ahead to tomorrow. You can have your say 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper a mattress like no other.
For over 40 years, Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery has helped to shape and build Australia. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.com.au to view the latest online catalogue or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping Australia.
I met Sally when we were 16. Yeah, I think I fell in love with her the moment I met her. I love everything about her. Yeah, ever since we were young, we both wanted kids. We got so excited the day we realised we were both ready for that step. So then...
What happens next is up to you, because the only way her story continues is with you. Donate sperm at Monash IVF and make the dream of having a family more than just a dream. Visit monashivf.com today.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Cove, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year.
Ask your plumber for Ring,
yes, only
Australia's
at
number one.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop and does not operate in all areas.
What's the coolest thing in the Docklands?
Ice skating!
At O'Brien Ice House, from amateur to expert, there's fun to be had for everyone on 2 Olympic-sized rinks with skate school and ice hockey courses for all skill levels. From introduction first-time skaters to high-level skaters, O'Brien Ice House has the most experienced figure skating and ice hockey coaches in Australia. That's right, the fun never stops. O'Brien Ice House, Australia's premier ice skating experience. See o'brienicehouse.com.au.
Cool!
Do you have dentures and find them uncomfortable or inconvenient? Are you having problems eating due to missing or broken down teeth? Do you want to smile confidently in public? For a permanent solution, call Casey Smiles on 5996 6273 to book a free implant consultation.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made Kimberlook laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
Hi, I'm Fabian Villella from O'Brien Real Estate Narre Warren. Visit our website to book a free rental appraisal of your investment property for a chance to win $10,000 in home improvements.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
At Faraday West, we believe in keeping it simple for the self-employed. Call us about a mortgage and we can judge your low doc loan eligibility over the phone. Faraday West, mortgage experts for the self-employed. Call 8862 3800. ACL 382 373.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
I love this text from Luke off the Temper text. Emma McKeon, very underrated Olympics. Thinks she has a gold and 2 bronze already, but getting a bit swallowed up by Titmus, who is equally as awesome. Watched our 2 ladies in the shooting today, who were both missed out, but were just very impressive. As an Aussie bloke, full credit to our Olympians, but our girls are carving it up across the board. Beautifully surmised, Luke. Yeah, Emma McKeon's one to keep an eye on because she's still got some swims to go. She had 7 events in total. She's now up to in her career, because you're right, she's got a gold in the 4x100 metre freestyle. She's got a bronze in the 4x200 metre freestyle relay and a bronze in the 100 metre butterfly. She now has 7 Olympic medals. So when you put that in context, Ian Thorpe, Liesl Jones have 9, Dawn Fraser, Petria Thomas, the swimmer, have 8, so too Susie O'Neill, Libby Trickett, Grant Hackett and Shirley Strickland, the absolute star of athletics, our greatest ever athletics competitor. So she's got 7 alongside those names, and by the end of it could very well be up alongside Ian Thorpe and Liesl Jones. So a great text from you. And the 2 women in the trap, Letitia Scanlon, who was leading with not many shots to go, but unfortunately missed, I think, about 3 out of her last 4 and finished outside the medals on a count back. And Penny Smith finished 6th. But congratulations to both of them. They were superb, and that was must-watch stuff today in the women's trap. So wonderful text from you, Luke. And you're right, the women are absolutely carrying the bag for us at the minute in the Olympics. It's been sensational. So our medal moments today before we finish up, and then I'll give you a little taste of what's to be expected tomorrow. But I just want to mention this now in case I miss it. So there's 4 events that we're competing in medals for tomorrow, but keep an eye on Matt Wern in the men's dinghy laser. So 8 out of 10 races already done. He's first overall at the minute. Our sailors have got a couple of medals in them, I reckon. 6 out of 12 races, Jason Waterhouse as well and Lisa Darmanin. They are in the mixed multi-hull in the NACRA 17. They're currently 5th overall. Will Phillips and Sam Phillips currently 8th overall in the men's skiff 49er. And Jake Lilly in the men's dinghy fin is currently 8th overall with 4 races to go. So I think there's some possible medals there in the sailing for us, so keep an eye out for that. But our medal moments today, we'll quickly run through them. If you haven't got to experience them, let's start with Zach Stubblety-Cook and the closing stages of his 200-metre breaststroke win.
Zach Stubblety-Cook made a huge move. Look at the increase in his stroke rate here. He's really up on the shoulder of Arno Kaminga. He's made a huge move. He's just got to get onto the wall, increase his stroke rate, right on the world record line.
Good position for the Australian. He's moved up into the silver medal position. He goes up alongside Kaminga. Is it another gold medal for these Australians at these games? Yes, it is. The Aussie does it. Gets the Olympic record. Zach Stubblety-Cook. Remember that name.
You are the man, Zach Stubblety-Cook. We rode that race with you.
There is a star born today, Zach Stubblety-Cook, and we're still working out the nickname. Jared Waitley likes, what was Jared's again? The prickly beard. The prickly chef, not the prickly beard. The prickly chef. But never mind the nicknames. That's the bit of fun. But that race was just superb. He gave up a lot of ground and stormed home late, and a star is born. Jess Fox, this is the one I think that everybody was just hanging out for. So silver in 2012, bronze in 2016, bronze in 2020, all in the K1. Finally gets to race in the C1, which is her better event in the canoe. And the pressure that would have been on the 27-year-old after all of those near misses, all of those almost moments, and she absolutely captured the moment in the best possible way.
Onto the crossbow. Now the finish. Get across and drive in high.
Into the final upstream gate. The time is looking strong for Jessica Fox. One gate to come. Fox is flying towards the line. Is this the moment she's dreamt of her entire career? She hits the line. She's got it. Jess shines like gold to become the Olympic champion. She is a wonder woman on the water. What a performance.
It certainly was. That was one of those that I think stopped the country in its tracks at about 5:30 this afternoon, depending on where you were viewing, Eastern Standard Time. It was, for me, the moment so far of the Olympics. I think it was just extraordinary. I loved it. And this was her talking to Channel 7 a little earlier on this evening after the dust had settled. She'd spent time with her mum, and her dad's one of the commentators. Her mum and her sister are there because they're part of the team. So she's lucky to be able to have some family over there, but you wouldn't begrudge her that, as she spoke to Channel 7 this evening.
Describe to us the emotion when you crossed the line and you knew that you'd done it. There was so much expectation on you, Jess.
There was so much emotion tied in that race. You know, it was the first time the women's C1 was in the Olympic Games, so it was you know, incredibly historic moment and super special. I knew that the two previous competitors, Mallory Franklin and Andrea Herzog, had put down some really fast times, so I had to put out my best run, and to do it in that way, to win the Olympic gold with an amazing run, was just incredible. So I was, you know, relieved, excited, overjoyed, proud, and yeah, so happy to share it with my team who was there as well.
Jess, coming into the Games, did you think you would medal in both, and did you have a C1 or K1 preference? I mean, as observers, we were thinking you may be gold and gold, but what were you feeling?
Yeah, I think, you know, going through each round, the qualifications, the semi-finals, I was feeling really good in the kayak, and I guess that's where the mixed emotions came in that final. I was flying down the course and incurred those penalties, which pushed me off the top step. So it was, you know, a bit heartbreaking to see that I could have won the gold medal, but also I was just amazed that I got onto the podium. So thrilled with that, to win a third Olympic medal, but it left me so hungry for the C1 event, and it was extremely hard to kind of digest that and move on from it and recover and get back into the C1 mode. So I think that's what's made this victory even more sweet. You know, I had expectations of myself to put down my best paddling, and I didn't quite get there in the kayak for that final. I did in the semis and the heats, and in the C1 I was just thrilled to do that.
So to still be battling the disappointment of coming bronze in an event where going into and probably halfway through that race she thought, I've got a gold medal, to be able to put that behind you about 24 hours later and achieve what she achieved after so many near misses, and you must be thinking maybe it's just not meant to be, and to put together the performance that she did, it is an incredible moment. It'll live on and echo on through the ages. I'm not ashamed to admit that I just teared up ever so slightly watching that one as well, just for the journey that she's been on, and that was phenomenal. The replay for Lloyd's Auctions. Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. She also spoke about, and this might become a good luck charm for her, at 27 years of age, there's probably another Olympics left in her. She, in an earlier interview, said that she'd actually vomited before the race, and she's never done that before in her life. So maybe she's onto something. If you've ever seen Any Given Sunday, Willie Beeman, he said he vomited before he went out in the field. They said, well, if it works for you, keep doing it. Our other medal moments, just quickly, Kyle Chalmers came 0.06 of a second shy of defending his Rio 100-metre freestyle gold.
He's in third spot, much better than where he was in Rio. How does he finish this one? Dressel's in front, Kolesnikov in second spot. Chalmers trying to find something. He's up on level terms with Kolesnikov. It's Dressel in front. Can he defend his title? Can he do what no other Australian has done? Dressel, Chalmers, they hit the wall. Dressel just gets him, and it takes an Olympic record to do it.
Geez, I thought Bazza was going to get into some Thorpe, Van Down, Hugenbound, that sort of areas. That's what I started thinking of when he was calling them home. But Dressel, just commiserations to Kyle Chalmers, but congratulations as well. A silver medal, phenomenal. He's medalled now in the last two Olympics in that event. The women's 4x200 metre freestyle bronze, Australia qualified fastest. They recast every role in it. They put Ariane Titmus as the lead, and it didn't quite go how they wanted.
Katie Ledecky, what a champion she is, pushing up for the lead. In front is Lee of China, would be a huge boil over. Lee in front, Ledecky coming at her, pushing up is Nick.
200 freestyle relay.
So everybody in the top three went below world record time. Ariane Titmus, Emma McKeon, Maddie Wilson and Leah Neal brought them home. And despite it being an extraordinary performance, they were just beaten by a couple of better teams on the day. And there's been discussions about tactics and selection and things like that. But a bronze medal, we should be very proud. So those were our medal moments today. We almost had some others in the shooting, didn't we? We were oh so close. We'll come back and look at tomorrow after this.
Are you up for the challenge? Then test drive the new GWM Ute today at Burwood GWM Haval. Born tough, built smart, the all-new GWM Ute has the strength to tackle hard jobs, plus the luxury and technology needed for weekends away. Plus, with a 7-year warranty and price from only $35,490 drive away, the GWM Ute is ready for any challenge. Visit Burwood GWM Haval today and drive away happy. The GWM Ute. Go with more. LMCT 11720.
Hi, I'm Fabian Villella from O'Brien Real Estate Narre Warren. Find your place with O'Brien. Visit our website to explore any suburb across Australia with our free suburb report.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner RLA, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only, yes, only at National Tiles.
When painting, tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories give that professional finish. Get inspired at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch Painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Country racing, here's why we do it. We do it for the road trips, the new places to see, the country air, a day out or the whole weekend. We do it to support local communities who've done it tough, for the love of the horses and for great racing action. We do it because it's where we belong. Country racing strong.
Where we belong, country racing strong, it's got it all.
Go to country.racing.com.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Can't remember ever looking as sharp as I currently do, and if you've seen how good the Aussies look in their uniforms, it's all thanks to Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team. So I could not be feeling any better in these duds, and the Aussie golfers looked $1 million. The Aussie golfers looked far better than any other player out there today in their kit. Thanks to Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team. So speaking of a golf, tomorrow, 8:15 start for Cam Smith. He was even with a first round 71, so 8 shots off the leader, Sepp Straka from Austria, who's one in front of Janawatnanon from Thailand, Thomas Peters from Belgium, and Carlos Ortiz 1 shot back from him. So Cam Smith off at 8:14. Mark Leishman, who was 1 under with a first round 70 at 10:36. So medals on offer Women's 8, 11.05, lane 1 in the rowing. Men's 8, 11.25, lane 6 in the rowing. We've already got a couple of golds in the fours, so wouldn't that be a great way to finish off the rowing schedule? Swimming, 100 metres freestyle just before midday. Kate Campbell, Emma McKeon, look out for 2 medals for Australia there. Patrick Tiernan in the 10,000 metre men's athletics events start tomorrow. And some other things to keep an eye on. Matt Wern, as I said, in the men's dinghy laser. He's 8 out of 10 races in and currently sits first overall. So we are a real chance for a medal there. And if he can hold on, that'd be just superb. Equestrian eventing tomorrow, beach volleyball. Our women looking really strong, 2-0 in their group games so far. Women's shooting, 25-metre pistol, the qualifications. The men's high jump in the athletics. Men's 3,000-metre steeplechase, round 1, men's discus qualification. In the hockey, our men looking to close out their group games undefeated. They'll take on Spain at 11 o'clock. I mentioned the rowing. The women's BMX racing in the women's individual. That's one to keep an eye on as well. We're sitting pretty nicely with Saya Sakikibara. I'll try that again. Saka Kikabara, who's sitting 4th overall at the moment, and Lauren Reynolds. It's a great story from Saya, her brother and long-time riding companion. Unfortunately, a severe accident for him. He's not able to be there, but it's an emotional story, that one, and we'll follow it with great interest. So a heap to wet the whistle on tomorrow. Men's 100-metre butterfly semi-final, women's 100-metre freestyle. I've mentioned the 200 backstrokes. We've got sailing all through the day, and we're in contention for some medals there. The men's K1 canoe slalom. We've got diving getting underway. Heaps more sailing. Tennis mixed doubles. Ash Barty and John Peers won tonight. There's football. Australia and Great Britain in the women's quarter-final. So our Matildas in action. There's a heap to get through. Enjoy it. Stay safe. Have a great night.
Certainty is a great feeling, and that's the feeling you get with Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, because they come with a full service history, 90-point inspection and independent background check. And right now, eligible models also come with an exclusive finance offer with Toyota Access. See your local dealer or search Toyota certified. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Approved applicants only. T's and C's apply. Max finance term of 48 months. Offer ends 31/08/2021. Toyota Finance Australia Limited. AFSL and Australian Credit Licence 392536.
The combination of natural and constructed materials like stone paving, tiling and concrete can create a beautiful setting. But protecting those surfaces professionally will keep the setting looking as good as it did on day one. At Prestige Surfaces, we're the market leaders in cleaning, protecting and maintaining natural stone, tile and concrete, and the first choice for landscapers, tilers and builders, because our unique protective products and technology are the best in the business. Prestige Surfaces, exceptional protection for natural stone, tile and concrete.
And a big welcome to the overnight crowd on this Friday morning. Damien Watson here with you, filling in for Phil Pryor today. If you want to call in, the lines are open, 1300 736 736. Or, of course, you can text in 0433 98 11 16, the famous correspondence number. A great day, I guess, once again for Australia. Obviously not matching the previous day, but still a fantastic effort to gain another couple of gold medals. Isaac Stubblety-Cook, he's entered the fray into swimming folklore after he was, I guess, relatively unknown coming into these Olympic Games from an Australian point of view. A lot of the spotlight shone on Ariane Titmus and various names like that, Kyle Chalmers, etc. But Zach Stubblety-Cook certainly did enhance his profile and enhance his record for all time when it comes to performing in an Olympic arena with a gold medal coming from behind in the men's 200-metre breaststroke final. I think it's the first time an Australian has won a gold medal at a breaststroke event in the men's since 1964. Funnily enough, those Olympic Games were also held in Tokyo. And a big congratulations, obviously, to Jessica Fox as well, claiming claiming gold in the women's slalom C1 canoe event. A sensational effort after we know she was obviously disappointed with only taking out bronze in the K1 slalom event on Monday, but she got the job done to claim that elusive gold medal after she's come so close so many times before, despite dominating the sport in various forms and in various competitions worldwide over recent years. And she's done it on the Olympic arena with the sweet taste of gold. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Eager to hear your thoughts on the Olympics. Happy to talk other domestic sports as well. The teams have come out for the AFL round over the next few days, and I'll go through that in a moment as well. Off the SMS, Dean says, congratulations to Jess Fox. Unbelievable. Also to SEN Radio for your coverage. Fantastic effort. Thank you, Dean, for sending that through. Very kind of you. I'll go through the AFL teams a little later on, and also some NRL news, just touching on some of the domestic sports, which probably do get forgotten at times like this when the Olympics are on and they claim the national sporting spotlight. But there is sport still going on, obviously, and there was an NRL game, of course, earlier on last night. Just to recap that result as well in the NRL with the Thursday night fixture, which is obviously very much a potent fixture as part of their normal schedule. It's interesting with the AFL, the debate continues on as to whether Thursday night games should become a permanent fixture there. But the Sydney Roosters, it was a one-sided encounter in the end. They defeated Parramatta 28-0. And they certainly were comprehensive in their performance. And a couple of matches to come later on tonight in the NRL with the usual Friday night doubleheader. The West Tigers facing the New Zealand Warriors, while the Brisbane Broncos tackle their fellow Queensland rivals, the North Queensland Cowboys, in the second leg of the doubleheader. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Dean says off the text, when your footy team isn't going well, the Olympics give you a good breakaway to forget your team for a while. That's another good purpose. Quite right, Dean, to follow the Olympics. Just in relation to some of the highlights from the last 24 hours, obviously Zach Stubblety-Cook claiming gold in the men's 200-metre breaststroke final, coming from third position at the 50-metre turn. Stubblety-Cook certainly did storm home, and Olympic record time recorded of 2 minutes and 6.38 seconds. Silver went to the Dutch swimmer Arno Kaminga, and bronze went to Finland's Matti Mattsson. Let's take a listen to the interview from Isaac Stubblety-Cook after he claimed his gold medal.
That's unbelievable stuff, Zach. You've just watched your mum and your girlfriend there. Your mum actually said she was just happy for you to make the semis, but you've gone a lot better than that. How much of a buzz is that?
Oh, unbelievable. I'm lost for words, really. Without their support, I couldn't be here. But, it's been a tough 5 years, and I'm lost for words, to be honest.
The way you swim that race just shows how much belief you've got. You do let them get away from you a little bit, and then you come home like a train. That must be pretty nerve-wracking for us. What's it like for you? You're so confident, and you just had such belief in yourself.
Yeah, it made it entertaining, right? But that's the way I train, and that's the way I've worked, and the way I race all the time. So, at these games, I'm not going to try and change anything, not going to try and change my strength. So it's too late for that. I'm definitely just happy that the process pulled off.
We'll let you go and take a breath and let it sink in for a minute. We'll chat to you again after you go get that gold medal.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
There you go. He seems like a laid-back and composed character, doesn't he, Zach Stubblety-Cook, after claiming gold in the 200-metre men's breaststroke final. Well, Kyle Chalmers was the other big hope in the pool from a men's perspective. He finished second and only behind the winner by 0.06 of a second. It's interesting. Australia's had a number of silver medals in various events in the pool where they've come so close. I mean, you go back to Eamon Sullivan in 2008 in Beijing, where he was very, very close. I think James Magnuson claimed silver also in that event in the 100-metre freestyle final back in 2012 in London, and he lost by 0.01 of a second, so it doesn't get much closer than that. In the end, Kyle Chalmers unable to defend his title, I guess, in that particular event from Rio, but still a brilliant effort. He was just pipped on the wall by American Caleb Dressel. Let's hear from Kyle Chalmers after that particular 100-metre freestyle final.
Well, what an absolute treat that was, Kyle. It's always so hard to talk to people in this situation because when it's that close, it's hard not to be disappointed, but you've swum an equal PB. That was an incredible race.
Yeah, it was. It's half a second faster than I was in Rio.
if it went ahead last year, I wouldn't have been here swimming. So to be back swimming fast, shoulders feeling good. Qualified in lane 7, it's kind of a bit more challenging being on the outside. I have to swim my own race from start to finish and be breathing the other way on the way home. But I left everything in the pool. I gave everything I could to, win gold in 2016, come back and win silver. It is great.
You've never ever made excuses, but for anyone who doesn't know, you did have shoulder surgery 7 months ago. Just want to talk about the way the race played out. You executed it exactly how you would have wanted to. Does it give you solace that you did everything right and another guy was a fingernail quicker?
Yeah, I did everything in my absolute power to win. Obviously, life's not always about winning, but it is nice, and I executed the race well, and I felt strong and felt good. It was a big day yesterday, big day to unwind from, and then back up again this morning. But like I said, I left absolutely everything in the pool and did everything I could to do it for my country.
You did that superbly. Everyone's so proud of you. Do you want to say anything to your family back home? We've also got your old school, Emmanuel College. You remember 5 years ago, they were ecstatic. They're just as proud of you with this silver. What do you want to say to everyone back in SA?
I'm just really grateful for all the support from everyone. Obviously, my family are there day in, day out with me. And I watched back the memories from 2016 this morning just to kind of inspire me and, watch my grandpa getting quite emotional in Rio, and that gave me that lift that I needed to get up this morning. So, as always, I'm grateful for the support, and I know that I may be the person standing behind the blocks doing the race, but everyone is in my corner, my coaches, all my support staff, my family, my friends, the friends that have been there since day one, and those real friends I'm forever grateful for.
We don't see you get emotional very often, but when you think about your family and everyone, how do you actually feel right now?
I do. I think, especially my grandpa and grandparents at home. That video for me in 2016 was so special. It's something I get reminded of and watch regularly, but I'm so grateful to have their support and backing, and I could have got 32nd in the 100 freestyle and they would have been just as happy about it. So I love them so much, and I can't wait to come home and celebrate this with them.
You've spoken beautifully. You're a champion in every way. Well done, Kyle.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
There you are, Kyle Chalmers speaking after claiming silver in the 100-metre freestyle final yesterday. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Tony off the SMS says, can you wish Tony from Dandenong happy birthday for Friday, the 30th of July, 1961? Yes, I can. Happy birthday to you, Tony. I know you're a regular listener. Also, off the SMS, Michael from Reservoir says Kyle is going to be handy playing for the Power, Damo. Yes, he has AFL aspirations going forward, and it'll be interesting as well. He is, of course, for those listening, the son of Brett Chalmers, who used to play for Port Adelaide, both the Magpies and the Power. The Port Adelaide Magpies of the SANFL, of course, and also played for the Crows for a bit in the mid-90s as well. Just off the SMS, Kitch from Parkdale says, hey, Damo, hope you're well. Kitch and the Elk have missed you lately, mate. If you had one sport to compete at and succeed at the Olympics, what would it be, and what would A-Rod's be? Well, I can't speak for A-Rod. It's a good question in terms of what I would like to succeed at. Well, I love my running. I regularly run as much as I can, so I wouldn't mind winning a middle distance event. Very, very difficult, but that would be probably an event such as the 1500 metres, a middle distance running event would be something that I would like to win, but I'm clearly not at that level on a worldwide basis, but I do enjoy running, no question about that. Also off the SMS, Luke from Lyndhurst says, the Aussie girls dominating Tokyo, the Olympics, Australia and the world needed given the current pandemic. Bevo punching the AFL in the head as well, says Luke off the SMS. Yeah, that was in relation to the AFL's ban on boxing, and Luke Beveridge essentially saying that the AFL shouldn't really control the types of training practices that clubs partake in. My view is, though, I mean, you got to have some form of authority there to safeguard against risks that clubs might take. Even go back, I know this is a silly example, but you go back to the early 90s when Nigel Smart on the pre-season training camp walked over hot coals thinking that it wouldn't burn his feet, and he obviously had some burns sustained to his feet, and it was, I mean, it goes back in folklore and you can laugh about it now, but ultimately there has to be some form of authority, I would have thought, address any risks that could be taken, or indeed what players could be exposed to as well when it comes to trading practices. Just something, or some independent body to oversee the way clubs go about their trading to ensure that there's no damage done and nothing ridiculously stupid done as well. Just off the SMS, Anonymous here saying, hi, Damo, just saw that North Melbourne have dropped Sean Atlee with Sean beat on 232 games. Surely they should get him to the 250-game milestone mark before letting him go. He's been a mainstay of that club for years and deserves more respect. It's an interesting one. I'm probably, if you look at it objectively, I'm not in the business of simply getting a player to a milestone, unless maybe they're 1 or 2 games short and the season's over. I don't know about getting a player or keeping a player on a list to effectively only reach a milestone if they're... I'm not saying Sean Atlee's a liability. I think he still could potentially be a role player in that team, but at the same time, you don't want to get rid of a player on the basis, or basically keep a player or maintain a player on a list simply to reach a milestone game and prevent a young player coming through, because ultimately that means one less spot on a list for a young player to develop. So that has to be taken into account as well. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. I mentioned Jess Fox before, a fantastic victory, winning gold in the C1 final. Let's take a listen to how it all unfolded.
First ever Olympic gold medal in this event, the world number 1, 4-time world champion. It's a fierce and focused looking Fox. Will she be the fastest? On her way, final run here in the women's C1 final.
Jessica Fox of Australia goes for gold here in Tokyo 2020. That's the semi-final. She wants to take gold here. She's got to go fast.
Well, that's a good start through the downstreams, and then a good cross, an early spin. That's a good spin. Keeps the bow down through gate 7. Edges, gets a squirt, some speed on the back of the boat. Needs a good upstream.
Quick time too, 2.45 up.
So she's away well. Settling for the spin, holds on the inside, comes back well. This the move.
Needs to work hard here, really hard, and does it pretty well through 16, digging deep.
That's a good move. Comes across high, good edge there, chasing across. The crossbow, now the finish, get across and drive in high.
Into the final upstream gate, the time is looking strong for Jessica Fox. 1 gate to come. Fox is flying towards the line. Is this the moment she's dreamt of her entire career? She hits the line. She's got it. She shines like gold to become the Olympic champion. She is a wonder woman on the water. What a performance. Well, indeed.
There you go, Jessica Fox. That was the commentary there, with thanks to Channel 7, as she claimed gold in the C1 final. Fantastic effort in the canoe slalom, and I'm sure it is one that many Australians will remember for a long time to come. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Damien Watson with you here on SEN. More to come, and more of your calls after this.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
Your future starts now. Seamless performance, fewer emissions. In a prestige vehicle that charges its battery while you drive. Offering a hybrid for every need, Lexus of Brighton can guide you through the comprehensive Lexus range. With a long undisputed history in hybrid vehicle technology, Lexus can help you live forward. Explore the Lexus hybrid range at Lexus of Brighton. Expect perfection, experience amazing. Lexus of Brighton, 99 Nepean Highway, LMCT 9897.
As I got serious about my endurance sports, I took alcohol out of the equation. Now, so have the team at Australian Sports Brewing Company, introducing Zero Plus Sports Beer. It's electrolyte enhanced beer for recovery. Alcohol-free Zero Plus Sports Beer, a full-bodied pale ale with a delicious, refreshing finish, and you can enjoy it guilt-free. Try one today. Zero Plus Sports Beer, available at Dan Murphy's and online at sportsbeer.com.au.
Bet Deluxe, the new home for online punting. And this week, it's our crazy lockdown specials. It's money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races. That's right, money back up to $50 if you run second, third, fourth or fifth on selected races this week. And it's money back up to $50 if you run second or third for all races at selected tracks this week. So download the brand new Bet Deluxe app today. Bet Deluxe, serious betting for serious punters. Gamble responsibly.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. Is 2021 a time to consider appointing a new tax agent for you or your business? Take the stress out of tax and contact rjsanderson.com.au.
Hi, I'm Michael Newen from O'Brien Real Estate in Keysborough. Find your place with O'Brien. Visit our website for marketplace data and demographics on every suburb.
O'BrienRealEstate.com.au. The difference is our people and local knowledge.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
On this day in 1911, the 9th edition of the Tour de France is won by Gustave Garijo of France. On this day in 1930, in the first FIFA World Cup final in Montevideo, Uruguay, it's the home side Uruguay defeating Argentina 4-2 in the inaugural event. And on this day in 1932, the 10th edition of the Summer Olympic Games open in Los Angeles, USA. As we celebrate this day for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives, visit tobinbrothers.com.au.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. The overnight crowd on SEN.
Listening to the overnight crowd on this Friday morning. Yes, we've finally reached that time of the week. Damien Watson here with you on SEM for the next roughly couple of hours. If you want to call in, 1300 736 736, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Let's head to Michael, who's in Reservoir. How are you, Michael?
Morning, Damo. These Olympics are killing me because, as you know, I work night shift.
Yes.
And I get home and being a keen golfer, they got golf on early in the morning. And I'm like, I've got to watch it when I should be, sleeping. So...
Well, it's an interesting one because this is probably one of the few times where the Olympic Games is on at a time zone friendly time for most Australians. Usually, if it's elsewhere, a lot of the action is on overnight, which probably would have suited you.
Yeah, but what they do, they have they have the marathon and grand finals, like from midnight it goes all night, all the replays. So, so there's no excuse for me not to go home and sleep and watch them at midnight. But what I watched today, I watched a bit of the golf
Mark
first
Leishman
league.
and Cam Smith, yes.
I think they can't win now. They're about 8 shots behind. But what I found strange with the golf, I think the USA have got about 5 players and Australia only got 2 in the men's. I found it strange we couldn't get more men, because USA nearly got a stranglehold if they got 5 players.
Well, they got Justin Thomas, don't they? Who figures prominently.
Yeah, Patrick Reed as well.
That's right. It's always...
Matt Manikawa, he's playing.
Yes, fresh off...
the US, I think, Open he won.
British Open, yeah.
Oh, British, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. But I just thought we could have had more like Lucas Herbert and that. But, yeah.
Oh, look, it's a reasonable point. I guess it really does come down to selection and the appetite for a lot of the players as well.
Yeah.
But what do you think? Do you think golf will be maintained in the Olympics going forward?
Yeah, I do, but it's long, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only problem. Golf goes for about 4 days, 4 rounds. So, but what I did watch today, I watched a bit of golf. I watched the archery. I found that very interesting. I watched what I really liked. I couldn't believe this, what I heard about one of the, the trap shooting.
Mm.
In practice, one of the girls, she shot 125 in a row in practice.
Not bad. Suppose when you train to that point.
When you consider how fast, I think they said they do about 100k in speed coming out of the thing. So they got like 0.7 of a second to shoot it. So that's pretty impressive to hit 125 in a row.
It is, and I'd challenge anyone else to do something like that. I guess that comes down to pretty good training.
Have you watched it, that sport?
I've watched it in the past. I must admit I didn't watch it earlier yesterday, but I remember watching it. I remember watching it in London, not being there specifically in London, but watching
Michael
it on TV when it was at Lord's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did the archery at Lord's back in 2012.
Oh, yeah, but I meant shoot the trap.
Yeah, trap shooting. Sorry, you were referring to the archery before. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. At first I was, to the archery. Yeah, the Aussie guy just got beat, but he put in a good effort. And it would have been weird for Jess Fox's dad because he was commentating today. Yeah, back here in Australia. So it would have been tough for him not to be there with his daughter winning gold.
He did a good job, though. He remained composed in the commentary. It'd be pretty hard. Your heart would be pumping out of your chest if you're a parent watching your child basically aim for a gold medal.
Well, just come down to being the last one. So them other girls, I like how they do that. They have them there sitting in gold, silver, bronze. Then when someone beats them, they go into that position, and I reckon that's good how they do that. Do you think it's fair or not by doing it like that?
No, I don't mind it at all. Just with Richard Fox, by the way, he represented Great Britain. A lot of people have said he represented Australia. I mean, he obviously has an Australian affiliation given he lives here now, but he represented Great Britain for many years, from probably the late 70s through to the early 90s. He finished 4th, I think, in the K1 event back in the Barcelona games for Great Britain. So,
am I right, Damien, in the skateboarding, I think one of the girls was only 13 that won a gold medal? Is that correct? Am I right there?
A lot of them are young. I think Australia has Poppy Olsen competing, but the first women's skateboarding gold medalist was a 13-year-old, Momiji Nishi.
How's that? That's unbelievable, isn't it? I think it's one of Tony Hawk's prodigies. Yeah. Tony Hawk trains one of the girls and that. That's unbelievable. A 13-year-old girl at an Olympic Games just shows you, probably I could say speak for me, I'm nearly 50, but to think if I was 13, to think I could be that good, I'd think, no way, you know what I mean? It's amazing how mature a 13-year-old is these days, isn't it, Damien?
Oh, you have to be very disciplined if you want to succeed when it comes to sport at an age like that, at 13, 14, when you're in your early teenage years. Absolutely, you have to admire athletes like that. It's like Nadia Comaneci, wasn't she 14 when she scored the perfect 10 in the gymnastics in Montreal back in 1976?
Oh, I can't remember that. I was only about 5 or 6, but you seem to remember a lot of things when you were 2 or 3-year-old.
No, I wasn't even born in the 70s. But Paul,
yeah, I know.
Paul
But people think because you go back and remember a lot of things.
Yeah, but Paul from Pascoe Vale says, with golf, a country can have up to 4 players if they are all in the top 15 in the world rankings. Otherwise, they can only have 2 players.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for that, Paul. I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to Minjee Lee. But I'm looking forward to athletics starting. I love athletics.
What's your preference, athletics or swimming? You like the AFs better?
No, athletics. I like the marathons. I like the 10,000 metres and all that, and especially the 100 metres. It's not going to be the same without Usain Bolt now, is it?
No, he is such an enigmatic figure, isn't he, Usain Bolt? And we know how dominant he was as well and how electric he is as a flamboyant personality as well as a runner. So obviously not having him there does make a difference. But, hey, it gives room for a new champion to come along, and there's always a cycle.
And you can imagine that he could have went quicker in some races. Remember he used to take his foot off the pedal?
It seemed
imagine
like
what
that.
times he could have ran.
Oh, he was a bolt from the blue, wasn't he? No
I
question.
don't know why athletes and that do that, Damo. They sort of switch off a bit. Like, if it was me, I'd be trying my guts out to get the best time possible, even regardless if it's a heat even. I don't know why they do that.
Well, with heats, maybe they want to conserve the energy and just get the result that they need to progress through to the final. But with Usain Bolt, I don't know, maybe it's a perception thing. Maybe he was still trying at full tilt. It's just that he was in celebration mode. Maybe celebration mode takes over when you win a gold medal.
Yeah, because I feel as a Port Adelaide supporter, we do that. We do that in football, just sort of, just go through the motions. Look at when we played Collingwood the other day, mate. It felt like when Collingwood got close, we just not kicked it up a gear and kicked a few goals. I wish we wouldn't bloody hell play like that.
You want to bury the side into the turf.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's why we choke in finals a bit, because we've got that mentality, Damo.
Well, it has been.
Unfortunately.
It has been spoken about in various leagues, although I thought Port were pretty gallant in that prelim final against Richmond last year. Just in relation to Kyle Chalmers, because you texted about him before, do you remember his father Brett played back in the 90s for the Port Magpies?
Yeah. And how tall was Brett? He was very tall, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And he was part of that lineup. I think he was part of the 92 flag winning team, wasn't he, in the sample? Just trying to think back. Nathan Buckley was part of that team as well. Yeah, he was. He was a 4-time premiership player, actually, at the Port Magpies.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Trying to think who was coaching, don't tell me, back in 92. It wouldn't have been John Cahill. He would have been finished by then. Am I right?
Well,
it wouldn't have been...
He ended up coaching. He was the inaugural coach of Port Power in 97 and 98, so he was still, around that mark.
John Cahill?
Yeah, he was coaching in 92, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that.
Yeah. That was when
I don't know much about my team. Are you talking about Port Power Football Club? You saying when they first started that John Cahill was the first coach of Port Power?
Yes, he was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, in the first 2 years, and then Mark Williams took over at the start of 99.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. He played for the Crows as well.
Am I a true Port Adelaide's Port? Probably throwing it out there now.
It's all good. Yeah, Brett Chalmers played for the Crows as well in the mid-90s. I think he actually played
I know
games
he played
with them
for the Crows. Yeah.
It was interesting, actually. He played for the Crows at AFL level, and when he went back into the SANFL, if he ever played in the SANFL, for instance, I guess, to warm himself up to get back into the lineup.
Just before I go, Damo, is it true that I heard COVID's hit the athletes' village? They had to split teams and that. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. The athletics, I think it's affected the athletics team for Australia. Certain squad members, I think they're in the clear for a lot of them, but the Australians were dragged into it because an American tested positive.
Yeah, during training, wasn't it? At athletics, during some of the athletes were exposed with them.
Yeah, well, at least there hasn't been any massive outbreak amongst the athletes. I mean, it's been around, but not a massive outbreak. For
anyway, I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying all the story of so many athletes, what they achieved, and like some have won their first medals for their country and all that. I just love, stories like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why people like the Olympics, Michael.
Yeah, that's it, Damo. All right, have a good morning, mate.
Good on you, Michael. Michael from Reservoir there. Calling in 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Damien Watson with you on this Friday morning on SEN.
The Captain's Run with Kane Corns. The big issues, the big talking points, and plenty of your calls every Friday morning on SEN.
It's not the umpire's fault, but the rule is crazy. Umpiring is too hard. It is a massive issue for the AFL with holding the ball. Prior, arms pinned, made an attempt. Was it illegal disposal? Was it a throw? It's a nightmare for the umpires. We have made the game far too hard to umpire.
The Captain's Run with Kane Corns this morning on SEN.
Like launching from outside 50 to win the game, the Best Buys on Big Brand Sale is kicking goals at Tyre Power. Did you know each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned? This means you're literally dealing direct with the local owner. It's like their family is part of yours. It's why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the Best Buys on Big Brand Sale, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Falcon passenger tyres. Stay safe on the roads. Find your local independently Aussie-owned Tyre Power at tyrepower.com.au.
Albert here at State Transport and Warehousing. We have a huge fleet servicing all of Melbourne with 4 food-grade warehouses. We are certified HACCP, dairy and organic. Our quality is assured. Try us to experience the difference. Head to statetransport.com.au.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. Our Pay What You Can model extends to all businesses affected by COVID-19. So if you're a business that sells its services to other businesses and needs help to generate more inquiries quickly, our team of phone and digital experts are standing by to help you. And regardless of whether your business is big or small, simply pay what you can and we'll get to work on supporting you through this time. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
When you're a tradie, time is money. And that makes it time to head to Robot Building Supplies, because Robot's got it. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing, and more at the lowest prices. Like Corrie Roof Sheeting Zinc in stock at $11.55 per metre. Colour also available, custom cut. Save time and money with Robot. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies. Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. Is 2021 a time to consider appointing a new tax agent for you or your business? Take the stress out of tax and contact rjsanderson.com.au.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner Ardex, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Have you nearly collected the full set of the official AFL 2021 Select Footy Stars collector cards yet? You still have time to get all your Starburst caricatures, milestone cards, Brownlow and Premiership Predictor cards. Plus, don't forget the $10,000 cash prize and monthly prizes. Select Footy Stars cards are for both kids and the serious collectors alike. Grab yours today from most news agencies, AFL stores and leading retail outlets. Select Footy Stars cards, the collector's choice.
The Overnight Crowd on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Welcome back to the overnight crowd. Damien Watson with you. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. Just going through the current medal tally to this point in the Tokyo Olympic Games. China leads the field with 15 gold medals, 7 silver and 9 bronze with a total of 31. Host nation Japan are doing well. They're in second with 15 gold, 4 silver and 6 bronze, a total of 25. The United States lie in third with 14 gold, 14 silver and 10 bronze, a total of 38. They have the most in terms of the total number of medals of any nation so far. The Russian Olympic Committee in fourth. Australia actually went ahead of them, I think, at one point earlier on in the day yesterday, but Russian Olympic Committee have tied in terms of the amount of gold medals with Australia, but they have more medals overall. 8 gold, 11 silver and 9 bronze with a total of 28. Australia currently in fifth spot on the medal tally with 8 gold, 2 silver and 10 bronze, a total of 20. Great Britain lie back in sixth with 5 gold, 7 silver and 6 bronze, a total of 18. Very different from London when the UK certainly did embrace the local athletes, and they responded, obviously, with the home Olympics. It does tend to happen. South Korea are in seventh with 4 gold, 3 silver and 5 bronze, a total of 12. France in eighth with 3 gold, 5 silver and 3 bronze, a total of 11. Germany in ninth with 3 gold, 3 silver and 7 bronze, a total of 13. And Italy round out the top 10 with 2 gold, 7 silver and 10 bronze, a total of 19 medals to their name. 1300 736 736. Let's head to Luke, who's in Lyndhurst. How are you, Luke?
Yeah, well, Damo, yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks for ringing up once again.
Isn't it funny when we usually have a chat about football, but when the Olympics are on, it just dominates our culture and our society as Australian people. I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed the last, few days that we've had with the Olympics. I think one of the advantages, one of the reasons I've enjoyed it so much is because the time difference. You get that sort of session in the morning and then
late morning. Well, that's right, because in the late morning, a lot of the events seem to occur, particularly in the pool, and that's at a very time-friendly, particularly when we're all at home and not in the office, or a lot of us are. It's a very time-friendly period to watch the games.
Yeah, you get those 2 sessions, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. But one of the things I want to highlight, as an Australian male, obviously we usually talk about the football and we talk about the blokes bashing into each other, but our girls over there have absolutely dominated, haven't they? It's been really, from an Australian point of view, a girls' Olympics, and they've been fantastic.
Oh, yes, and Jessica Fox, great role models too. Ariane Titmus, the list can go on. Just the way they conducted themselves. I mean, even with Jessica Fox, when she didn't claim the gold earlier in the week, the way she conducted herself, I mean, she was obviously disappointed and hurting, but you could tell, she saw it for what it was and was very philosophical about it, and she didn't get too overwhelmed with disappointment. She handled it with grace, and she was rewarded in a way with claiming gold yesterday.
Listen to her interview. She's very well spoken for a young lady, and I think she's done a lot for her sport. I've watched a bit of that, and obviously armchair expert as we are, Damo. We don't see the sport for 4 years and then we become experts in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I watched her sport, and I think it's done a lot for it. The way those people actually do that kayaking and through that water and things like that, it was really, really impressive. I can't imagine doing it myself. It'd be pretty bloody hard, but that was fantastic.
Require a lot of upper body strength, wouldn't it? And I think a lot of it does come down. I mean, she's worked very, very hard, but she has that genetic pedigree, doesn't she, with Richard Fox, her father, representing Great Britain back in the day. So that does help as well. But I'll tell you what, a fantastic effort in any case, and great for her to represent Australia growing up. I think in Sydney, I know that Penrith seems to be sort of the home for that sport when it comes to the training centre. That was probably off the back of the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games. What else have you enjoyed watching there, Luke?
One of the other things I thought about was the underrated performance of, I know Ariane Titmus, absolute champion, absolutely carving up over there. But another lesser light is Emma McEwen. I think it's McEwen or McCowan.
Mm-hmm.
She has won 1 gold so far in the relay and then 2 bronze in her individual events. She's got a few events to go, but she's up to 7 medals as an Olympian for Australia in the swimming. I think Ian Thorpe's won 8, and there might be a couple of others that are up there as well. But she might be right up there. And I know that probably hasn't got the accolades this Olympics, even though she's a gold medalist and we love her. But I really think that her efforts should be really highlighted because I think she's about to become one of the great Australian Olympians of all time, and probably a little bit underrated.
Probably fair, although if she wins the 100-metre freestyle, women's 100-metre freestyle later on today. That might put her name up in lights because she's made the final and really exerted her dominance as well, coming first in the second semi. Kate Campbell has progressed through to that 100-metre freestyle final as well. So I think that is going to get underway at around midday Eastern time later on. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how she goes.
I'll be watching that with interest. And obviously, we dive into different sports with the Olympics. And I watched the shooting today. There was two Aussie girls. I think it's called the trap.
Trap shooting, yeah.
Don't profess to be an expert at all, but we had two Aussies in there. And I think they're both in the top 6. And both of them missed out. But I watched it with interest, and I really sort of, was riding every way with them. They both missed out, but I thought those girls could both hold their heads up high. I thought they were fantastic. And goes back to my original point that I suppose every sort of way we're riding, and not to take the gel away from the young bloke who won a gold today, who was fantastic in his race as well. But I think the girls are really, really holding themselves up well for the Aussies, and hopefully keeps going. And those girls probably won't get the accolades they deserve in the shooting, but they were fantastic.
Yeah, that's right. It's a bit like sailing as well, which Australia has had success in the past. Doesn't really get a lot of credit, and you don't really remember the names as much, do you? Because it's not as well publicised. But I think Australia's already reached the same amount of gold medals that they produced for the entire Olympic Games in Rio, and we're not even at the halfway mark yet. I know in the second week Australia does tend to fall away in that area because Australia's main event when it comes to winning gold is the swimming, and that will end at the halfway mark roughly. But at the same time, it's a pretty good platform, and I think it has shown some level or reflected some level of improvement when it comes to Australia's performances in the Olympic Games or Olympic sports after what was considered to be an indifferent couple of campaigns in both London and Rio. Just in relation to what you're looking forward to over the next 24 hours, Luke, aside from the women's 100-metre freestyle final?
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, Damo. I think the BMX, I saw that a little bit of BMX today. That was pretty fantastic. I think we've got a young girl in there that could go pretty well with the BMX as well. But I suppose my question was for you. The point was that obviously you made it very salient that the first week's usually our jam. Have we got any chances in the track and field? Because I don't profess to be an expert, but I'll watch it with eagerness in the next week. Have we got anyone that can bob up and perhaps do a Jai Chirima?
Yes, it will be interesting. I don't know in terms of anyone that's going to be really, really convincing. There are a couple of potential medal chances. What I'm looking forward to watching is Brooke Stratton in the long jump, because I think she finished about 6th or 7th in her event in Rio, and she's been training very hard. And she's from, I think, the outer southeastern suburbs of Melbourne, Brooke Stratton. Her sister plays for Collingwood in the AFLW, Christy Stratton. So she's what I'm really looking forward to watching to see how she progresses after, what has been a long wait for her after Rio, 5 years, and this is probably her prime time. So I'll be looking forward to seeing her from a field event perspective.
It's funny you bring Brooke up, mate, because you're speaking to Luke from Lyndhurst, and Brooke is from Lyndhurst. I saw her in the cafe a few weeks ago with her lovely partner having a coffee, and I didn't bother her with it, but she's a Lyndhurst resident, and we're obviously cheering her on pretty proudly as well. But any other obscure sports that you can bring up that we think we might enjoy next week?
Oh, there was a few, obviously. I mean, we were in the midst of the BMX at the moment, which is somewhat obscure. I'm just having a look at when the breakdancing starts, if it hasn't already started. They've added that for Paris 2024, but that'll be interesting come the next Olympic Games. Look, I suppose athletics for me, that's not an obscure sport, but that's the one I really enjoy watching in the second week because it probably is considered to be the pinnacle in many ways. Not that you want to differentiate between sports, but that's the one with the most. I think it's certainly got the most amount of publicity, but also it's a great test of endurance and also speed, which does typify human skills in many ways. So athletics for me is probably what I'm looking forward to the most out of the second week anyway. And I know that various events in terms of the heats will get underway in the next 24 or so hours. So I know that's not an obscure sport, but that's one that I'm really looking forward to for the second week. But it will be interesting. Anything you're looking forward to?
Yeah, one more. I was listening to commentary, and obviously not an expert at all, but I was listening to commentary, and we might have a pole vaulter that's half decent. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, I think just in terms of some of the pole vaulters that could come through, I think certainly, Nina Kennedy's been mentioned. I know. I think, funnily enough, it was an American pole vaulter who tested positive to COVID-19, and a number of Australians were considered close contacts. But probably, I think Nina Kennedy is one that's been touted as a reasonable chance from memory. She claimed a pole vault record in the lead-up. So maybe Nina Kennedy. I'll just confirm that, obviously. But I think she's one that has been considered because, from memory, she set the Australian record for women's pole vaulting, 4.82 metres at the Sydney Track Classic earlier on this year. So, she might be one to watch. I'll just confirm that, though. But, there are quite a few athletes.
Do we have any runners? Do we have any runners that might even final? And obviously, it's difficult for running because it's probably not our go as a nation for a lot of reasons. But any runners that may final in their particular events to keep an eye out for?
It is hard to really narrow down on ones that are realistic chances for a medal. There might be a few outside chances, but it'll be interesting. I'll have to delve into it a little bit more deeply because I've been trying to keep up with everything that's going on at the moment, let alone the amount of sports that are coming up in the second half of the Olympic Games. But we'll see how it all progresses going forward.
All right, Damo, I'll let you get to your callers, but we'll lock the Bulldogs in for a flag and that young Australian girl for a medal in the BMX tomorrow, I reckon.
Just one that's just come to my mind, Stuart McSwain. That's probably the one big chance for Australia because Australia, you got to remember, hasn't won a track and field medal, I think, since 2004 in Athens. So he had that record-breaking run at the Diamond League meet in Oslo. So, I mean, he's probably in his prime. So,
what's his event?
Sorry?
What's his event, mate?
Stuart McSwain. I'll just confirm that for you now. I do have it in mind, but I'll confirm it for you. So, ultimately, I think he's got a reasonable chance to claim a medal. This is, of course, I think... I know that the main danger was a 1,500-metre runner. So, the 1,500 metres, middle distance runner. So that'll be his main event. He's a Tasmanian, of course, Stuart McSwain.
We'll get behind him and, hopefully we can pull a few out of the woodwork that you wouldn't expect, a la Jai Trima on his KFC diet and cigarette diet back in 2000 in Sydney.
Is he the one that had the long hair from memory?
Oh, he was fantastic, mate. He was a bloke. He was a cult hero in Australia, and he still is. I think every 4 years he gets around on the social media. He was a young bloke who literally was on a KFC and cigarette diet, and I think in the long jump, and he was not expected to place absolutely anywhere, and he just kept going and going and going, and then in the bright lights of Sydney, he managed to jag a silver medal. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that's right. I'm pretty sure he had the long hair and he was getting the crowd behind him as well. That was on the same night, I think, as Kathy Freeman winning gold, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. He had the sunglasses on. It was the bright lights of Homebush Stadium, and these reflective sunglasses, the long hair and the nonchalant attitude, and he just kept going and going and going. So, sided with Steve Bradbury in the Winter Olympics, who obviously did what he did. I think Jai Trima was one of those cult heroes of Australia that represented the average Aussie, and people get behind him and don't forget.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Luke, appreciate your call, mate. Thanks for ringing in.
No worries, mate. Take care.
Luke from Lyndhurst there. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text him via 0433 98 11 16.
If you're looking for an all sports podcast, look no further than the Sweet and Sour podcast. Join me, Nick Davis, and my mate Jamie Soward as we talk all things NRL, AFL, punt for change, sport all around the world. Proudly brought to you by topsport.com.au.
Gamble responsibly.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision centre for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. CharlieBattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
At Australian Diamond Company, we believe that diamonds make moments. If you're searching for an engagement ring that will take her breath away, our team of specialists can help you find the perfect match. We have an exceptional range of ethically sourced diamonds and a reputation
reputation for quality craftsmanship. Plus, our after-sales service is second to none. Visit adc.com.au to book your consultation today.
The Australian Diamond Company, engaging romance.
Many people have been inspired and encouraged by messages of hope.
My mum thought she was going to lose me. Every Sunday afternoon, I'm on my own thinking about negative thoughts. There was messages of hope on the radio, friendly voices that I got familiar with. You're not alone. Everybody's going through a battle.
I'm Richard Fox. Messages of Hope inspires and encourages many people. Help bring hope to people by supporting messagesofhope.org.au.
Oh, I have plenty of hope now.
The wonderful team at Berwick BMW continued to deliver exceptional customer service.
Rather than us rave on, we've looked up Google reviews. Amanda says, Berwick BMW comes with my highest recommendation. Prompt, personable, efficient, knowledgeable, a genuine pleasure to deal with.
And Emil said, professional and honest dealership with a very high focus on customer service.
5 stars all round. Join the BMW family today.
Visit Neil Phillips and his amazing team at the all-new Berwick BMW LMCT 8953.
Did you know that right now you can rent long-term from Budget?
What? Trucks?
And utes, buses, 4x4s for as long as you need. A week, a month, half a year.
Half a year?
If you need it.
Sounds expensive.
Great rates and way cheaper than buying them.
But what happens if I don't need it anymore?
Give it back. Long-term rentals, they're the way to go. Head to budgettrucks.com.au to find out more.
Did you know you can own Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency in your superannuation? New Brighton Capital can set you up with your own self-managed super fund, and they are there to help you every step of the way. New Brighton Capital look after all the ongoing accounting, compliance and tax returns. It's faster, cheaper and easier than you think. So head over to newbrightoncapital.com to learn more. Book in your free, no obligation consultation and see how you can own Bitcoin and other crypto in your super. newbrightoncapital.com.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track. From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore. In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Born on this day in 1958, British decathlete Daley Thompson, who won an Olympic gold medal in 1980 in Moscow and in 1984 in Los Angeles. Also born on this day in 1963, Ingrid Butts, an American cross-country skier who competed in the 1994 Winter Olympics. And born on this day in 1968, former American NFL linebacker Terry Crews, who played with the Washington Redskins and became an actor. As we mark births, deaths and marriages for Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives, visit tobinbrothers.com.au.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. The Overnight Crowd on SEN.
Back, Damien Watson with you here on the Overnight Crowd. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text him via 0433 98 11 16. I should mention that the Hockey Roos were in action earlier on last night against New Zealand, and they got the job done, 1-0-0, and ultimately continue on their winning ways. Both of the men's and women's hockey teams are performing well for the Australians, the Kookaburras and the Hockey Roos so far. The question is, as has been the case in previous Olympics, can they continue that momentum on and claim a gold medal? That's always been a sticky point in various Olympic Games, despite the fact that they seem to be very dominant in competition throughout the remainder of the period between Olympic Games. It does tend to sometimes be a bit of a sticking point for them, although the Hockey Roos were absolutely magnificent going back to 1996 and 2000, where they were, I guess, Australian sports version of the Invincibles when they claimed gold in Atlanta, I think, and Sydney in 2000. 1300 736 736 to ring in, or you can text in 0433 98 11 16. More of your calls after this. Damien Watson with you on this Friday morning.
The award-winning Crunch Time, chatting to the big names every Saturday morning.
Perception's more important than reality a lot of the times in this game. Is Alistair Clarkson actually the best coach? What is the distance that the person wins the 100-metre sprint by? But once you do the media endorsements after the game, someone's making $100 million and the other guy's making 3 cents. People always wanted to go and work for Alistair Clarkson. And then that falls to the playing group as well. So what they're going to lose is that.
Crunchy fried chicken by Red Rooster. New Navara at Werribee, Western and Footscray Nissan.
Crunch Time, tomorrow from 11.
Day-to-day life at work. You see someone out, you're a part of a team, you give them a hand.
One of my best mates was going through a breakup. He really needed somebody to support him.
Being there for someone when they really need you.
My son and his wife when they were buying their house.
Someone that was really struggling, and I remember we sort of left work together and had a chat.
Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned company that cares for families in their absolute time of need. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
Did you know there are more budget locations in more places than ever before?
How many? 1, 2, 3...
30. All over Melbourne.
That's a lot of places.
More places, more cars, more vans and trucks. They're the experts. And more great offers too.
More ways to save. I knew that.
Just a finger on the pulse type guy. Visit budget.com.au.
I knew that too.
Of course you did.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local, trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local, recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
You adapt to the changes in your life, so why shouldn't your home? At Duncan Thompson Home Extension will make it happen.
Duncan Thompson Extensions takes care of everything from the design to the permits to the build. And they're a family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years, so they know what's most important. From concept to completion, they'll plan, design and extend your slice of the world outwards or upwards. It's good to be home.
DuncanThompson.com.au.
Does getting a low doc loan feel a little like a draft pick? You're not sure if you'll get on the team? With Liberty's low doc loan, self-employed borrowers can rest easy. Offering flexible finance options for business owners, Liberty can help you kick your financial goals sooner. Liberty, official partner of the Essendon Football Club. Visit liberty.com.au today. That's liberty.com.au. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues. New South